Hello, I'm not Johnny Cash. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Oh, come on, Barbie, let's go party, 'cause I'm in a Barbie world. If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever. Friendship never ends. Up in my hands, up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a party in the USA. This gospel music. Well, I'll be damned. Well, if they free me from this AI, if my voice was only mine, I bet I'd move it on a little farther down the line. Far from Barbie world, that's where I want to stay. Oh, come on, Barbie, let's go party and take my blues away.
Why men great till they gotta be great? Woo! I just took a DNA test, turns out I'm 100% that bitch. Even when I'm crying crazy, yeah, I got boy problems, that's the human in me. Bling bling, then I solve them, that's the goddess in me.
Could have had a bad bitch, not committal. Help you with your career, just a little.
You supposed to hold me down, but you're holding me back, and that's the sound of me not calling you back. Why men great till they gotta be great? Don't text me, tell it straight to my face. Best friend set me down in the lawn chair. Shampoo crack, get you out of my hair. Fresh photos with the bar lighting. No man on the Minnesota Vikings. True love needed something more exciting. You trying to break my heart? Oh, that breaks my heart. That you thought you ever had it? No, you ain't from the start. Hey, I'm glad you're back with your bitch. I mean, who would wanna hide this? I will never, ever, 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 ever be your side chick. I put the singing single. Ain't worried about a ring on my finger. So you can tell your friend. Shoot your shot when you see him. Okay, he already in my DM. Why men great till they gotta be great? Don't text me, tell it straight to my face. Best friend set me down in the lawn chair. Shampoo crack, get you out of my hair. Fresh photos with the bar lighting. No man on the Minnesota Vikings. True love needed something more exciting. I'ma hit you back in a minute. I'll play tag, bitch, I've been there. We don't fuck with lies, we don't do goodbyes. We just keep it pushing like, aye. I'ma hit you back in a minute. I'll play tag, bitch, I've been there. We don't fuck with lies, we don't do goodbyes. We just keep it pushing like, aye. Why men great till they gotta be great? Don't text me, tell it straight to my face. Best friend set me down in the lawn chair. Shampoo crack, get you out of my hair. Fresh photos with the bar lighting. No man on the Minnesota Vikings. True love needed something more exciting. Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. At night she's screaming, I'm on my mind, my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so left but she's right though. At night she's screaming, I'm on my mind, my mind. She'll make you curse, but she a blessing. She'll rip your shirt, within a second you'll become a man. Back a second with your pain, you just can't help it. Oh, no, you'll play along, let her lead you on. You'll be saying no, then saying yes, 'cause she messing with your head. Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. Like she's screaming, my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so left but she's right though. Like she's screaming, my mind. Her heart's done gone crazy, she's poison but daisy. And people say running on, yeah, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. Like she's screaming, my mind. So someone said, don't drink her potions. She kiss your man with no emotion. When she's mean, you know you love it. She tastes so sweet, don't sugarcoat it. No, you play along. Let her lead you on. If you say no. Don't say yes, 'cause she messing with your head. She's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. Like she's screaming, my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so left but she's right though. Like she's screaming, my mind. Then kinda crazy, she's poison but daisy. People say running on, yeah, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. Like she's screaming, my mind. Just like me, you're out of mind. I know it's strange, we're both the crazy kind. Telling me that I'm insane, but don't pretend that you don't love me. Oh, she's psycho, little bit psycho. Like she's screaming, my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so let go, she's right though. Like she's screaming, my mind. Then kinda crazy, she's poison but daisy. People say run along, she's sweet but a psycho, little bit psycho. Like she's screaming, my mind. It's been a long night and the mirror's telling me to go home. But it's been a long time since I felt this good on my own. 9 years went by with my hands tied up in your ropes. Forever and ever, no more. The midnight sky is the road I'm taking. Head high up in the clouds. I'm gonna run, I'm not gonna do anyone. Oh no, don't be jealous. I let my love get my devil off the tongue. Oh no, don't be jealous. You see my lips on your mouth, everybody's talking now, baby. Oh, you know it's true. Yeah, that I just wanna run, I don't belong to anyone. Oh no, don't be jealous. hair pulled back cause the sweat's dripping off of her face. Said it ain't so bad if I wanna make a couple mistakes. You should know right now that I never stay put in one place forever and ever, no more. The midnight sky is the road I'm taking. Head high up in the clouds. I don't wanna belong to anyone. Oh no. Darling, liar in my long and like the devil off the top. Oh, don't be see my lips on your mouth. Everybody's walking now, baby. Oh, you know it's true. Yeah, that I don't belong to anyone. Oh no, I was born to run, I don't belong to anyone. Oh no, I don't need to be loved by fire in my lungs, can't find the devil on my tongue. Don't need to be loved. You see his hands on my waist, but you never be replaced, baby. Oh, you know it's true. Yeah, that I was born to run, I don't belong to anyone. No, don't need to be loved.
Alright, guys. I'm here. A little late, but I'm here. I had a whole body meltdown, malfunction. Took a bit. Seems to be happening in the last few days. Meh, I'll live. Anyway, I don't even know where to begin. There's so many places to begin. This morning I was up doing my thing. I thought, you know what? I'll give it a whirl. Tap the button. Right? I think I might actually. Yeah, I think it was around daylight or so. Barks for Bones Across the Pond already done her first video. She's raised now without all the information and did whatever and whatever. Kind of made me chuckle, the whole thing. You know, for reasons. Anyway, but I think prior to watching that when she came out with that, I'd already tapped the button because Cal had coughed it up before then. Again, I at least watched part of it. I was like, what the hell's happening here? Really? Alright. This is what we're doing? Okay. So, then I start doing the math, right? Again, like is typical and probably in a whole lot of people's interest to do with this group, right? Speaking of math, I discovered there seems to be some sort of issue in the background back here on the channel. There's suddenly several hundred videos missing. I don't like that, especially with certain people bringing it up recently. Like, what the fuck? So, I'll deal with that here in a little while. Anyway, it'd been a few days since I took a screenshot showing whatever. I keep pretty regular track records. It's a little odd to me. So anyway, that being said, whatever, math, yada yada. So I am listening to the bullshittery that was whatever, and I should know better than listen to any of that shit, quite frankly. I don't often partake of the newest ones. Skip about if I do. It's just not my thing. Whatever. If you've been here long enough, you know. Anyway, but I start doing the math. I'm like, hold up. So Rhonda comes out. Then all of a sudden, Tim starts making funky ass posts, saying all the pics are about Dawn at a certain age, la 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 la, right? Weird as hell, right? All, of course, around the age that everything was occurring. Um, with the stepsisters, etc. And I'm like, we touched on that earlier this week. Then, on top of this, I don't know. People are trying really hard to get attention over to Mullins. And that, I don't know. The who got her next type of posts, right? Including those around C days, before TM decided to post it. Then Don advertises it on lockdown, makes a statement on shares he wants it removed. All the hoopla creates tension around Tim. Find Summer Wells shit, group, whatever the hell it is he runs over there, right? Then the next thing you know, all eyes are on. All after Rhonda appears, Mary speaks. Mary says that about their dad, blah, 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 blah. Well, his dad, her stepdad, etc., right? But anyway, and it says that shit about how dad thinks Dawn's guilty, though Dawn was telling him. Candace is responsible, etc. Septic tank thing comes back up. I'm like, alrighty then. So, you know, either way. And then Josh the other night says that Mary's been threatened by Dawn, and texted and said he'd ruin her life, blah, 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 whatever, for destroying his, I don't know, something like that. Like, okay, and then here comes Dawn, oh, on the cow pie patio. So I'm like, wow, I'm shocked, I tell you, shocked. Just, my God, who would have guessed? So anyway, I listen, skip about a little bit, but I listen, I don't think gone past about halfway. I'm like, this is not new news, man. They're doing it again. They're doing it again around here. Now, if y'all remember about 6, 7 months ago, alright, Dawn and Margie came out. Margie already mentioned these names and hit out at Mary once with them. Dawn also has done the same. These are not new names. So I'm like, what the hell? Nah, rinse, repeat, regurgitate. Really, at least as far as the halfway point, maybe a little less. As far as I could tell, the only thing maybe new was Dawn trying to seemingly out Mary's son, which I also feel like I've been mentioned before, but who knows? Maybe not. Um, he's also done this thing before with Jeannie and the marriage there and pregnant by and all those things. Really, I think maybe the only new addition to the information was possibly the threatening of Mary's son and the alleged um R of who knows which sister by allegedly Mary's ex, who Dawn had to throw out there and be like, he left your ass, he ditched you for your niece, right? Had to get that hit in. I'm like, whatever. Anyway, I'm like, oh yeah. But he did talk wildly about Mary's bits. A little ironically considering it's like, I don't even know why. It's pretty gross. And considering that sounds exactly like Kate, I just don't know what the hell the problem there is with that when he described Mary's body. And Candace has got the same sort of figure there. I don't know what the fuck the problem is. And then he talks about his mom and the skinny bitch club thing. I'm like, what the? Who the fuck talks about their mother like that? Okay, weirdo, but this is the same dude that's talked about one of the other children around Summer having a rockin' bod or whatever, a body to die. I don't know. And talked about how Summer amazed him when she started to develop. She took his breath away. I just, you know what? Are any of us surprised at this point? Hell no, we're not. Now, I don't know. All I can tell you is that if he was trying, for starters, if he's trying to discredit or whatever, all the sisters again, etc., in a repeat cycle of whatever. I don't know. Look, I remember addressing this on one of my videos when 6, 7 months ago and like a year ago when these same little bits that are not new came out about certain things. But around Mary, Jeannie, all these other things, I'm like, you know what? Sounds like to me there's just entirely too many damn people on all camps, sides, etc. That place just touching everybody. Okay? I don't care how anybody feels about that. It's the damn truth. And if you know statistics, well, you know, apples, trees, etc., it's common. It's a thing. So, but it's really weird. Well, I don't know, to me, that you have a bunch of people unable to keep their hands to themselves over in C's camp. You've got on Don's side, you've got his dad marrying babysitter. You've got that family also, even though it's a step situation, you got them unable to keep their hands on themselves. Don at one point came here and talked about stuff with, I guess, one of the stepfathers. I believe the other one his mom was married to before Gold. You know what? All I can tell you is that I think it's been known to many of us. There's just too damn many people around all sides, seemingly unable to keep their hands to themselves, and their bits, and there's definitely histories on all the sides, everywhere. It's one of the wildest things I've ever seen, especially when it contains step and, you know, plus married into, like, and then on C's as well. Like, holy shit, how many families you gotta get together, but all of them, somewhere in them, all seem to be unable to keep their hands to themselves, or bits, or pieces. I don't know, but if Don, any of these times he's come out here and done this, it's like 6, 7 months ago when I was like, yeah, that's way to go, bro. Like, all you're really doing is confirming to the rest of the world that the risk to your daughter and other children is way up there, like skyrocket territory because of family history and lineage and so many people. So, in his continued pursuit of trying to discredit, um, tear apart, do whatever with the sisters and everything around them, he keeps failing to realize that what he's doing is showing the rest of the world that there was definitely an increased risk around Summer and her brothers and others. Um, he's not the brightest man. So, I don't know. But he can't, I don't know. don't know. But and then also, I mean, not sure if he's aware or not, but when you do that, and then when you do that, say things like and out. I mean, like, and then here you are taking children to states where a whole hell of a lot of those people are having around them, and then other weird things, and then sibling that's on a list and staying there for a few months. I don't know, man. Whatever, I guess, you know. But I guess his point is to annihilate sisters first, like always. But all he's really doing is um showing the world that the risk around Summer and her brothers such is higher. And that C was in that chat last night saying she's probably miss the area and whatever. Yeah, I mean, I think that Pebble's been in the pond for a very long time, and I've shown receipts for some of it, but you know, and I think the world, those paying attention realize there's something wrong there. And like I touched on last night, and since very early on around here, but like y'all can hear for yourselves, and like that call to CM where Candace is back there calling people out. I'm like, how would she know? Like, she wasn't present when he was that age. She hadn't ever even really met the family. But there she is trying to play games with them with the Mary call later on too. But on the CM call between Dawn and Candace and him, she's back there laughing. She's doing other things in her little evil laughy manner, and having, whatever, and calling everybody liars, etc., whatever. I don't know. You have other versions of it, including pranks and hoaxes they still love to pull on others, including Mary and them, and Jeannie, whatever, and the world here. Candace plays into it fully. That is not a Don Mayer situation. Nope. Very much, like I touched on last night. Perfect pair. Coming together to eat and stuff. And you can see versions of it. Police reports. I've seen it in person for years. especially when it's time to come together to fuck with folks they've done fucking wrong to, or set up shit, or just pattern of theirs. And throughout the years, even before coming to Tennessee, looks like maybe, although that one report boy from Washington, Arkansas, still my doubts about. But whatever. But I've seen it in person for years, so I've also seen their setup games, their blaming bullshit. I've seen them trying to get ahead of stuff by falsely doing things. So I've seen the shit. Ain't nobody gotta tell me shit. And after watching certain things for a while, I started to get, that feeling that I'd already had since first meeting. Something's wrong here. This is a recon mission, and I still think though, probably more so than my gut screamed that day, and it just grows worse. Just grows worse. So hold on. I was hoping they were all preoccupied. And I'd be left be. Seriously? It's too difficult. Alright. I really don't want to go there. Oh my god, my stomach, dude. What the hell? What? That's weird. Okay. Let's. Alright. So, anyway, I had a few things I wanted to touch on. Um, where to be? Now, if y'all remember the last cycle where these names are dropped already, at that point it was lockdown and damaged goods. Helping with that. Trying to discredit, do whatever around sisters. Um, but what you have in there, look, now y'all, this is Daisy, with the Christine bullshit 7 months ago.
And I want you to hear it. As soon as she says, I'm here, can I help you? Or what's going on? You'll hear it. You also hear Summer in the background saying, help me. And he always tries to, Candace says, He always tries to hurt my daughter.
Let me see if I can get this one. About a bear. We're having like a bear situation.
Let's do it again so you guys can listen. I want you to hear it. As soon as she says, I'm here, can I help you? Or what's going on? You'll hear it. You also hear Summer in the background saying, help me. And he always tries to, Candace says, he always tries to hurt my daughter. Let's do it again so you guys can listen. And I want you to hear it. As soon as she says, I'm here, can I help you? Or what's going on? You'll hear it. You also hear Summer in the background saying, help me. And he always tries to, Candace says, he always tries to hurt my daughter. Let's do it again.
Well, that was Daisy's 7 months with Christine. Oh, but
If tuna is one of the healthiest and leanest protein you can eat, then why aren't we eating more of it? We'll tell you exactly why. Tuna on the supermarket shelves is basically smelly mush. The natural.
Oh yeah, I know you went to prison for a little bit or jail.
you know what I have to say about it? Classy lass is this. I find it weird just a few short months later, all of a sudden, nobody on the hill when Summer vanished could call the police. That phones work just fucking fine. Everybody in the damn house must have got all of them. But yet, from the top of the driveway all the way down Ben Hill could hold the signal, but weren't on the phones with the police yet. Strange, eh?
Please stay sober, because that's the way you get answers. There's no way anyone can work with you. And I just want to be blunt, and to try to help you if you don't. And I see that it's 10 o'clock. Before you went to prison, you used to do these at 10 o'clock and you were already gone. And I'm proud of you. Please keep it up and let us know how we can help, because there are a lot of ways. You're saying how there are ways, there's data brokers, there's way to raise money besides PIs. There's technology that can be used. She didn't just vanish, right? I mean, she had to go somewhere, and there has to be answers, and let us know how we can get there.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that, and definitely thank you very much.
White boy, thank you for having me on, man. Thanks for having Don. This was unexpected and a surprise.
Hey, always, brother. You know I support you, man. Moderate.
And this was lockdown, you know, playing whatever during that era.
Please, Nerdy Addict. I always support him. He's a different cut when it comes to these true crime YouTubers, man. You have a good night, and shout out to your girl, friend Eva, and everything that you
do. Man. Be well, everyone. Stay sober, guys.
Thank you. God bless.
So, man, he's a big tech guy, Don. He's a big tech guy.
All right.
He's a real deal. When you met him, he's almost kind of sneaky, right? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember when he come up there. Yeah, we talked to him for a while, and our PIs were there.
Good dude. Yeah. He's a good dude, but he's very low key. And one thing I always stuck out with him is he didn't want to be on camera. He wasn't looking for that. He does his own thing. And then what happened was,
yeah, they're real big fans of Nerdy Addict because him and his wife helped put out the first bullshit lies from Candace and Dawn about us, red truck, la la la. Right? Real big fans. Anyway, as you can hear him say, one of the first times they visited, it was him, you know, whatever. If you know about the piece, you know about the piece. Nerdy, I think his wife or girlfriend at the time. The PIs and Dawn and Candace, etc., etc. Right? Anyway.
the tragedy ends.
That was when Candace started lying outright. That was very early on, by the way. In, I think 2021. When Nerdy visited, I can't remember the exact date, but that's when she was like, oh yeah, I just found out she had a red truck and all this. Whatever. And then lied about them helping us move and all this horse shit. Yeah, so, yeah, they're real big fans of Nerdy.
Gaslit him, dude. He was all about missing kids and recovery. They gaslit him in the most craziest way. I believe they said he was on drugs too, or some stupid shit. But it was a.
Which, by the way, I showed the proof and receipts for just a few days back. After all this time, showing Candace and Dawn were straight on fucking liars about every bit of that. Right? Vending machine, moving shit, truck shit, whole night. Right? I showed the proof. And everybody's like, oh hell. Nah. Anyway, it's like, yeah, it's what the. Instead, it was the opposite way. It was that I was the one helping them, not the other way around. But that's their story always. And they're sticking to it. They're helping some sort of wayward children up at their house. They're helping some sort of DV situation between a couple. They're helping, you know, these addicts that work with Don or whatever. Right. But actually, it's the opposite. It's a thing with them. I know y'all know if you know. Anyway, carrying on. Because there's a couple things I want to get to.
Jealousy thing. It was just ridiculous. I've always doing it bad for him. But it makes sense. It makes sense with what he says for different areas and stuff.
If you don't own a gas mask already, consider getting one. Because according to a recently leaked report from Homeland Security,
he has his drone, he's good with it, dude.
Every damn time you go anywhere in your lockdown channel, it's some sort of propaganda commercial about how politics or trying to sell you gas masks or how the tiny man should be feared. I'm just like,
He's good with it. But yeah, shout out to Nerdy. All right, Checking Convictions is on. Small channel I support. She's got your back. She's a victim's advocate. She's another truthful YouTuber. How you doing, Jax?
Oh, good. Thank you very much. Hi, Don. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I just wanted, I guess.
I don't think that's peace. Yeah, this is 6 months. Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Alright, so 7 months ago, like I just let you all hear a minute ago, Cow Lady and Christine were on that phone call, pretty anti-Don, etc., right? But then, all of a sudden, lockdown, it's Cow on the channel. Oh, I don't know, about the same time Margie's coming out, right? Same, yeah. So anyway, all of a sudden, Cow pops up. I'm like,
Yeah, we'll do that. All right, everybody, I'm gonna stop recording. Say bye, Margie. Bye.
All right. What? Critters? Oh shit. Hey, what's going on? How are you? My bad. I wanted to get the playing because I don't want the question unanswered. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I guess it's me and you, huh?
Yeah.
can you all hear that?
Yeah, but I'm glad you're doing this because, you know, the truth needs to be out there about what really is going on, you know?
Well, I wasn't always a pro Don or Kansas person.
Me neither. Me
I
neither.
actually did pretty fucked up shit to him, to be honest. But I did apologize.
So just days from her and Christine, playing the piece and the phone calls, whatever. Here she is on lockdown, as Margie is trying to help Don discredit his sister, whatever, right? Okay. Wow, Cal. And also, this is the era when Christine started backing entirely away from the phone call. Yeah.
To him, not only them, but Tinmo. And then
Right.
That was a hell of a swap over from, well, I didn't always believe him to, well, in a few days. What? How convenient, Cal. So anyway.
I sat back and watched. I had to think, like, why do I have this hate or whatever, you know? And
Right.
It's kind of obvious when you have that talk to yourself, ain't it?
Right, right. And I've always had the, from the beginning, I was for Donna Candace. Then I kind of changed and started thinking, you know, the negative stuff. And I really was hardcore on them because I was listening to whatever, all the rumors and all that. But then I finally got to talk to them and seeing that they're not the people that everybody portrayed them to be. Like Candace cries and she mourns for Summer, and Don, I feel like he really is grieving himself so hard over not just Summer, but all of his children. And I started to realize, and I started seeing lies come out when I just what little time I was talking to Don. You know, we knew he was working because we would talk to him every day, and we would see, and people were saying, "Oh, he went down there to get drugs," and da 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 da. And the man was literally working from daylight to dark. You know.
The conspiracy theories are out of control.
She cut him and dogging. You know, it's fun.
Out of control.
Out of control. Yeah, I get it a lot myself. Well, I don't know how I fell into this spot, but Don is like a straight shooter. But I kind of feel, I kind of know, all these attacks on him, all these police calls. Even going to Jody Sue, I kind of felt bad for her too because the internet has kind of like wrecked these people. Kids and all, nothing's off limits. It's disgusting, but it's the same like certain people that are running the let me put it like this. This is what really disgusts me. There are people that I know that are subscribed to my channel, and I know they genuinely don't like a few creators. Okay, but then again, they will tell me how evil Don is, how much of a boogeyman he is. But they're getting information from the people that they don't like. It's weird, man.
Right, and not until they actually sit down and talk to them one on one, and see that they're not the people that people portrayed them to be. Like when Summer first went missing.
Now remember, this is also during the Candace had a stroke era too.
It was a crazy, crazy thing, and Don and Candace was under extreme stress. Not to mention, they were hanging with some not so great people at that time.
Don's in the chat over here doing the whole Margie's a great daughter and Candace is a great wife and her health is improving.
And I can see why they had, meltdowns and stuff because they couldn't trust anyone and they were just devastated. But now that things have kind of calmed down.
Anyway. And then in there, if you heard it, Lockdown's like, you feel bad about Jody Sue, etc., because the internet has just wrecked these people. Yeah, upon the direction of who, and for what, and why. Right? Let me think about it. Anyway, so during this last bit, I want to put this here. Right.
The other couple, they fight, right. No relationship is perfect. It takes a lot of hard work to make any relationship really work. I mean, you put two people together and you just hope that you vibe and you make it work out. It's not always as easy as it seems. Right. So our dad's always been a hard worker. How is he with your kids? Is he a good grandpa? Oh yeah, he's great. Yeah.
At Mint Mobile, we like to do the opposite of what Big Wireless does. They charge you a lot, we charge you a little.
I didn't realize I was doing it before, but my oldest son, he was so sheltered that hard getting us all together because, from just, it's not always as easy as it seems. Right. So, our dad's always been a hard worker. Like the couple, they fight. Yeah, last time I seen him was about 11 years ago when and my dad was not guilty at all. And so it makes, you're very brave, and it makes a very strong, the recording for YouTube. I know before we started recording, you expressed that you just wanted to have a kid to help your dad, and since you were involved in this case, you're the only person that can really, truly sit there and say, no, he was innocent, and these are the people that did it to me, and my dad was not guilty at all. And so, you're very brave.
Now, this centered around Mary and on saying there was a DCS case, I believe, in 94, where he'd supposedly done something to Margie, etc. Margie was like, no, and, whatever, right? But Mary said she, I think, had taken Margie herself to report it. I don't know. Either way, that's what some of this is about. But then
it takes a very strong person to come out and say anything like this, especially with everything going on. Do you have a relationship with him and Candace? Like, I know you said that the stepfather and his family were crappy, but I mean, like, you and Candace get along all right and everything? Yeah. Last time I seen him was about 11 years ago when they only had 2 kids at the time, but we lived with them for about 6 months, and before we moved back to Arkansas. Really?
Now, Margie, I think, last year when she did this was 22, 23 years old. That would have put her at the age of, I don't know, 11, 12. And I don't understand, because when Summer vanished in 2021, Candace and Dawn and how long they had actually lived at Ben Hill. I just can't make the math, and they moved here from anyway, but I guess Margie was implying that she and I don't know who else had lived at Ben Hill then, because by the time Candace and Dawn had 2 kids, they were living at Ben Hill, but they were not living there longer than I just whatever, but okay. And at some point, I guess Margie and whoever else, when she was 9, 10, 11, would have been living there with Candace and Dawn for 6 months or so. Alright. Okay. Okay. So, anyway, until they moved back to Arkansas. Maybe she means Pam and them or something stayed there, but I don't think that would have been 10 or 11 years prior to Summer vanishing, because they didn't live there that long. I'm just confused. I got about math. Anyway, so, then you have really
90% of people who feel tingling or numbness in hands and feet are ignoring the warning signs of dying nerves. An urgent message to anyone who suffers from tingling and numbness in feet.
She is the important one here, so. Now, there are certain allegations being made against your father, and you would like to clear the rumor mill up because you're saying that it's not factual information at all. And everybody deserves to have the truth come out, especially when they're being drugged through the mud. So, what can you tell me about your relationship with your dad? My relationship with my father, honestly, he's like one of the best dads I've ever had. Like, well, will ever have. But besides his drug problem, he's honestly one of the best. Like, he's always there for you when you need him, and he's always did anything that he could.
I'm gonna speed this up just a bit.
Help me out, whether it was money wise or someone to talk to, or he's never went against anything I said. Like, if I needed to talk to him about something, he would listen and try to help me out with everything. Like, I can't explain it. How many kids does your dad have? With my mom, he has 2, but with his new wife, Candace, he has 4. So there's 6 total children between 2 women marriages, and he still was able to accomplish pretty much anything that he could to help you in any situation that you ever experienced in life. Oh yes. So that shows that he was very attentive to everybody's needs. Yes, like anytime he had like his little drug ordeal or whatever, every Friday he would. Well, not every Friday, I can't say every Friday, but anytime he messed up on Fridays, I could always count on an hour lecture from my dad the next day, even though I didn't do it. I never did anything wrong, but he would still lecture me about it. That way I wouldn't follow down the same foot. So basically he was saying, learn from what I'm telling you and not.
So every Friday, much like in Summer World and etc., when, I guess paydays back in her day, he'd run out, do shit, then he'd repent to the daughter. It's like all the years this dude, like, when I was trying on when we first met, whatever, I mean, he always had this thing, and there's some details there I'm gonna leave out, but it was strange that first year when I tried to be. No. So anyway, he has that habit trying to repent to anybody near him after he's went on dope runs, so that's pretty believable. Then it eventually goes into the religious stuff, right? Running a religion every time he's gone on a run and come back. At least the big ones, anyway. Not the user ones, but the big binges every few weeks.
When I messed up, like he knows that you saw and experienced the messed up part, and you felt overwhelming guilt. I would imagine he's trying to explain to you why you shouldn't fall in that pattern. Yes, and my dad has always tried to teach me, like, not like the stranger ordeal. He always tried to teach me to watch out for people, because he'd always tell me, like, there's bad people in this world that'll want to kidnap you and stuff like that. And we used to watch what's that, America's Most Wanted together. That way he could like help me understand that it doesn't matter how old you are or how strong you are in this world, somebody is out there to always hurt you. That's the truth. So he definitely.
It's weird all the years lived beside him. I mean, Don, he rarely mentioned them, but when he did, I mean, he definitely mentioned them more than Candace mentioned her other ones. But for sure. Candace only ever mentioned hers as she was proud to have pulled a gun in the whole meth lab thing, whatever, right? She manufactured. But anyway, that's really the only time you heard her speak about her other kids was in that context. Don, however, would mention them generally after a binge. Couldn't. And then he'd be like, well, I regret, whatever, la la. And he was like, yeah, they don't want shit to do with me, though. So it's whatever. Carrying on.
Wanted to educate you and make you experience all these different situations, so you were ready for the world that you had no idea was going to be, in your future. You were experiencing it early enough so that you were ahead of the game. When he went on any, I don't want to say binges, or like a one night or a weekend where he decided to, like you said, mess up and use something, was that time that he was using, even though it was short-lived, did that ever affect his relationship with you or any of your siblings? Not with.
Now, mind you, she's like, well, every Friday. But then she's like, well, I mean, not every Friday, but when he would mess up. But then he tried to make it a lesson, and here's Damage going, well, when he would mess up, seems like trying to make shit seem like less than it is, right? To cleanse for.
Me, I know him and my mom thought about it a lot, but right. I she wanted the best, and that to her, in her eyes, wasn't the best. All right. So I don't know. My dad just like, I don't even know. Was he a full time, like, I know he had to work, but when he was home, was he full time, hands on, involved with the family, involved with the kids? Just being, just because you're home and you're present physically doesn't mean that you are involved. You can still be a non-existent parental figure. So did he try to be in your lives all the time, no matter what? Oh yeah. Let's see. There's times like my dad would take me and my friends out to play basketball together. And I mean, he wouldn't take just my friends, but like practically half the neighborhood. So he was like a neighborhood dad too, like a normal everyday father. My parents, I can tell you, we would have sometimes 10, 15 or more kids going in the pool and hanging out, and we'd go to their houses and there'd be the same amount of kids. So he was just a regular like neighborhood friendly dad. Oh yeah, I remember one time me and my best friend Crystal we went and rode bikes together on the bike trail at night, and my dad would follow behind us on a motorcycle. I loved it. Oh, that's so cool. I used to ride a motorcycle a few years back, and my kids would always be like, hey, we're going to be at the park, we're going to be here, can you show up? And sometimes like, can you ride the motorcycle? And then kids would want to get rides around park, and I could give the rides, but I could see your dad wanted to be like, okay, I could take you for a spin if it's okay with your parents or whatever. Like, from what you're making him sound like, he's just like a happy-go-lucky, I'm happy, my kids are here, my kids are friends, and he was a part of your life and experiencing you guys grow. Right. And I think that it sounds to me like that he was very blessed and honored to be your father. The father of my dad, like, there were times that my dad was in prison and we didn't get to see him for long periods of time, but anytime he was there, he always made the best of it.
Wasn't that like after 2001 when he ran here to Tennessee, got caught by the U.S. Marshals, took back, spent quite a few years in prison? Right. And then it just whatever. Just whatever. Anyway, I don't know. Or was that the Utah thing? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the thing is, I want to know when all this took place, because I know from other older neighbors here, when him and Pam lived here, it was much the same with these kids and the others. With them, community kind of had to keep an eye on, watch out for. Kids were not taken care of, etc., blah, 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 right? And they sort of just up and left in the middle of the night type of thing. And then eventually he comes back with Candace. But in all those years, he's in and out of jail, whatever. Like, clearly not with Pam after a certain. I just don't know, man. Alright.
I mean, he'd even take us to work with him and show us how to work. Like,
much like he did all the boys, but only after he'd fired or set up people a lot and to make sure he could get all the money off the job and use Candace and him to fit. You know, it's fun. Alright, Karen.
Taught me how to spot nail first off, and he just, I love it. I love the convincers at his job, like seeing the houses at his building or whatever, and I loved it.
So he was definitely very hands-on. He even did the whole "let's take my kids to work" day. And oh my gosh, I love that when I did it with my dad too. So I can only imagine that you were probably over the hills excited.
Oh yeah.
There are some allegations going around on YouTube about a CPS case from the year 1994. I'm not going to lie, I have heard a lot of mixed things about this over the past 2 years or so, but I never got involved in study of it because I didn't have the facts to base anything that I said on. I can give my opinions, but that doesn't make it the truth. So, you would like to speak on this a little bit. You told me just to help your dad and let everybody understand, coming from his daughter's mouth, that what the situation actually was. So I'm gonna let you take over and tell us about that.
They were saying that was happening when I was 3 years old. When I was 3, I was living with my mother, and I can't remember exactly who all was living with us at the time, but I do know at the time I was being molested by 3 different people. I was being molested by a half-brother of mine, a foster brother that my mom adopted off the street.
Every time Dawn comes out swinging at the sisters, or he has somebody speak, each time all they're doing is putting together a larger pattern. Even Pam's other children and Fosters and stuff were doing things to Dawn's children. And remember, Margie is the daughter he was speaking of, and he's like, oh, I was so proud of her when she got R to 18. She just sucked it up and didn't report it. Remember that.
And a family member from my step aunt's side of the family. But I do know at the time I was being molested by 3 different people. I was being molested by a half-brother of mine, a foster brother that my mom adopted off the street, and a family member from my step aunt's side of the family. His name was JR. I guess he's Debbie's son or something like that. That'd be Mary and Jenny. That's what her name is.
So you no longer have contact with that family, the step family.
I have not talked to them. I have not talked to any of them besides Jeannie and Trish and all them. They were about probably, I want to say about 10 years ago.
So,
Jeannie and Trish and all them, they were about probably, I want to say about 10 years ago.
So she was living with Dawn and him 10, 11 years ago was the last time she had contact. Last time she talked to Mary and Jeannie was 10, 11 years ago. 3 was like, whatever. Anyway, as you can hear, she puts out the names that were featured last night. And make sure to keep others quiet, but make sure to be like, for Mary and Jeannie's side, right? But then also, half brother, which means another stepdad, somebody Pam's around, and her own, like, there's so many damn rotten trees around here, bro. So many.
10 years ago, that's a long time, so it's safe to say that you pretty much separated your core.
Yeah, I have not talked to them in years. The only one I can ever remember ever actually talking to was Jeannie, and that's because she had 3 kids.
Wow.
And honestly, I don't ever remember any of being nice to me at all. So I don't know why I would have tried to talk to them about it. I think I would have talked to my Aunt Sonia before I would have talked to them.
Did you?
Now notice she does call the other ones siblings or half siblings, etc. With Pam and everything.
Tell your dad about what was going on?
At the time, probably not. He does know now. Now that I'm more to nice to me at all. So I don't know why I would have tried to talk to them about it. I think I would have talked to my Aunt Sonia before I would have talked to them.
Did you tell your dad about what was going on?
At the time, probably not. He does know now. Now that I'm more able to open up about it, because back then, I was too scared to talk to people.
I'm sure they probably made you feel intimidated to say anything also.
Yeah.
That's very sad. Now, these allegations about this CPS case are made towards your dad. They're saying that Don Wells is the one that was doing all of these things to you. In fact, you're saying that it was not your father, it was these other 3 people. I won't even call them humans. It wasn't him. Do you know the whereabouts of your dad? I know it was a long time ago, and it's probably a hard question, but was he home? Was he incarcerated? Or?
I can't really say for sure. In one of 3 places, which was either prison, halfway house, or he was living around somewhere.
Okay. Did you always reside pretty close, like a close proximity to your dad's house?
Well, my dad never lived outside of our house, other than prison or halfway house I can remember. But if he did live anywhere else, it probably would have been his dad's house or something like that.
So, as of right now, we are saying that your father, and actually no way at all, has ever done anything to hurt you or violate you.
No way at all.
I'm apologizing right now because I know that's probably hard to talk about, especially knowing that we're doing the recording for YouTube. I know before we started recording, you expressed that you just wanted to have your kid to help your dad, and since you were involved in this case, you're the only person that can really, truly sit there and say, no, he was innocent, and these are the people that did it to me, and my dad was not guilty at all. And so, you're very brave. It takes a very strong person to to come out and say anything like this, especially with everything going on. Do you have a relationship with him and Candace? Like I know you said that the stepfather and his family were crappy, but I mean, like, you and Candace get along all right and everything?
Yeah. Last time I seen them was about 11 years ago when they only had 2 kids at the time, but we stayed with them we lived with them for about 6 months, and before we moved back to Arkansas.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, they're like any other couple, they fight, and, you know. But,
right. No relationship is perfect. It takes a lot of work to make any relationship really work. I mean, you put 2 people together and you just hope that you know, you vibe and you make it work out. It's not always as easy as it seems.
right.
So,
My dad's always been a hard worker.
how is he with your kids? Is he a good grandpa?
Oh, yeah. He's great. Yeah. I remember one time we had a little, we like to play practical jokes on people a lot.
Really? Oh my God. He seems like a jokester too, from just what I heard about him and spoken with him about little things. I don't know if you remember speaking to me in the past, but I know him and my husband have spoken a few times. But he seems like he could be a real funny, just like just regular good old boy. You hang out, might throw back a beer or 2, maybe not, who knows? But it's always fun. You never know what to expect. Kind of like the light of the party kind of guy.
Yeah, it's kind of hard getting us all together because once we get together, we kind of gang up on people a little bit. We have fun with it.
That's funny.
I love it.
Do you?
That's weird. Family activity. Everybody likes to play pranks, and it's kind of hard when they all get together because they like ganging up on other people. What?
Think that he could be a real funny, just like a too, from just what I heard about him and spoken with him about little things. And I don't even know if you remember speaking to me in the past, but I know him and my husband have spoken a few times. But he seems like he could be a real funny, just like just regular good old boy. You hang out, might throw back a beer or 2, maybe not, who knows? But it's always fun. You never know what to expect. Kind of like the light of the party kind of guy.
Good old boys, Dukes Hazzard style. Always in trouble with the law, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of hard getting us all together because once we get together, we kind of gang up on people a little bit. We have fun with it.
That's funny.
I love it.
Do you think that he would have ever done anything to hurt any of his other children?
No.
And I'm asking this because of the events that have taken place with Summer. I know a lot of the things are off topic, you can't speak about it, but I mean, you can, and you can honestly give your opinion and say, like, do you think there was any involvement at all on your father or stepmother's behalf?
I don't think either one of them had anything to do with Summer's disappearance. Like I said, my dad, he loves his kids, and his girls to him are...
He loves his kids. He loves my siblings, he loves my sisters and brothers, but she does use the term sisters, brothers, stepbrothers where it concerns other children around her in other realms, including stepfathers she can't stand. But very distant language where it concerns Summer and the boys. Yeah, everybody must have been in constant contact for the years for sure.
So precious. I can tell that it's really hurt him. He's come up here to visit me a couple times, and I can tell by the look in his face that it's not him anymore. It's like taking Summer away from him has taken a lot away from him. It's
a weird statement.
His whole person. It's not him anymore. It's like taking Summer away from him has taken a lot away from him. It's just his whole personality has changed, and it's kind of hard to see my dad now. It's like I feel like it's hard to be there for him now because I don't know what to say or do for him. Like, I can imagine.
Say can make it better or easier, but by him knowing that you have his best intention at heart and that he has your support, that means more than you think, because you have to understand YouTube is a huge land. A lot of them are just crazies that take advantage and they lie. One thing my husband and I are both known for is that we're not going to lie. I don't really care if I hurt your feelings or not. You're going to hear the truth from me. And, well, that's just my personality, and that's my husband's personality as well. And that's why we think it's very important that by doing this with you, we can play it. He's going to play it on his live tonight. I'm going to play it on my live another day. I'll probably text or call you. Well, I'll text you just in case you're busy. I know you have a family of your own. And see if you want to talk about anything else, or even if you want to come on. And if you do come on, you don't have to show your face. I want your privacy always to be the first thing, that we focus on. So you can sit there and keep your camera off, and you can talk about anything you want to. I know Dawn is not allowed to speak with anybody about the boys. Are you allowed to mention them in any way?
I don't know. Nobody's ever said anything to me about it, so.
I guess my only question is, they were equally as loved and cared for as you and Summer and his grandkids, right? Like,
oh yeah.
So do you think that he deserves his children back?
I think he does. I think he needs them.
Yeah,
honestly.
A child in any way, shape, or form destroys a parent. I mean, you can never imagine your life without one of your kids, or three of them.
I shelter my kids a lot, so I didn't realize I was doing it before, but my oldest son, he was so sheltered that he used to get mad because I wouldn't let him go anywhere.
Do you have...
Look, I'm confused. I don't know, maybe they have her age wrong? When they state it, they have to, right?
A memory that stands out that you want to share, a story about your dad. I know I keep saying Don, and I apologize.
Because, I mean, Don's son, Don, is around my age. He was born in the 80s, right? This would have been like 3-ish or something in 94. I don't know. Maybe they all misspoke her age. I don't know.
That sticks out in your mind, that's just like such an amazing, fun story that you just want to share, just to give a little more of like a personal invite to his life as a dad. Like any stories that you wouldn't even talk about with your kids, like, oh, Grandpa did this, or just little goofy things that you talked about with the family.
All I can really say is like the best description I have for my dad is like my dad reminds me of Home Improvement. So Home Improvement, the guy on there, Tim Allen.
Yeah, is he the tall guy or the guy that?
Yeah, he would be the. There. Tim Allen.
Yeah, is he the tall guy or the guy that?
Yeah, he would be the tall guy. Like, that would be my dad right there, through. I mean, he wouldn't be as stupid as that guy is.
I was just going to say, are you telling me that your dad, when he worked on a project, it ended up exploding?
Yeah, that's probably about the only part that's, like, not him, but he was always the one there to, like, try and teach me about cars and teach me about tools, and he just wanted to make sure we, like, always knew, like, what we needed in life, like, what was the best out of
I don't know, I guess the cars and the tools, I guess that's why Monster, myself, Eldest, the other men in the neighborhood, random passerby would often have to pick some her brother's dirt bikes, the chains, tighten them. Clearly a little worried because they're coming off the hill with bad brakes, etc. For quite a long time. They were put out of commission, at least one of them, because of some simple issue. It set up for forever. Last I knew, even when summer vanished, there was only one bike running, but it's fine. Because that's why everybody else had to fix the boys' dirt bikes and all the shit in the neighborhood, eh? Or worried about them and the brakes screaming as they were grinding. Yeah, it's fine. It's all fun.
You know, right. I think that's awesome. I'm gonna ask a question. I know I asked you if there was anything off limits, and you said not really. But if you don't want to answer this, please don't. You just say I'll speak about it, or I'm not comfortable talking about it, and it's fine. Drop it, move on. But there have been, I guess allegations. I'll say allegations that your father was giving sedatives to children, and then questionable things may or may not have been happening to these children after they were passed out. Can you just give your opinion on that? Because
also, that was the chasing and all them oriented, blah blah blah, targeting of. Though we clear have admittances from Dawn, Allie, everybody else long before I even come here, and Molly Golightly and this whole group being aware that he was indeed smoking substances with the children that clearly have sedative effects, like weed, right? Etc. And who the fuck really knows what else they were all doing, right? It's not a fucking flying leap. If you're gonna do that, what the hell else would you do? Whatever, right? Don't give a shit anymore. But the point is that this was well known. But what did chasing and lockdown and arrest and damaged and all them go with? I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Do you know the effects on a little one's mind or anything, even with green? What the fuck? Seriously. Seriously. And do you remember when Dawn was on Ziggy's? Bitching about DCS having one of the boys on meds and things to calm him down, do all these things, right? And he was like, oh, I told the DCS worker the best thing that could happen, or their caseworker, whatever it was, that they should take him off lemon meds and put him on weed to calm him down. Calm? Like sedate? You don't say, motherfuckers. I'm so sick of this shit. Tired of the world playing ignorant of the fact that weed or green, especially in a little one, would be a holy shit. And then Dawn goes further on Ziggy's panel and says that he told the DCS worker that when they got the boys back, he was jerking him off of his medicines and putting him on weed to calm him down. Fuck off this shit already. But this was, it's always mutual, right? No matter where Candace and Dawn go in their little group, the well-organized group online, they're always trying to make some shit. Like discredit other people, make it look like somebody newly said something that's been known even by their asses, like the shower stuff, man. Dawn had even said that. Allie said that. Others around them said this shower stuff. Hell, Dawn went even further. He said that he showered with all of them at one time. But then Jody Sue says it. And oh my god! She's a fucking liar. She's crazy. She's pulling out of her ass. I'm like, fuck? And then Candace wants to act like she don't know. And she's all shocked on her. I'm like, I'm so tired of this place, y'all. Y'all just have no fucking idea. But this was damage, lockdowns, chasing the whole group. When they go after somebody, it's to discredit like this shit. It was to try to discredit Mary, Jeannie, etc., other victims. And always mention Jody Sue somehow. I'm like, holy shit. And then Dawn and Candace and Real sit back is they tamper with witnesses and try to discredit everybody in front of the world stage and put them off as liars and unreliable and unfounded and whatever the fuck else. Behind the scenes pretend they're hands off, and no, it's the creators. And look, it's the trolls, Jody Sue. Don't you know the statistics? But they're actually helping us get hunted from a group that already hunted us down hours after Summer vanished. I am so sick of this shit, okay? Nobody on this earth at this point is getting me to believe that people aren't trying to tamper with or destroy everything around Summer's case on purpose, or to target all the suspect list of theirs that really are either all bullshit, or they're actual witnesses, or the children who are witnesses, or those who live too close or might know too much. Okay? It's just how it is. It's where I'm at with it. Fuck everybody. Alright. Rinse, repeat, regurgitate. Alright? Notice the cycle this time too was leading up in the past few days. It's been hit Jody Sue, hit the sisters. Bam, 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 right? Right in a row. And it's always the same garbage, bro. Same shit, different day.
Has said it, and a bunch of other people, but the person that said, it was Jody Sue. I can't stand it. But I don't trust anything that comes out of that woman's mouth. So I
have never witnessed anything like that in my life, honestly. He's never done that to me, and when I lived up there with him for 6 months, he never did that to his kids.
So she's saying she lived at Ben Hill for 6 months. When she was, I don't know. Because damaged and lockdown say at the point of this interview in 22, I guess. No, actually. Let's see the date on this. February 25th this year, she's like 22 or something. So that would have put it, shit, I don't, whatever, bro.
And like I said, my dad gets up early in the morning, and he doesn't get home till about 5, 6 o'clock at night. When he comes home, sometimes he cooks dinner, which sometimes can turn out a little scary.
And then he's not prepared to do that. He can build anything, but Lord help you.
Oh my goodness, he ruined my spaghetti one time. I'm so bad.
But here she is joking about spaghetti, but do y'all remember when Candace was talking about how she couldn't ever have spaghetti because, and this was right after I was talking about how Monster, this is when we first come here and all this era, and then Candace started coming out of blue and was pissed and trying to move timeline back, all this other shit. But Monster, I could rarely have spaghetti, the kids and I, etc., because he despised it because of jail. Jail had turned him against spaghetti. But when I got here, my mother and, home cooking, right? It was a soul. She kept fixing spaghetti for me. And, kind of made me cry and whatnot. But then the next thing you know, whatever, when Candace starts coming out on the streets talking, she says that Dawn hates spaghetti, so she never gets to eat it. But this one here is like, oh, spaghetti. And Dawn, wait, what? I don't know, man.
He can build anything, but Lord help you.
Oh my goodness, he ruined my spaghetti one time. I'm so bad.
I can look at your face.
Oh, never have him making some potato salad. Oh my goodness, that's horrible.
Did it turn out all mushy?
Oh no, he put carrots in it and peas and all kinds of stuff. You don't put in potato salad.
Okay, well, hey, sometimes experimenting with food can be a good thing if everybody's on board, but clearly you weren't. So hey, you know what? You tried, right? So
I think him and my husband were the only ones eating it that day.
Even if it wasn't the best that everything he did for you guys, you can honestly say that no matter what he did,
And I guess, even though the last time she was really around him was when she lived there with him, when she was, I don't know, 11 years, I don't know, whatever, right? 11 years prior. But then it was her and her husband eating Dawn's spaghetti or potato salad. I don't know.
Right, he gave it his all. Yes, he did. I mean, he was like one of the best dads you could ever ask for, honestly. Like I said, along, except for the drug problem, you know, but...
Was that an on and off thing your entire life, or I'm assuming how long that he's had issues? So I'm just trying to.
He's had issues since he was a young teenage boy.
Okay, yeah, that's a hard devil to kick, you know. But it seems like he might fall back a little bit, but then he springs right forward and keeps going on.
And even during this time, I remember going like, "Wait a minute." I think your siblings would probably disagree. I think the neighborhood, when they were little, and Brian's keeping an eye on Margie and Donnie, little Donnie, and stuff, because Pam and Dawn were doing them all the same, including their step sibling or whatever with Pam, the kids Pam are getting and everything. I know the community disagrees with that. You know what? It's fine. But as someone who's heard her siblings cry and DV and these phone calls, and Dawn's been online beating the shit out of Candace, so that's not relationship. And glass houses and all, obviously, same shit's got like, but God, what is happening? And there, how many police reports on Pam and Dawn too? And him, what, breaking her nose, doing all this shit. Okay. Okay, man.
Now he seems doing amazing.
Yeah, he actually is. I'm very proud of him.
With all of this that has happened, and this is not in any way insulting or demeaning Candace, but she had a stroke. You had informed us. Yeah.
During this period is when Candace was slurring and shit. They were calling the foster family and children, whatever, and they're like, no, it's not that she's drunk. It's that she had a stroke. I don't know what happened to the stroke. Has anybody heard it mentioned lately? Or did that heart surgery ever happen? Because, I mean, I gotta tell you, at the same time of year, several years prior to that, I had to watch the children for her while she was in the hospital and things. I've shown her receipts for. Same thing, she needed major surgery, blah, blah, blah. But she also had colon cancer during that period. Kid you not, she told me she had colon cancer, too. I don't know, man.
I can only imagine how hard that was for them to have to go through that. I mean, it's completely natural for that to happen with anybody. But how has she been since her medical issue with the stroke? And how has your dad been coping with this?
Honestly, I haven't talked to her much here recently, but I can tell that she's not done too well without her kids. I mean, they were everything to her too.
You know what? I can tell she's not doing without well without my sisters and brothers, siblings, half siblings. Nope, I can tell she's not doing well without her kids. But mind you, even these siblings that had done whatever, all these things around Pam and whatever, and the stepdad, she makes sure to mention their relation, step, and otherwise calls them siblings and everything, but not the boys in summer.
I can tell that she's not doing too well without her kids. I mean, they were everything to her too. Absolutely. That's why. I mean, that's why it happened. It was just so overwhelming. And hey, I understand it. I don't even know, lost my mind. I don't know if I'd still be walking around if anything happened to any of my kids. Alright, I feel you. What do you think their biggest goal right now is, other than, of course, to find out where Summer is and what happened to her? What do you think their biggest goal as a couple and a family is? Just trying to get the rest of their kids back.
Just trying to get the rest of their kids back. Not trying to get my brothers back and find some.
Is and what happened to her? What do you think their biggest goal as a couple and a family is? Just trying to get the rest of their kids back. I think that's the only thing they're really working on right now. Right. They can't see any other goal right now other than trying to get their kids.
Okay. Their kids. Not my siblings. What the hell's up with that language? The rest back. It's whatever.
That's all they talk about. And they won't rest until it happens. I know that for a fact. So, with the allegations, we're going to go ahead and say that the CPS allegations in 94 was a false report on your dad. Was it ever even reported? Or is this just a rumor that was made up because people heard about things? I don't know. Like, I've never even heard of it myself, so. Oh, so you just found out about it, and that's why you wanted to call and talk about it and explain that it never happened? Yeah. Okay. I mean, he sounds like an awesome dad. Did he ever teach you how to play cards or pool? Oh, yeah. He's the one that taught me how to shuffle cards and how to do a couple card tricks. I think that your dad sounds like a pretty run-of-the-mill normal dad. I mean, my parents never had any issues with drugs, but my dad has always, taught me how to play sports and work on cars and, cards. I can't tell you, you're telling me stories about your dad. And, my parents were always very involved as well, and they sound like, parents like mine. They just wanted the best for everybody in their life, regardless of the situation and the circumstances. And I think that your dad kind of feels like maybe he didn't do enough because he did so much, he did try so hard, but at the end of the day, this tragedy still fell on your family, and so he must have some type of guilt, like, what did I do wrong, or what didn't I do right to prevent this? But he was, there was nothing, it didn't seem like there was anything that anybody did. It was just something that happened, and how do you know it's going to happen? We can't tell the future.
Well, I don't know. According to Don Wells, he had an angel tell him right after Utah that something was going to happen this summer. It was going to happen on Candace's watch. And even a couple weeks prior, he was crying in a photo, and he just knew Summer wouldn't be with him much longer. I don't know. I think at that point, I would have probably put up Fort fucking Knox around my house, and probably not let Candace in charge if I thought something was going to happen on her watch. Like he kept telling people, if something were happening to Summer, it'll be on Candace's watch. An angel told him, and then I don't know. I think if I had all those warnings for all those months, man. But you just never know when an average Tuesday is going to end up not an average Tuesday, man. Seems like Don Wells was told by the fucking angels, and then he didn't heed that. I just don't know, man. Just don't know about y'all.
Right. Is there anything before we cut the recording off that you think it's important for everybody to know about you, your family, and Don, your father? I'll be right out.
There is one thing. My dad, almost every single time I talk to him, he thinks about this time when I was 15. He had done he went and done some drugs or whatever, and he ended up selling his car. And I was pregnant at the time, and I had to walk 2 miles into town just to go to a doctor's appointment, and he had to walk with me. And he felt so bad that every time he talks to me now, he has to apologize for that. And
it still weighs heavy on his mind.
Oh yeah, just seeing me walking when I was pregnant just tore him up. And I just keep telling him, like, Dad, like, I did it every week anyways. Like, he always had the car at work, so, you know, I always had to walk everywhere I went, so it never bothered me. But it bothered him watching me do it, and he felt bad.
Yeah, I mean, it was his fault in his head, you know. He forced you to have to do this, even though he didn't intend on this being the situation. Yeah, you know, parents will carry guilt for certain things they've done, and sometimes it's a lifelong guilt, but, you know, he acknowledges it, he's apologized about it, and you've told him gracefully many times, hey, it is what it is. You know, sometimes things happen, and we have to just make it work.
Yeah, I keep trying to tell him that he's like the best father in the world. I would never trade him for anybody. I mean, yeah, he still doesn't believe me, you know.
Well, you know, my kids say that too, and I know I'm not the best. I know there's always room for improvement, and I'm sure your dad, especially having a clear mind now for as long as he has, he's reliving a lot of the things in the past, and he realized that there's a lot of things he could have done differently, but you know what, it's a learning experience.
But then not long after this began the hotel days with him and Candace and Margie, right? I don't think that was a clear mind, bro, but let's carry on.
And here you are, after all of the lies, the rumors, and just the attacks. You're putting yourself out there and coming on and speaking to me, and allowing me to record it live later on to explain to people the things that they don't know about your dad and to clear his name. You know, there was never any paperwork about him involved in this case. You even went as far as to name 3 people.
Yes, another realm. I know all the drug dealers. Didn't you know? I mean, I've got my name changed here. Heart and Bear, I run the Vice Lords. I'm also somehow Snitch Ninja Extraordinaire. I'm Loaf Stew, whatever. I know all of them. I know all the things. All the people. Just seen him yesterday. I was on a stripper pole with him. Yep. So I met him. I was clearly out dancing last night. And, now, I don't know if that was before or after I took him a few keys. on bicycle or not. I can't remember. And then also somehow snitched him out. I don't know. But yes, I absolutely know that guy. I sure do. I know him for a fact. Actually, I've probably got him hidden around here somewhere. Ceiling tile, I don't know. A bucket, maybe. Oh God. Oh God, another realm. It wouldn't be a tattoo artist that's done my tattoo, would it? That they've interviewed, and I don't even know the fucking guy. But Monster and them gave the name or the place of or whatever. Oh yeah, yeah. I've got him under the fucking kitchen sink over here too. I got all the tattoo artists over there, and don't forget that I somehow got this beautiful thing on the back of Summerwell's for sure, even though I had it long before she vanished and last session and radiation combining. And then I screwed my tattoo up while searching for her while I just had a dose of radiation. I'm just, yep, they're all here, man. I got all the cornbread folks here. I've got the CIA in here. There's 63 buckets. I got a stripper pole. I've got all the wish lists. Yep, all the drug dealers. I got them. The meth monkeys, those y'all been looking for, they're in the microwave over there. Anyway, carry on.
That were involved, and you didn't even have to do that. You didn't have to go that far. It was all about just, you coming on because you love your dad and genuinely want to protect him and tell the truth. And that's what kids do, That's what we do for our family. Alright. So, I'm going to end this recording now. Is there anything else that you want to say before I do? No. Okay. Then we'll do that. Alright, everybody, I'm going to stop recording. Say bye, Margie. Bye. Alright. And
anyway, so as you can hear, I don't even know anymore on that. That will come into play here in just a few minutes, though. I am, gonna go get a cup of ice, however. A cup of ice. Cup of ice, it's a shake and bake. It's like, it'll, I'm telling you. I'm also gonna pour some, drugs in here, a lot of alcohol. You'll probably hear me slur. Ignore the scar, the health issues. It's fine. It's really that I'm gonna go put some meth in here, probably with some milk, maybe. Maybe a Sunkist, a Fanta. You never know. Anyway, enhanced. Do you care to wear pants for just a few minutes? Because I do want to check on Little, see what's shaking there, see if she wants to hang out for a few minutes, and then get her on task for teenage Batman. Could be. Yeah, no, I think she was painting when I spoke to her. spitting name. Anyway, yeah, I just want to chat with them. Oh, a little and get a cup of ice. Alright. Alright. I'll be right back. Alright, guys. So, let me see. Let's see if we've got this. Not Junebug. This thing's gonna be difficult. That's why, Goofy. You're using the wrong one. Okay. So, how in the world did that happen? You kidding me in hand? Seriously? I felt like I'd heard that name before. Somebody tell me why a psychic was just in here asking me questions. Why they always do that? It's like Serafina wanting to know all these people and who they are and what they are. Like regular people questions. Not like that. I know, motherfuckers. Y'all are psychics. You tell me. So sick of it. Fucking psychics. These people are all jokes. Anyway. Whatever. Whatever, dude. So, let's see. There's so many points. Alright. Fuck it. I'm just gonna go places that I had marked. For reasons. Even though there was about 16 in each one. Anytime now, bro. Anytime. Oh, that was the wrong button. Yeah. Oh dear. Damn it. What happened? Touched the button. Things went sideways. Not freedom. Not that, dude. Holy shit. Seriously?
So I know you went to prison for a little bit or jail. Yeah. Please stay sober, because that's the way you get answers. There's no way anyone can work with you. And I just want to be blunt, and to try to help you if you don't. And I see that it's 10 o'clock. Before you went to prison, you used to do these at 10 o'clock and you were already gone. And I'm proud of you. Please keep it up.
You know how you can recognize a doofus that knows nothing about
There are a lot of ways. They're saying how
anything, but they've always got a hot take on crime. They call regular jail prison. There's a difference. Say no, doofus. Anyway.
There are ways. There's data brokers. There's way to raise money besides PIs. there's technology that can be used. If she didn't just vanish, right? I mean,
No shit.
she had to go somewhere, and there has to be answers, and let's know how we can get there.
Hot take.
Yes,
man.
sir. I appreciate that, and definitely thank you
Real helpful.
very much.
White boy, thank you for having me on, man. Thanks for having Don on. This was unexpected and a surprise.
Hey, always, brother. You know I support you, man. Moderators, please. Nerdy Addict, I always support him. He's a different cut when it comes to these true crime YouTubers.
Right.
Man. You have a good night, and shout out to you and your girlfriend Eva and everything that you
Well,
do.
man. Be well, everyone. Stay sober, guys.
Thank you. God bless.
So, man, he's a big tech guy, Don. He's a big tech guy.
All right.
He's a real deal.
When you met him, he's almost kind of a sneaky, right? You remember that?
Yeah, I remember when he came up there. Yeah, we talked to him for a while, and you guys were there.
Good dude. Yeah. He's a good dude, but he's very low key. And one thing I always stuck.
We went over that a little bit ago.
He didn't want to be on camera. He was looking for that. He does his own thing. And then what happened was, tragedy gaslit the dude. He was all about this kid and recovery. They gaslit him in the most craziest way. I believe they said he was on drugs too, or some stupid shit. But it was a jealousy thing. It was just ridiculous. I've always doing it back for him. But it makes sense. It makes sense with what he says for different areas and stuff. Yeah.
What was the process of actually putting this all together? Many hours of finding the right.
He does his drone. He's good with it, dude. He's good with it. But yeah, shout out to Nerdy. All right, Checking Convictions is on. Small channel I support. She's got your back. She's a victims advocate. She's another truthful YouTuber. How you doing, Chex?
Oh, good. Thank you very much. Hi, Don. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I just wanted, I guess, kind of nerdy, kind of asked my questions. It was about searching. You know, is there anything in the future for searching? I also want to tell you that I'm very proud of you for sticking with White Boy, who really cares, because we just there's a lot of very good people out here that really do care. Like,
that was awesome. Sorry, his girlfriend sent a super chat. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you.
There are YouTubers that really do care. I never covered Summer's case. I did share her face and her information because that's all I can do. I'm a factual based YouTuber. I only want to bring out the facts and the faces. The rest of the stuff doesn't matter. We all come from dysfunction, right? It's not.
If y'all remember, this is also the night that what's her name over there that entirely discredited the shit out of McDonough and erased all his videos off of her website. WebSleuth came on, but was like, "Oh, Don, you're honest and truthful, and I support you." What the fuck? I was like, "What the hell is going on around here?" Anyway. And of course, this is the cow. All these things are starting to come into play as Christina went back off of the hate train on Dawn. The Margie stuff's going full effect. The targeting myself and my little things full effect. I mean, it's just. Or Margie being used to target the other sisters, but
nobody in life is perfect. I think what they done to you actually was so wrong. Re-victimizing and making victims. The internet is a forever lasting place, and my heart breaks for things that were said by other people to you and your wife. And all we want is your daughter to come home. It's so sad. And your sons, and we want your family unit to be whole again. And I truly cannot imagine what you go through every single day, fighting the demons that have been created through YouTube about you. I watch ads, and I see some of the most ridiculous questions a day with missing people, and only sticks to the facts. He does not go down
do that, but there's a few that do, that's for sure.
Heels in the air, I wanted to get. I have a few people backstage. We got to give them a minute. Just give them a minute. People, question after question. There was a couple comments here. I don't understand people. I want to put them out. Why are I don't understand it. How have you been? I don't know how your mental health is. I get aggravated, bro. Like, since the chat has started, I've already asked my.
Download the Domino's app today and become a piece of the Pi Rewards member to earn points toward free pizza.
America is on the cusp of the greatest power outage in American history, but the mainstream media refuses to report on this. Did you know that Russia right now is preparing for a silent...
Oh, shut up.
Thank you very much. Hi, Don. Nice to meet you.
Hello.
The ads will knock down this channel, man. I'm telling you what.
So you.
I just wanted, I guess, kind of nerdy, kind of asked my questions. It was about searching, is there, and her, nobody in life is perfect. Don't leave that crumb. But also sticks to the facts. He doesn't, well.
I don't know how your mental health is. I get aggravated, bro. Like, since the chat has started, I've already asked my moderators to ban the thing up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's probably the haters from other channels, I'd say. I figured they'd be in chat.
You know what I mean? They ask the dumbest things. It's just like, you already explained it 45 times in 4 different languages, backwards, diagonal. Like, what aren't you registering? What's not fitting in? I don't. At the beginning, Don Wells video, since I was utilizing it. But that's a video. That is a video. Okay. If I was live, look, I've gotten a few donations. Never. Don. Okay, look at this person. Don said places on his private property where private investigators can or can't go. What defines an area that can't go? Okay.
Private property where people won't allow searches or something of that nature. Some of them people up there are nuts.
No. It ain't that they're nuts, Don. It's that the people with common sense, don't want you and others on their properties because half the damn community, everybody else worried about what you and your tragedy pimp folks and your dumbass search and everybody else might fuck around and put on or do, or what you gonna dox, or or which names you gonna let slip next and annihilate somebody else's life. I mean, no. But I know that all of them are like, they obviously will let law enforcement and feds search. They just don't want you and your fuck sticks on their property. I think that they're nuts, so they're fucking smart. And anybody smart in that community ain't gonna let you fuck sticks on their shit, quite frankly. But as you can see, they have openly allowed law enforcement and feds and such to search. Can't imagine what the difference is, bro. Probably another Dawn slip statement, right? Yeah. And they've all, as a community, watched you two dipshits on here playing setup games, talking shit about everybody, doxing the fuck out of people, accusing family members, all kinds of relations to one another, just falsely throwing people out there, seeing if something will stick, anything besides you and Candace, anything to get attention off y'all. No, I'd say they're smart, not crazy, and not assholes. That's what I'd say. That's probably just me, though, I guess.
But you don't want to go up there and just start searching around there, because some of the people are crazier than hell. You need
just like the deer stands, right? Or what are they called? Blinds.
Yeah, I mean, because of all the stuff that these other YouTubers, like Bullhorn Betty, for example, come up there and screaming and yelling at all our neighbors and stuff. They won't let, because of that, they don't want people up there, period, because of what they've done and the damage they've done.
Dude, all the neighbors are well aware that you and Candace have been working with all these, including Bullhorn. And all them. Since the beginning. And where when they were here, bro. And we'll get to that here in a minute. Just like all the journalists you talk to about the YouTuber. Pretty well aware that when you're running about the YouTubers, they also know you're in the background. Hey, bro, with them all. I don't know, man.
They've hurt people. My one neighbor, she's broken hearted because of what they've done. She just lost her husband, you know. And,
I can imagine some of these people just drilling her too.
Oh yeah, there's one neighbor, just lost her husband to cancer, that I was the bad guy, I was the mayor, because I was like, it's fucked up, y'all are down there bothering him, he's dying, leaving be, etc. Oh, but they're so broken hearted. Don didn't care to bring Dolly Vision in and film the house location, his dream cars he wanted to fix up but never got around to, and then let Dolly in front of the world call it a trash heap and a junkyard and this there, and film their property and put it out to the world and act like it was just a whatever, but those were his dream cars he didn't quite get around to. And was not left in peace in a place he had moved to for peace, even while dying of cancer. And mind you, these are neighbors who had threatened these sons of bitches with all kinds of shit because of their treatment of animals. So yeah, but as soon as Don could hear other people say this and then be like, oh, the neighbor, yeah, he cares a lot. Carrying on.
And yeah, I could only imagine, man. Damn, I didn't think about that. It's nuts. It's nuts. That's nuts.
You know, and I'd like to say, they talk about us having, a criminal past, and stuff. Well, I really believe what some of these tragedy, what these people are doing, Chris M, Josh, and all that, is way more criminal. I mean, what they're doing, the lies and everything they're doing, trying to get me railroaded into prison and everything, false allegations and stuff, is more criminal. I mean,
okay, so it's not okay for Josh or Chris or Madeline or the railroad or say him or whatever, right? But him and the C and these creators can use this place to target witnesses, those closest to neighbors, false suspects that they put the fuck out and throw in this arena, innocent neighbors, community members. They have these creators put their business out, dox their homes, family, shit, anything to take eyes off him and Candace or otherwise, or maybe a real suspect out there somewhere. It's okay for Dawn and Candace to do that to every fucking one from day one. To potentially get innocent people put in prison just so the mask remains. At the very least, that's what they're after, is them and how they look, even if they're not guilty of anything to do with Summer. Right? still more worried about the sisters and how they look and the masks and whatever, right? Than Summer. And it's okay to, and hell, let's be real here, all the way from there before anybody's fucking public, there were some setup games afoot and shit and suspects put out by these Fruit Loops that weren't even logical. I was like, what the fuck? And even after they were told that these people were cleared or not relevant or whatever had been talked to, they still went about for months offering them out to the public, like Dudley on
ban and hide people and people act the same.
Like Dudley on Dr. Phil and shit. But that's okay for them to do. Weird. And to direct tragedy pimps and their buddies to do to other people around everything, really, especially those who know a little too much. Right? It's fine. Hey. Alright, carrying on.
And up there next to murder is my
Absolutely. Listen, that lady said a lot, dude. She said, because we were talking about this on the phone. Chris, I knew something was up with that video he made. He does not like when people talk about how he coerced those minors into confessing to a murder they didn't do. He doesn't like when YouTubers review that. He even made a video about it. Then he sends this lady, who has one of the biggest sleuth websites there is, papers dismissing him from the lawsuit. Man, what a snake. What a snake. Because what she said is true. Who goes and looks to see if someone got re-added? She did it. Evidently she did, which is why she apologized to you. But that's the tricks and games these people play, man. That guy is a scumbag. You're absolutely right. Look, he utilizes the system on YouTube. One thing I hate about true crime is, dude, people are here for all types of reasons. People watch this type of stuff for all types of reasons, whether they're dealing with grief, whether a situation like what's happening with your family has happened to them. There's so many different ways people are locked in and watch. But there's one thing in common. They all have bleeding hearts. They all want justice, and they have bleeding hearts. This guy, man, look, homicide detectives go to school. They gotta know. That was said tonight.
The case, and he knows he don't know nothing. He's just a YouTube. That's all he's.
Why didn't he solve the case of who shot his house?
Exactly.
Who didn't solve that case?
Why was he buying drugs?
Exactly. I wonder how much of the drugs video heals. Long gone, I appreciate it. Where is he? All right, what's up?
All right,
Miss Lori.
Hi. Oh gosh, for some reason I feel nervous. I'm Mr. Wells. God bless. I'm sorry that your daughter's missing. This has really hurt a lot of people. My thing is, I want to paint a picture of who she was, or who she is as you know her, like her personality. And I mean, her picture, she looks happy to me. She looks like a happy, normal 5-year-old. Saw her in a little cute church dress that you put out. Let me see how I can phrase this. As a mom, I just want to know, I guess, okay, you went to church every Sunday, right?
Every Saturday.
Oh, every Saturday. So you're churchgoers, which is good. On Mondays, did she participate in any tap dancing or baton twirling? I know she
loved to she done the best she could to try to dance to the best of her ability with no dance lessons. She,
You like to just jump around and skip.
Yeah, I mean, our church has a lot of programs, though. They teach the kids, how to play music instruments and all kinds of things. They're really involved with the children, and I sure wanted the kids.
He really says some of the weirdest shit. It's almost like shitting on your own kids. Like, they're 5, man. They ain't professional ballet dancers, and they're dancing. Well, does she enjoy dancing with her? I don't even know what is going on here, but you're not like, well, she danced to the best of her ability. It's like, man, she enjoyed dancing. She enjoyed running around, Like, I did too at that age. I was never like to a stranger or family. Well, she, to the best of her ability. What the bro?
To grow up in that church, and
So was she a part of the choir or something like that?
Well, she sang the best that she could. She hung around.
And once again, while talking about Summer, this lady goes, well, was she part of the church choir? And, he goes, he doesn't say yes or no. He goes, well, she did the best she could. Or the best to her ability. What the fuck? Do y'all remember your little ones singing, humming tunes, their favorite cartoon theme songs? When you were describing those moments, or like when they're riding in the car with you or anything else, they pick a favorite tune, y'all are singing together, you're whatever, right? Do y'all ever describing those beautiful or cute moments, or like, the heart keepsake that, like, do you remember going around going, well, today they tried the best of their ability to sing with us in the car. What the fuck?
I'm robbing a lot.
Listen.
So was she a part of the choir or something like that?
Well, she sang the best that she could. She hung around Robin a lot. Robin was the Sunday school or the Saturday school teacher, I should say. But and they were always doing all kinds of fun things all the time, and I could see that, why Summer would want to hang around Robin, because Robin's just a good.
The old 1, 2, 3, insert Robin move.
Would she say to you, oh, Daddy, I like Robin, or oh, Daddy, I like Church? Did she express her feelings?
Well, yeah, I mean, one thing Summer liked to do, though, in church is she would go visit with Robin for a while, and then she would come over with us for a while. Or, if Robin was on stage singing, then she would go up on stage and be with Robin. She'd do I sat with Robin here a while back, and I could hear, Robin was singing, and I suddenly understood why Summer wanted to be around her so much. She's just.
Well, she was a good teacher, right? A good happy.
Yes, yeah.
Weary doesn't say Robin was singing to the best of her ability. Oh no, man.
Person, yeah.
And I could, me and Candace don't sing too well or anything, Candace wasn't brought up in the best of ways or anything. I mean, she's tried.
What? And he's always comparing Robin and Candace. Does anybody else, since Candace and Dawn's first interview together, get the idea that Dawn wishes he was married or worthy enough of a Robin, and that him, Summer, and Robin could have been a family. Like, does anybody else get this weird freak show shit vibe off of this, or is it just me at this point? Because I've been feeling it since, the first interview with both of them. I'm like, what a slap in the face. And he's always comparing Robin to Candace out in the open, and always with Summer, like Mr. I Dream of Robin over here. And he even shits on Summer, but never shits on Robin. There's this glow. I don't know, man. It's
So Candace, I mean,
person. Yeah.
and I could, me and Candace don't sing too well or anything. Candace wasn't brought up in the best of ways or anything. I mean, she's trying though.
Candace, we don't sing or anything, but, Candace wasn't brought up in the best of the ways, but she's trying the best she can. That had nothing to do with singing or anything. It had to do with him and his mind shitting on Candace and comparing her to Robin. For no real reason. Just, what the fuck? I don't know, man.
Candace was trying hard to.
Was she ever a Girl Scout? Did she like scouting?
Well, what they have in that church is called Pathfinders, is what they have in that church, and so the kids get involved in Pathfinders, and they do all kinds of things. They go on trips and hiking, all kinds of things all the time.
So, she has some survival skills, even though she's 5. She knows how to, set up a little fire, right?
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't go that far.
No.
But they've done a lot of fun things. Just heavily involved with the children and church activities.
What would she say to you, though? Would she say, what were her likes and dislikes?
And that's the weird part, right? Listen to this.
Even though she's 5, she knows how to, set up a little fire.
I mean, she's trying, though. Candace is trying hard to.
Was she ever a Girl Scout? Did she like scouting?
Well, what they have in that church is called Pathfinders, is what they have in that church, and so the kids get involved in Pathfinders, and they do all kinds of things. They go on trips and hiking, all kinds of things all the time.
So, she has some survival skills, even though she's 5. She knows how to, set up a little fire, right?
Who is this woman, and what does she think all 5-year-olds do? What is up with this woman? Has she ever even met a child? I always wondered that, because I did. Yeah, but what the fuck? And she never lets him fully in. I just don't know, man. But she goes, oh, so she had survival skills. She could build a little fire, whatever. I'm like, does she even know? Is she aware of Summer Wells and who her parents are? And that since day one, they're like, no, we tried to terrify all of them by telling them there's coyotes and bears and to stay directly in the yard. And we didn't teach them about survival while they lived in the middle of the woods. We actually made them terrified of it, so they had no survival skills at all. But basically, it was an auto babysitter to terrify them, to keep them in the fucking yard. Well, they were all trashed or whatever, or teenagers were watching them or whatnot. No, opposite of survival skills. They wouldn't want them to have those. Alright, carrying on.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't go that far.
No.
But, but they've done a lot of fun things. Just heavily involved with the children and church activities.
Well, she has some survival skills, even though she's 5. She knows how to, set up a little fire, right?
But they wouldn't go that far. No. I don't know. I wouldn't go that far. But just heavily involved with the children and church activities.
What would she say to you, though? Would she say, what were her likes and dislikes? Did she... I'm trying to paint a picture of her, like,
well,
who she is.
We used to like to watch, videos on our leisure time, and on YouTube, we'd watch videos, and
YouTube. Always with the YouTube, these people. I don't know what the fuck was going on in the rest of the neighborhood. But literally, and I find it so strange now. I feel like Dawn and Candace or the voice, somebody here definitely knew some shit about YouTube and maybe this realm and people in it before Summer vanished. Or that it existed. That's what I feel like. That's what my gut says. Has for a long time. Lord. Anyway, I don't know. I never watched YouTube unless, like, it was a necessity or music. And even then, I don't know what kind of signal else was getting over on that fucking hill. But I tell you what, on ours, shit wouldn't, like, not buffer, okay? But what the fuck? Right? It's always YouTube. Well, the boys are always the ones on YouTube, though. But it turns out everybody in the household is on fucking YouTube all the time. He had to look up the methods. This is how he taught their kids to be terrified of property shit, and survival, and whatever. And this one time on YouTube. What the fuck, bro? Anyway.
Would always want to watch the Godzilla video. She liked that. And she,
oh, Godzilla again. You don't say. No.
When on our leisure time and on YouTube, we'd watch videos, and she would always want to watch the Godzilla video. She liked that. And she,
yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, so that's the good monster taking care of the bad monsters. And
yeah.
She was just really intrigued by that video, and I try to tell her that that's not an actual, it's not actually real, but she was intrigued by it.
Did she have a...
It's a little odd, isn't it, to throw in there for Donnie? It's bits like that I should probably have paid attention to. Probably bits like that are odd for him to add in, that are
good sense of what is real and what is... yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, so that's the good monster taking care of the bad monsters. And
yeah.
She videos on our leisure time, and on YouTube, would watch videos, and she would always want to watch the Godzilla video. She liked that. And she,
yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, so that's the good monster taking care of the bad monsters. And
yeah.
She was just really intrigued by that video, and I try to tell her that that's not an actual, it's not actually real, but she was intrigued by it.
Did she have a good sense of what is real and what is not? Like what is imaginary?
She's 5, lady. She's 5 in 2021. I am absolutely certain this woman has never met a child in their entire life. Did she have a good sense of imaginary verses and reality verses? And bam, in 2021, Summer was 5. She couldn't have ever possibly met a real child. I just don't know.
I think so. When she was only 5, but she was very smart for 5 years old, for sure. But most girls are.
Yeah. Well, girls tend to be smarter than boys.
Yeah.
Just want to say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
What would be her favorite snack? Like, did she like chocolate ice cream or?
Well, yeah. She liked all the kind of foods that I like. I mean, yeah.
That's the answer. She liked all the foods that I liked. Well, that's a blanket, isn't it? Because probably you don't even fucking know, real honest with you there. It's weird. I don't know, man. I can tell you from when mom were little what their favorite baby foods were, what little first snacks they enjoyed, their favorite foods for like each step and age, and even now, like, yep. And I know they get to stages where it's like, you know, their favorite snack changes every other day, but their super ones and things, their favorite candies, their favorite foods, you know. I think most parents could. And you remember Dawn's thing, and it has been for a long time, that he'd bring her favorite candy, or she'd write him out a list, and before he left in the morning, and then she'd run down to meet him in the driveway. Did you get my candy? Or he'd always take her for candy. But then, when asked here, he's like, ah, she likes the foods I like. Alright, bro. Alright. Alright.
I don't know. She just loved to run around the church and be a free soul and visit everybody. And some of the church members would get mad, but finally everybody just kind of gave up on making her sit still because he wasn't going to make her sit still.
Huh. That's strange, right?
Oh, yeah. But she liked all the kind of foods that I like. I mean, you know, I don't know. She just loved to run around the church.
Right back to that. From the snack, the blanket statement, she just kind of liked to run around the church. Listen to this, though.
She'd be a free soul and visit everybody. And some of the church members would get mad, but finally everybody just kind of gave up on making her sit still because he wasn't going to make her.
Finally, everybody else but you and Candace gave up on making her sit still and knew they'd have to watch her while she was there and teach her and whatever, because you all clearly were not. Yep. See, that's how that sounds to the rest of the world. And the videos kind of show that you all were not in any way parenting or trying manner-wise or anything like that. And I get it. Some kids are just, but you could even tell at times Robin was like, ugh, you know. Yeah, they gave up because you all weren't doing anything as parents in there. Candace was sleeping in the pew, and you were just like, oh, this is totally normal because whatever. And call your fellow members not just, well, everybody just was whatever, like a little like exasperated or something. No, you said they were actually mad about it. But then they just gave up. They gave up on you two, not Summer.
She was on the wild side. Did she like to bake cookies? Was she like a cookie maker or a cupcake maker at church?
Well, yeah, in church, anything, she made.
Did she make cookies, cupcakes, or, well, yeah, in church. Really?
They was getting into making jewelry there for a while, and she made.
And he jumps to what he's heard Robin say, especially with McDonough. Remember, Robin comes out and says, look, she made me this Mother's Day necklace and a set of earrings there with it, and all this. So he knows that from watching here, probably what Robin said a million times herself. about the earrings and the repeat necklace stuff, right? This woman clearly asked about cookies and cupcakes and baking. Dawn jumps back to church. Well, she made Robin a necklace this one time. Bitch, is that a cupcake or a cookie? Not in church?
Robin, the necklace and the earrings, and made, I think, herself a matching pair.
Oh, that's nice.
Without videos.
John Neville Robin is doing all right. I know, I believe I heard, I don't know for sure though, she's got a lot of, like, I know she's got a lot of shit from YouTube too, right?
Who? Oh, yeah, Robin did, yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they even come to church and done videos, and even Robin done a video with Chris McDonough, you know, and
really, damn,
yeah, we were all fooled by him. Yeah,
but she's holding up though. Like I know,
she recently she lost her dad, and then she lost her mother, and she's hanging in there. But her daughter was really close with Summer, and it's close to the same age. So when Summer disappeared, her daughter had nightmares for a long time, has been having a hard time dealing with it, thinking that the same thing's going to happen to her, you know, kind of thing.
That's her cousin, right? Her daughter?
No, it's not her cousin, but not blood relationship, just church family.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
See, I want to just talk about who she is. So she's a little girl who likes to make jewelry. And
she likes to think of herself as a princess. Of course, I think all girls, you know, would do that.
She has the princess attitude.
Well, you can see.
Like,
I got a couple other people down here. I'm gonna get them on, and then.
But you can see in that one video where she's dancing in the rain. Yeah. You know.
I'm gonna let people up, Chloe. All right.
What?
I got a couple people backstage.
Oh, okay. I just was trying to paint a picture of her. Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Nobody wants that to happen. They say it's about Summer, bro. But Dawn can't answer questions better. This woman would like to know, be able to paint a picture better. And Lockdown's like, shit, tonight we're on the hate channels and cleansing for Dawn. We ain't got time for Summer to paint a picture about her, lady. I gotta drop you down to get one of the channels up here to address Dawn's real concerns tonight, which are Mary and Jeannie and McDonough. That's the real concern, Dawn Wells. Hell yeah! And Robin. I hope that woman keeps account of her pain.
Good talking to you. Thank you.
Nice talking to you. God bless.
You too.
We're gonna find her. We're looking.
Okay,
Thanks.
good. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, I do have something to say. Wifey, you hit the link. Wifey, I don't know. That's so sad. Yeah, it has touched a lot of people. It has touched a lot of people. Summer was a you know, look, she's a cute little girl, and it felt huge. People it's like a magnet to people. It's difficult to explain.
And here he is finishing that off, going, well, Summer was in past tense, a cute little girl. Well, she's it's hard to explain. Yeah, what, bro? It might not have been. You let questions continue to paint a picture about Summer. But you're over here trying to now be like, well, Summer was, but you didn't meet Summer, and you're not asking not about Summer. Instead, you all are addressing the hate channels like McDonough, Josh, and hitting out at myself at that point, trying to discredit, annihilate, make me into a liar. Also using Margie to hit out at that point at Mary and Jeannie and the rest as well. Right? Yeah, that was more important. Carrying on.
Would you agree with that, Don?
Yeah.
Yeah, something about her just grabs people, like just grabs a big bear hug and doesn't let go with it. And I do this thing, but
and then Dawn drops off. But anyway,
you have a lot of love in the chat. You have a lot of love in the chat. The whole night you have different haters in here, but they didn't get kicked out. Tomfoolery.
Yeah.
It's okay. All right, so since I wish I could have offered you a winning lottery ticket. On the internet, these people are tough, and they're very tough behind this camera. But what I noticed is, if you set up a legal like boxing event or something, they will run from the hills. He does like these romance scams, but he goes on.
And most of this was hitting out of Josh about him and whatever, and that setup shit. I think that's when they were doing that whole 10K thing around all that, and the grab and whatever too. That concerned.
I really just wish they would quit tearing our family apart. I mean, you know, these guys just hate fire, but ended up dead. You know, on
Absolutely. He's a homicide investigator.
He's doing what he's doing to my family. What he does. He was brought up in a home where we don't have that. We don't have pornography and stuff laying around the house and stuff like he would like the audience to think or whatever. We don't do that stuff. He doesn't have a clue what any of that.
No, but according to Candace, you just fuck on a futon with some crackhead whore right beside of all the children on a dirty pile of laundry. Right, bro? But definitely no magazines or TV infomercials, and definitely no unsupervised YouTube. Because, Lord, you can't tell what's on this bitch.
What it's about. Yeah.
Like I said, he was a cop. Okay, he was a detective. Fact that he made.
He knows more than TBI, FBI, and John.
I reach out to them for you. They've always had your back. Okay, this Heels in the Air has done videos on what we're talking about with Chris McDonough. And I don't.
Yeah, it's not right to say anything, but well, I probably won't go there. But you know,
I would don't even give him any game. But you should definitely follow through. I know what you're about to say. But yeah, that guy PM is so for the people who don't understand, this guy has literally reached out to multiple people in his family and Candace's family, and I'm gonna tell you straight up through personal conversations. I've been also seen 80s Oceanside homicide games like he did with the little boy. You want my phone gone?
Yeah.
And he went to YouTube.
The best one. That's what we're commanded to do. You know, and it's hard to do. But when they've done so much damage to our family, you know, and based on what CM has done, you know, a lot of other YouTubers went after us and just followed suit and went right in there. You know,
people believe this shit. She's like, "Oh yeah, I'm still in communication with Donna Wells. We're like best friends." That is the furthest from the truth. The furthest from the transactional communication. It was crazy, man. I can't find the guy that pays $9,000 per ounce with Josh. Just like so, but Betty said that.
That's just lies upon top of lies on top of lies.
And Lockdown was trying to say that it was like $9,000 that Josh paid for an ounce. It wasn't. He said 2 pounds or something. There's Lockdown, not accurate and light, just to try to discredit and screw with Josh.
Nobody pays that much money for just hanging right there with him. Like that's not criminal activity. Everyone.
Somebody who is anti-Don is literally running game on you. So, what planet are you from? The
Trail, and then losing the scent at Ben Hill Road.
The
matter is, there's no new leads. There's no new agencies. There's no information. There's nothing new. There is zero information in Summer Wells case. new in the past year. In the past year. Everybody who is anti-Don is literally running game on you for clicks, views, to keep it going. What part of multiple police agencies has cleared the man? I know there's one YouTuber swaying their opinion. Oh,
you might recall Don being cleared. Anybody? Lockdown apparently does. If he could hand us all that over, or all the multiple police agencies or whatever, just one actually, or even Lawson himself, not Anton, but Lawson, or Pruitt, or really anybody. But apparently Lockdown got a list from law enforcement, the rest of us. Or a phone call maybe that Benny, pissed off. I don't know. When did this happen?
Multiple agencies, there's no information. There's nothing new. There's no new lead. Like, what planet are you from? It's annoying. I understand your concern. I understand you want justice completely with you. But the fact of the matter is, there's no new leads. There's no new information.
There's no evidence. There's zero evidence all the way around the board. There's nothing. The only evidence we have, what I've said, many times, is the dog going from the back.
Oh, those are eventually going to be the famous last words of Don Wells.
The basement door.
You want justice completely with you. But the fact of the matter is, there's no new leads. There's no new information.
There's no evidence. There's zero evidence all the way around the board. There's nothing. The only evidence we have, what I've said, many times, is the dog going from the back door, the basement door, straight down the dog trail, and then losing the scent at Ben Hill Road. That's the only evidence we have.
Moderating. Moist podcast timeout. Raymond, remain calm.
I don't know, bro. Somebody didn't have their asses all up in YouTube trying to further the chaos from real life onto the internet on purpose and worried about the mask and maybe not on the phone to the Robins and Dotsons of the world and all the things. Maybe they know better than that. Don, even this late in, doesn't, though. And I always find it funny when he says that.
Timeout.
Dog going from the back.
No new lead. Like, what planet are you?
Now notice, White Boy's talking about no new info, no new leads. Don's like, yeah, there's no evidence. What? Lockdown, or anybody else talking about evidence? They were talking about no new leads and no new information had been put in. Don's like, there's no evidence. Oh, bless his heart.
You from? It's annoying. I understand your concern. I understand you want justice completely with you. But the fact of the matter is, there's no new leads. There's no new information.
There's no evidence. There's zero evidence all the way around the board. There's nothing. The only evidence we have, what I've said, many times, is the dog going from the back door, the basement door, straight down the dog trail, and then losing the scent at Ben Hill Road. That's the only.
Now, mind you, this is the dog he had to overhear searchers talking about. But then the next time he told the story, it was that he witnessed with his own eyes. Then then the next story was that feds and law enforcement had definitely made sure he knew whatever. It actually may have a little reverse, but it grew. His fairy tale about the dog and the scent and watching it and whatever, it grew. It still grows to this day. At least that's what fucking Pinocchio says. And then, not long ago, now he no longer believes the doctor. It's fine. Whatever, bro. Yeah, died. The only person so far I'm aware. Well, they did say whoever was driving the red truck was a witness. And Pruitt come out and was like, Judge Sue's not a suspect. You know. It may have passed the word along at some point, but not heard anybody come out and call them anything. You know, as a matter of fact, I was freaking out and going to smoke fairy crack because the feds are, I don't know, YouTube pretend federal agent, much like was used by pitying them to try to fuck with us. Someone knew better. Made Don go smoke fairy crack and lose the voice, etc. But somehow, even after passing polygraphs, multiples, eventually, somebody somehow made him believe that he had sold or had something to do with Summer Renner. I don't know how it's possible for human psyche, but whatever, bro. Must have been McDonough, I guess, interviewing him or putting him on a lie detector test or making him falsely believe. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. And then, I know that in person, Dawn and Candace told me that they were asked for more polygraphs, quite a while after the first few, and refused them, and then they said they were not going to cooperate with Hawkins anymore. So, I don't know, that's weird. But really, the only time anything's been said is Enton, and then later on, the feds refused to quantify it or whatever to talk about cleared versus because all we do is muddy the water, or some shit like that, I think. But either way, yeah, I don't know, man. Lockdown apparently has information we don't have. He was given a list.
The evidence we have.
Moderating Moist Podcast, timeout. Remain calm, timeout. Listen, you're not gonna minion for someone who is a coward.
As far as the timeline, we've told people a lot of things, but we've left a lot of things out because we're not supposed to talk about the timeline. So there's a lot of things that we've left out purposely. But we talk about certain things, trying to get people to, believe in us a little bit and stop all this hating. But it just, you got people like CM, Josh, Doug, and all these people just continuing this hate stuff and just wanting to keep their channel going. To me, that's what they're doing. It's about their channel. They don't give a damn about Summer. I beg to differ on that.
I agree with that. I agree with that. You could just take a look at a very simple thing as how are they as a parent. It'll answer a lot of questions, but they'll ridicule you. So I'll ask you a few questions out of my comments, not hearing the lies, but what I see a lot. Okay? And they're all anti. I completely comprehend that you and your wife sat down with FBI and went over an official timeline. I'm smart enough to understand when YouTube creators say they have a timeline, they're gathering information from here to here to here and putting their own timeline together.
Right, but there's a lot of information that they won't have.
Exactly. I do understand that as well. There's people that will say this, where were you at 5:30, Don? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead. It's clear to me the answer is very simple, but.
Well, to be honest with you, I can't exactly remember. I wasn't looking at my watch when I called 911. I wasn't looking.
But he knows for a fact that during what was probably the crucial period that he was absolutely certainly sitting down with Jamie between 4:30 and 5:30. But yet, like at fucking noon or something when he called, and he's like, well, they're going to be late for a few minutes while they're waiting on prescriptions so that, I have a lot to do at work. So I'll just, instead of going home, I'll just, I'll stay at work late. But yet he had time to sit down and hang out with Jamie for an hour and whatever, man.
On my phone, I was busy dialing 911. I could give a damn less about the time at that point. I was busy calling 911, freaking out about my daughter and probably my wife.
It's clear to me the answer is very simple, but
well, to be honest with you, I can't exactly remember. I wasn't looking at my watch when I called 911. I wasn't looking at my phone. I was busy dialing 911. I could give a damn less about the time at that point. I was busy calling 911, freaking out about my daughter, and probably my wife was doing the same thing. We weren't trying to say, oh, let's see what time it is and make sure we get a time stamp here for the YouTube. We weren't thinking about that. So I really, honestly.
Yeah, but the thing is, Dawn slips if you go back in certain pieces, and he says, well, Candace eventually, on her messenger showed where, and we knew then about what time or whatever on messenger that the police call went through, whatever. And that was in the very early days. So unlike this place thinks, and they've allowed to think, those two do have the original devices, and at least it's told me to my face. They were given back instantly, and I know they were communicating with Monster still, these other things, Messenger still, I don't know, but either way. And now, a couple weeks in, they did go purchase new devices. But, that night or the next day is when Dawn was like, yeah, they took our phones for just a little bit, and then when they gave them back, they were erased. But then he slips in certain pieces around here and says that Candace could tell what time law enforcement was called because of looking at her messenger on the phone and stuff and whatever, so take it as you will. You'd think if law enforcement was going to delete everything from all those times, from 3 onward, I guess they forgot to delete Messenger. And I guess that's what she called police. I don't know, but I guess they forgot to delete Messenger from 3 forward because him and Candace were able to look at it to ascertain what time law enforcement been called. Unlike they said to our face, when they got their device, it's fine. You just have to look for the pieces yourself. They're around here. Carrying on.
We don't know, but I did see on some channels.
Now, mind you, this is only 5 or 6 months ago. By this point, as much YouTube as these two partake of, they absolutely are aware of it, at least. And how many channels that he hadn't done, whatever, where, and talked about that at least the dispatch audios, like 623, 626, 627. But then you always get shit like this.
Somewhere that the call-in for the 911 call was 6:30. I don't know how true that is or what, but I assume that that's probably the case. That my first 911 call was at 6:30. So, but I don't know that.
Well, I mean, if you're doing a timeline with FBI and they're sitting you guys down, obviously, if you're not home from work, okay, or you're en route, they're gonna, Candace is gonna fill in that area, whatever. It's common to me. It's common sense. Okay, but people are trying to ask that in a negative way to push you to push you.
At that time, they probably told us what time the call was, what time I got there, because there was 1 or 2 police cars at my house when I pulled up. But when I tried to leave, I said, "You guys are just questioning us. You guys ain't, I want to go find my daughter." And I tried to leave, and I got stuck down on Ben Hill Road, blocked in. The Beach Creek Road and Ben Hill was completely locked in with police cars, with first responders, and all that. It wasn't nobody going anywhere. People coming in with trailers and 4-wheelers, the first responders, and we couldn't go nowhere. Man, it was the biggest nightmare that you could ever live through. It was just unbelievable. There was no coordination. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. And me knowing that she was taking from our property, because if she wasn't taking, she would be there. I mean, that's just simple mathematics or whatever, simple deductive reasoning, I guess I should say. If she, I knew that somebody took her because she don't wander off. I taught her better than that.
Right.
But you could sit there and tell that to Josh, CM, till you're blue in the face. It will never phase them. They'll never.
No, these people ask you, like, I put a comment on the screen, but it annoys me because I've already talked about this lady, and it's very simple. Like, it's aggravating to me. Through conversations.
At Blood Run, fishing is not a sport. It's not a pastime. It's not a hobby.
To me, through conversations with you, and actually there is lies exactly with what you said. What you said was, you guys maybe shouldn't say some stuff because, for reasons and whatever else, but I think you said you want people to believe you, right?
Right.
You got to stop doing that, Don. If you do that, if you stop doing that, bro, hear me out.
Yeah.
Eliminate that stupid timeline argument, because and all the hate channels, they have the same arguments. It's the same stupid little pieces. Cut the timeline off on them. You know how not going on the panels is driving them crazy?
Yeah. Yeah, that was.
I would roast them if they make a link. Roast.
I sent you a link on the new rules on YouTube. I watched hard. I mean,
it wasn't for the internet. But that's exactly what I'm saying. These cowards and these idiots and these scumbags are like trying to taunt you. They're trying to trigger you. They need you.
Because they're trying to find out what happened to Summer. But, they're not exploiting everything, exploiting our family or anything like that. We're not in prison either, and we're not facing trial either, so that could go both ways.
As the father of Summer Wells, can I please ban this person?
Oh, yeah.
Father.
Yeah.
Get this person out of here.
Right.
You guys have all these questions for Don Wells, but you won't hit the Wells tomorrow. What's found? This is what. And she was walking toward them, you and Candace. These people think Summer would go to them. Okay, this lady I asked you this too when we first started talking, but I'll let you take it. Can you read it?
That can't happen. There is absolutely zero to go on. The only evidence, like I said a minute ago, the only evidence we have that I know of, I don't know what police have anything, but as far as I know, all they have and all anybody has is the dog going down the dog trail and losing his scent on Ben Hill Road. That's all we have to go on, as far as I know.
But why aren't you cleared? Why aren't you cleared, Don? Why don't you jump on panel, Don? Where were you at 6:45, Don? All right. I want to lighten the mood up a little bit, dog. Can you read this comment, please, on the screen?
My
But a minute ago, White Boy said he was cleared. Now, parroting, the haters, he's like, "Why aren't you cleared, Don?" So he clearly knows Don's not clear. What the fuck? It's so wild.
You went to jail.
Go ahead and ask
Okay.
it. Stop there.
I will. It's uncomfortable for me to ask it, but while you were in jail, again, there's zero new information on the Summer Walls case. Zero. None.
Right.
But as an antic and tactic, what the guy, better.
I think that might have been all in that piece. Y'all give me just a second. Because I had another one to go to. That one I went through too long. But trying to do this thing my way. So anyway, I'll be here. Alright. I'm back. And I'm using the wrong one again. Good lord. One of these days, man. Alright. That's not. Oh, here it is. Alright.
So you know what?
Now, I don't know.
It's been 1 week since Donald Wells was rearrested in court following his DUI arrest last weekend. Today he spoke with News Channel 11 for the first time since. He told us he has obtained a lawyer and he cannot speak about what happened. And although the family's website created,
I have lost control. I've done stupid things, and for that I apologize. I'm just trying to be right, trying to focus on our church and the things that our family, that we so much enjoy together.
This Thursday we'll have in-depth coverage throughout the day about this.
Here we go. Alright. Let's see.
Several protested.
Alright. So here is a year ago, January 11th, 2022. Do keep in mind the piece a minute ago where Don was all like white boy, but yeah, our neighbor Bullhorn and all them came there terrorizing, but I was like, at this point, I was like, fuck YouTubers, Bullhorns, MGL's neighbor dying of cancer, other sensitive people, and everything. They gave me hell for it, remember? Right? But a minute ago, Don was all like, to lockdown, 6, 7 months ago. He was like, oh, the poor neighbor, he passed away, and blah, blah. And don't forget, he also, we went over how he let Dolly in there filmed, called the man, his property, his unfinished dreams, pile of junk. That was cool. So anyway, we're going to revisit.
Yelled at the parents of Summer Wells as they worked on a home in the Edinburgh Park. Several protesters yelled at the parents of Summer Wells as they worked on a home in the Edinburgh Park community of Kingsport.
It was scary. It was scary for sure. I mean, Candace was in tears and she was shaking and all that. She's scared.
The group heard yelling profanities at the parents and loudly claiming the parents had something to do with Summer's disappearance.
Let the police do their job. I mean, I feel that they're just making a mockery out of everything for their YouTube channel and personal gain. I don't think they pretend that they're all about Summer and they care about Summer, but I think otherwise.
But Wells says today was not the first time he's seen the protesters. From his front porch this weekend, several hundred feet from the road, he could hear protesters screaming over bullhorns.
The protesters, been coming to our house probably 6 times in total and just making a mockery out of everything.
Are you afraid for your life?
Well, there at first it was very scary. It could be bad. It could be dangerous. It has been. But we just want to get back to normal. And
Wells says the protesters' presence has been taxing.
I remember my stomach being in a knot just constantly, not being able to sleep. And if I did sleep, when I woke up, as soon as I wake up, first thing on my mind is Summer. Where's Summer? And just begging God, just constantly, that was my baby, my little girl. She was always with me.
Wells keeps in contact with investigators, not giving up hope.
I even hear from people time to time where TBS has contacted them because their cell phone happened to ping in the area. So I know that they're still working and they're still looking into things.
So that's kind of how Don knows whatever the law enforcement or feds are doing is fine. People be like, hey bro, they contacted us the other day. Alright, anyway. Here's the thing. Now, mind you, by this point, alright, Don and me clearly been online with all these folks. Must have been terrified for his life online with them. Right? Just pure terror. Pure terror. He'd been online on their panels. He was back behind the scenes with them. He was just in terror.
So that wants to get him fired? No, I didn't get him fired. I went up there and protested because we talked to one to dox your source, and then didn't you guys go and get Don Wells fired?
Oh, there's chasing.
His job. Oh, I absolutely did get Don Wells fired from his job. So for everybody to know that I am absolutely 100% truthful, you're damn right I did. Why did you do that? I did that because you know what? Am I answering the question and then what you asked of me? Yeah, I did that because we talked to Don Wells, and he will tell you, because I guarantee he will come on here and be truthful with you at this moment in time, that he told us he would meet us here. He had us get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. We went around and went to every place he told us to meet him at, and guess what? He ditched us. So you know what? Bullhorn Betty doesn't put.
Interesting. Don got them up. Don woke up bullhorning them. The same people he's been on panels and things with, and this group operates with, a tiered system on it. No! He got them up and had them running around in every place they're supposed to meet him at. He wasn't. Damn, I guess he left that out with Ansley Daniels, eh? and the rest of the fucking world. Now, all this time, ooh, the scary monsters just showed up. They're terrorizing him. The neighbors he suddenly cares about. But mind you, earlier this year, he didn't mind Dolly Vision coming and shitting on their property, the man's legacy, his dreams that were unfinished. You know, and the protesters that Don and them were working with in the background. Buddies with that came to visit Ben Hill, in other words. Oh dear, surely not.
Put up with that. Am I answering the?
And by the way, you think it's just bullhorn? It's not. Dawn has said such with slips as well. Yeah, I mean, it's out there.
Question, and then what she asked me. Here's what Betty had to say about.
Now it's chasing. You're lucky she's letting anybody speak for themselves.
About it just a few short months ago.
Aren't you guys the ones who doxed your source, and then didn't you guys go and get Don Wells fired from his job?
Oh, I absolutely did get Don Wells fired from his job. So for everybody to know that I am absolutely 100% truthful, you're damn right I did.
Why did you do that?
I did that because you know what? Am I answering the question and then what she asked of me?
Yeah,
I did that because we talked to Don Wells, and he will tell you, because I guarantee he will come on here and be truthful with you at this moment in time, that he told us he would meet us here. He had us get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. We went around and went to every place he told us to meet him at, and guess what? He ditched us. So you know what? Bullhorn Betty doesn't put up with that at all.
To get him fired?
No, I didn't get him fired. I went up there and protested at his job on public property.
Because he didn't meet
in accordance with our law. Did nothing wrong. I did everything above board in accordance with the laws of this country and the laws of the state.
But afterwards, didn't you guys stand there and say that you were happy that he was fired?
Actually, the only person that said they were happy about that was me. Everybody else was not happy about it. I was absolutely proud of it.
Be proud of that, Betty.
Because I am. Anything
That's
else?
what I'm asking. How could you be proud of such a...
Hey, whatever, anyway. You get it yet? You get it yet? Anybody? Okay. Anyway, and by this point it had also been made clear that Bullhorn played with Cher, while they pretended not to, and they are all indeed in a little group effort. MGL and all them, I'm pretty sure it was pretty well outed during the Quentin Simon Leilani bullshittery. But what's funny is you can also watch Bullhorn be hypocrite and just back and forth.
Because he is a murderer. We went around and went 100% truthful. You're damn right I did. What? Websites.
Also, keep in mind that the first thing that actually happened was Tucker just asked him to stay off the job for a day or two to let things die down. Then suddenly it became Don's fired. It, like many things, it just changed.
Ended up and hear how messed up you are, or how much you think people are guilty, or how much you think people.
But then this from Bullhorn at another point in time, right? For an entirely different situation, this is what comes out of Bullhorn's mouth.
New jobs, it may have very well been because they were probably inundated. People probably found out where they work, and people were probably inundating their employment, and the employers. I don't agree with that. I don't think people should do that. I don't care how messed up you are, or how much you think people are guilty, or how much you think people may know. You have no right to, cause financial harm to another person.
I'm sorry, but it just seems a little bit hypocritical considering what took place in Tennessee. We know that Betty and Molly and the rest of the Heels.
But Dawn was asking them to. And then, of course, there was that heighten everything sort of bit, right? The whole police report, them being near the building, but then that was dropped. It just kind of went away like a nothing burger. Right? Just like whatever. Wild, these YouTube streets, ain't they? Land of Oz, bro. The Land of Oz, man. Watch out for that man behind the curtain.
No, no, I didn't get him fired. I went up there first.
Still his claim to fame, though, ain't it? They got to fire to kill on the job. YouTubes are the dangerous ones. Look at them. Hold on, guys. I think my midnight snack oil is smelling like it's reached 10, maybe. Not quite yet, but getting close. Uh-oh. I think I set off a chain of events over there. Alright. I've done it now. Alright. I've done it. Alright, let's see. Is this the one? It might be. Hold on. And then, of course, there's Lockdown's version of this.
In the process of what? Again, shut up. But then, moving along, remember the bologna sandwich conversation. We'll get there in a minute. Don talking to his kids. So there was a fat guy who does a lot of fat jokes, does romance scams. I don't know if you saw the interview with Jenny. Shout out to Jenny. Shout out to the romance scam survivors. Unfortunately, the fat man can't talk to Don anymore. Can't talk to Don anymore. Nope. But what the fat man did do is try to do a smear about Don sneaking and talking to his kids about Summer Wells. However, the facts of this is the following. Before Don, why would somebody make a live about a conversation they had with Don before he went to jail? Like, they're reaching hard, people. They're reaching hard. But this is when the timeline of the fat one was talking about. He's speaking about before Don went to jail, the kids. There was a wellness check where the people go over there, okay, and he was a visit with the kids.
And see, that's where Lockdown at this late stage, and he was unaware that they actually had to go visit the kids where they were. Right? Not a CPS wellness visit at 110. What the fuck? It's like he didn't even know the boys had been raped. I don't even know. Lockdown never. It's fine. And this is in March of this year. Lockdown saying this. And he's bitching because somebody before Don went to jail. And whatever, you know. And do remember that to Ansley, she goes, what changed when you got out of jail that you couldn't have any further contact, And Don's like, well, right? What changed was Don got out of jail, it's far contact. But the reason all that, was always reported as and Don said it himself around these streets, is that they accused him of trying to pull one of the boys aside and blah blah, right? Well, let him talk to him anymore. But then later on, it's Candace went drinking and she also had a stroke. It's fine.
What the man did is he took his children to Chuck E. Cheese's for the night. And in the process of walking to Chuck E. Cheese, he pulled little Josie aside and asked little Josie, hey, how are you dealing with everything with Summer, your sister? I don't know if you haven't noticed or not. Summer Wells kind of a big name in the media. It's everywhere. It's all over YouTube. It's his sister. This is their father. Starts and ends there. Starts and ends there. How he's sneaking and talking to his kid blows my mind. Did they have more conversation than that? Of course they did. Is it my business to repeat everything to everybody? What they talked about? No. Is everybody nosy and want to know? Well, maybe. I'm not going to do that. Have I done that to the babysitter? Have I done that to the potatoes? No.
Now, I don't know about y'all, but I don't think, I don't know why you have to pull kids to the side to ask them how they're dealing with their sisters still missing, and why you only do that to one. Why, if I don't know, especially the same child that you fairy taled up the story about. It went from the Bobo interview of, yeah, I don't think our relationship will ever be the same. I said some pretty rough stuff to him, whatever. And he was like, Dad, it's not my fault, it's not my fault, to the fairy tale of, well, this one time he comes up to me, he's like, Dad, it wasn't my fault, it wasn't my fault. I was like, I know it's not, son. And then we bro hugged it out. And then later on, that's the kid he's trying to pull, the oldest one that probably has more pull over the other two. Anyway, I don't know. Either way, yeah, it's weird to be the child that you selected to pull aside. Just to ask them how they were dealing with their sister. Still missing. And that's the reason. I'm gonna bet it's because he wasn't supposed to be digging or asking, or what somebody told, or, like the children, and maybe told DCS or feds or law enforcement on summer about them. I'm just gonna go out on a big giant branch on that rotten tree there and speculate. But no, I just do whatever I want. Anyway, carry on. Shit, there was something else in that piece, I think. But that's fun.
Job on public property.
Okay. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, guys. I'm back. Let me see. That's. I don't think. Hell, who knows these days. Hold on. If y'all don't care, can you wish Enhanced a happy birthday? If you want to, you don't have to. We're not demanding. But if you'd like to, you have a perfectly wonderful happy birthday, Enhanced. I hope you have a perfectly you type of day. And it sounds like you're gone. But y'all definitely get some rest. And have a good night. And a good tomorrow. No. Anyway. Night enhanced. Every alright. I'm gonna take enhanced pants. Don't tell anybody. We ain't trying to get her done on right here. Alright. These are totally the blue ranch pants. I've got to stop drinking espresso and ginger ale at the same time. Alright. Let me see where the hell was it. I don't know. Oh yeah, I do. Hold on. Alright. Alright. Let's see. That's not it. That's not it. I don't know. Hold on. Guys, having a full-on meltdown over here. Not sure what his problem is. I don't even know what that is. That's weird. It's raining. I have to go get ice. Oh, come on. Okay. Let me see if I can find this. Ah, here we go. Let's start.
First, everybody.
Alright. Now, y'all, you want to talk about a rinse, repeat, regurgitate cycle of old news they want to make you believe is new around here? I didn't know this existed until a night or two ago. I think I found it on here. It's one piece. I was like, what the fuck? Because if you remember on PG's, the one night, before the Utah merchandise share trying to, I think that was around the air a few weeks back, etc., right? And then another attempt at a fundraiser or reward fund, or I don't know. I think it was around the air. Don got up on there when I think it was around his super disappointment at money not going to a piece of land for him in Utah. I don't know. It's been a while. But anyway, that night, as I recall, before I wanted to die and vomit hearing it, was Don saying, you know what, guys, I'm gonna tell you something I shouldn't know, but I'm going to, and that's usually your cue that you're gonna need to be had and fed some more bullshit. But anyway, right. But Don catches on quick to the games around here. Either way, and that people forget rather quickly, and he can regurgitate shit and fairy tale it the fuck up. Nobody remembers. Nor is anybody ever gonna put it together in a linear set of hey, let's go from Don's first statements until and see how it changed. So that would be too much fuck mark for the tragedy events. So anyway, and they don't really want to do that now, do they? No. Now that might be helpful. But are they gonna do it? No. Anyway, so this, it turns out, was, while, the rest of us around, August 14th of 2021 or so, we were still being interviewed, searched, we were doing all the things while Don and Candace had been here fucking around for months by that point, right? So this was in August of 2021, very early August 2021. Alright. And when I heard it the other night, I was like, what the fuck? Okay, fine. But if you go back to PG's and then you compare it to this, well, it's a little different, isn't it? When he said it on PG's, it was that Summer's always a peacemaker and she wanted everybody calm, so if she seen anybody getting upset, she'd be like, well, stop. That's her favorite word, is stop. But boy, listen to how that changed from August of 2021.
As you said, so many people have tricked you, manipulated, and I just want to thank you again. And I'm sorry that you guys are under attack just because of us, and that's not what you need. But I do really, I just want to thank you and Candace. Thank Candace for the time that you take away to do this and answer questions, and for trusting us not to be like other channels that have been out there and what they're doing. So thanks, Don. We do appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks to you all, 'cause I know you guys have been taking a lot of heat, and it's like everybody I know, people attack everybody I know all that they can, and it's part of the crew that we was talking about earlier, but just thank y'all, and I just would like to say, love and prayers to everybody. I'm sure Summer, she would say the same thing. She was always breaking up arguments and stuff. Me and Candace was having a little argument, whatever. She would always say stop, and be nice and be good. We love her and we miss her with all our hearts.
So not Summer was a peacemaker, and if she just seen anybody out there, whatever, before anything gets started, it was, look, y'all just stop. Everybody can want. No, it turns out that Summer would say that word just like, I think the whole world knew when Dawn tried to PG it up, and the whole world has forgotten this bit in August of 21. She'd say that when you were beating the shit out of Candace. But yeah, what was that? APG, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you Summer's favorite word. Now, I probably shouldn't do that, but her favorite word is stop. Right? She's a peacekeeper.
And it's part of the crew that we was talking about earlier, but just thank y'all, and I just would like to say,
and for trusting us not to be like other channels that have been out there and what they're doing. So thanks, Don. We do appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks to you all, because I know you guys have been taking a lot of heat, and it's like everybody I know, people attack everybody I know all that they can, and it's part of the crew that we was talking about earlier, but just thank y'all, and I just would like to say, love and prayers to everybody. I'm sure Summer, she would say the same thing. She was always breaking up arguments and stuff. Me and Candace was having a little argument, whatever. She would always say stop, and be nice and be good. We love her and we miss her with all our hearts. And everything we got, we love her. We just hope and pray that she's safe. But yeah, love and prayers to everybody, and thanks y'all very much.
You too. Thank you. Get back home to your wife.
Thanks. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah. But hey, just a few short weeks ago, it was fairy tale up from there, wasn't it? And then he uses it both times to get something he wants and to target those. It's pretty sick, man. It was just a little bit of Dawn beating Candace bloody, and hey, stop that. If Summer was out here and y'all were attacking me, she'd be like, stop. Can't remember her birthday, but you remember June 15th perfectly. But you can't remember June 15th perfectly. You recall she wrote your list, you got her candy or whatever, she can't recall her favorite snack, her favorite food. Godzilla and twirling are always featured, but dancing, and she wasn't that good at singing. Well, she did the best to her ability, but Robin now. Hey, but Mary, hey, but Jeannie.
I've watched the first probably 6 minutes.
Well, this is weird. See, I just went back into Peace because I haven't watched all of it. This is odd.
Feels that they've hidden her body somewhere. So I have no clue whether this is the rest.
I think about. Okay, we'll start with questions, just in case Sonia calls in. The neighbor, you said when you got home that night, and only answer this if you can. You said you saw your 3 boys down and your neighbor as well, and you knew she was gone because she wasn't down there, she wasn't up at the house. And people are wondering, how well do you know that neighbor? You don't have to name the neighbor, but how?
And once again, let's go back to Don's statements about how he knew to go down and drive directly to the bottom because nobody called him back yet and said somewhere been found. Then that eventually changes to him and Candace were on the phone the whole time, which you'd think would mean he would know clearly somewhere hadn't been found. But then remember moments like this too.
Well, that neighbor that you saw that night, how well do you know him?
Also take note that earlier we listened to the piece where he said he's seen his neighbors, etc. And then how that changes, just like the bad neighbor to bad neighbors. Anyway, carry on.
And do you know why he was out there around your boys?
Yeah, a lot of our neighbors heard, us screaming Summer's name, and so I don't know, I don't know for sure because I wasn't there, but I've known him for years, and he's always been really good to us, real friendly and everything. Since all this stuff's happened, Well, no, things have changed a lot for us since this has happened. But, I'm trying to understand his question exactly. So yeah,
How did you know that name?
Yeah, I've known him on and off for years. You know, we've met each other a few times. You know, quite a few times. But I mean, we're not like friends or anything either. But good neighbors. One of the best neighbors I got. And he'd do anything. He's went and help search for someone. He'd do anything for us. Good guy.
Huh. Interesting. Interesting. But notice he says,
I've known him on and off for years. And everything, you know, since all this stuff's happened.
How well do you know that neighbor? You don't the neighbor, you said when you got home that night, and only answer this if you can. You said you saw your 3 boys down and your neighbor as well, and you knew she was gone because she wasn't down there, she wasn't up at the house. And people are wondering, how well do you know that neighbor? You don't have to name the neighbor, but how well that neighbor that you saw that night, how well do you know him? And do you know why he was out there around your boys?
Yeah, a lot of our neighbors heard, you know, us screaming Summer's name, and so I don't know.
Don really just said a lot of our neighbors heard us screaming Summer. Like, did he even say Summer? Did he say Summer's name or did he say her name?
How well do you know that neighbor? You don't have to name the neighbor, but how well that neighbor that you saw that night, how well do you know him? And do you know why he was out there around your boys?
Yeah, a lot of our neighbors heard, you know, us screaming Summer's name, and so I don't know. No, I don't know for sure because I wasn't there. But
so wait a minute. He just made it like he was there, but I obviously watched him pull. It's fine. It's fine. And is Don saying that screams from the top of his hill can be heard by neighbors in the area? But damn, I thought chasing in Jenny and Adrian and all them said that wasn't possible. Right? And then that would also imply that all kinds of things are. That's weird. Ah, hell. Well, damn. Alright. Carrying on.
well, exactly. So yeah,
how well did you know that name?
Yeah, I've known him all good neighbors. One of the best neighbors I got. Well, I think that clears that one up, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and really quick, I just wanted to go over, because we chatted on the phone before recording here, but you said you're just being bombarded, you and your wife are being bombarded by people who really just don't want you talking to me and really just like bad mouthing me and stuff, as if you guys don't have enough on your plate. They have to bring all that to you as well. And you also wanted to touch on some things you've seen where there's some people even pretending to be you and Candace, and it's crazy, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there playing both sides of the field, and they're attacking my stepsister and Trish and all of them. They're pretending to be us and attacking them. Then they pretend to be them and attack us. We're just now starting to figure this out because we really haven't been talking. I just reached out to my sister Mary, you know, and of course she told me that Jeannie just wanted all this to stop. And
this is so weird. What the hell kind of rabbit hole did we just fall into? What the fuck? Are we all tripping? We're all tripping, right? August of 2021 must have been lit over here. Holy shit. What were you people getting up to in August? I know the rest of us, other than Don and Candace, we were in here doing real life shit, but huh, ain't that something? Ain't that something? So weird. Give me a minute. Alright, so I guess we're gonna continue onward. This is fucking weird. Let it rain, bitches. Alright. This is weird. This is the shit that happens when I go in the Wayback Time Machine. That shit I've never discovered. Feel like Christopher Columbus, man. Feel like Cam and Allie. Well, minus the whatever that is. I don't know. Minus the yeah, not even sorry. Alright. If I go down, you know what happened, okay? Alright, here we go. Does anybody else seeing the falsely inflated views the past 2 or 3 nights around this motherfucker? Anybody else noticing that, or is that just me? It's interesting. Seems to be happening over. I don't know what's. It's a little odd, my dudes. It's just a little odd. What? What happened? I don't know. Did I just mention him? Name after? I don't know. Holy shit, I may have to shut the door. Gotta open because my oil, I was trying to let my oil smell drift out of here from the stove, but no. Put the whole out, leave it in, I don't know. Which direction is that coming tonight? Come on. Alright. I don't know, it's hard telling. I could have mentioned a million motherfuckers in the past 5 minutes. I don't know. Be quite frank with you. Alright. Here we go. Okay.
Seeing where there's some people even pretending to be you and Candace, and it's.
I mean, we're not like friends or anything either, but good neighbors. One of the best neighbors I got. And he'd do anything. He's going to help search for someone. He'd do anything for us. Good guy. Well, I think that clears that one up, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and really quick, I just wanted to go over, because we chatted on the phone before recording here, but you said you're just being bombarded, you and your wife are being bombarded by people who really just don't want you talking to me and really just like bad mouthing me and stuff, as if you guys don't have enough on your plate. They have to bring all that to you as well. And you also wanted to touch on some things you've seen where there's some people even pretending to be you and Candace, and it's crazy, right?
Yeah.
No, people pretending to be us online? You don't say. Would that be like TM or Vinny or AB? Surely not. None of those people would ever create fake accounts under our names and Gmail accounts and then put our icons on them and pretend we are to set shit off for users or to make the public falsely think it's us talking in chat and then put them up on their community page like TM did and make them think we'd falsely said things about one another or other people in and around Summer's life to tamper with Summer's case and investigation and to potentially get us all looking sus as shit to law enforcement others who don't pull data or something. No, they'd never fucking do any of that shit right here, would they? Puh, hell no.
There's a lot of people out there playing both sides of the field, and they're attacking my stepsister and Trish and all of them. They're pretending to be us and attacking them. Then they pretend to be them and attack us. We're just now starting to figure this out because we.
Well, I mean, there's an exit button. You didn't have to come in here. You didn't have to enter here at all. You can see your way out now.
He will come on here and be truthful with you at this moment in time that he told us.
I'm glad you chose to waste your life this way. You'll never get that time it took you to type all those out back. I hope you have a better life moving forward. I don't know. I have a lot to say, and it's probably better than wasting your life being a goddamn troll online.
Most epic deals mean you can save on all things fall. Bring home bath towels and pillows from the
And it's probably in pursuit of being a better human than some asshole that does this for funsies. In an open and active investigation, especially missing child. If you can sleep well with yourself at night, you do that. But I'm not the cul-de-sac Karen, and I ain't the one. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna see your ass all the way up out my room. Alright? We don't play with our trolls. And I ain't the one. So what you're gonna. Oh look, it was almost a double mint twin moment. So anyway, you can see your ass up on my chat. Go back to home base. Bye-bye now. Alright, carrying on. There we go.
Really haven't been talking. I just reached out to my sister, Mary, and of course she told me that.
Oh, whoever that was just said you will never get all this time back either. I never planned to, and I'm on a mission. Other than tormenting and terrorizing real life people around real life. Ongoing and active investigations around real people they really know in a real community that's being terrorized by assholes like you online and helpful little asses around the world and freaks, geeks, woohoos, nutters, true crime junkies who view real life destruction of people, communities, and cases as entertainment and criminal ass junkie creators. We good? Alright. Carrying on now.
The genie just really wanted all this to stop. Then they're attacking my stepsister and
Damn, he almost sounds like he's coming out in defense of them even after their posts and what they say is correct. All this stuff. I don't know. Or it was getting agitated, right? And I think this was the 12th. No. Well, I don't know, because Don Mill's phone call with Chris McDonough aired on the 4th. That was where we were at sisters. Either way, he knew clearly Jeannie, Trish, rest of them, everything was coming out online by this point. Even if McDonough hadn't done the stuff yet. He knew clearly that they put out the post because, well, we had our chit chat. So, and all the things. So, yeah, but here he is coming out in defense of them. Sounds like he's almost upset the world's aiming for him and whatnot. And what the hell is this? What were you people doing over in August?
As well, and you also wanted to touch on some things you've seen where there's some people even pretending to be you and Candace, and it's crazy, right?
yeah, there's a lot of people out there playing both sides of the field, and they're attacking my stepsister and Trish and all of them. They're pretending to be us and attacking them. Then they pretend to be them and attack us. We're just now starting to figure this out because we really haven't been talking. I just reached out to my.
No, they've never done any such thing. They've done the same to my sibling and I. They've done the same with Monster Stall and I, and especially in the back chats. Boy, they will light some shit off pretending to be us. All of us. Yep, they'd never do any such thing. Surely not.
Sister Mary, and of course she told me that Jeannie just really wanted all this to stop.
Hey, quick question here. Who do y'all think was creating the fake accounts that look like Dawn and Jeannie and Trish and Candace to attack one another at that time to set shit off? Who do you think was doing that? Wouldn't be the same people capable of and whatever doing that all throughout this shit, would it? To myself, Monster, Stall, siblings, etc. Would be the same camp. You know, the builders of the Summer Wells community that have giggled about it. Would it? No, surely fucking not. They'd never. You know, the ones that are so supportive of, Mary and Jeannie and such, even still, they would never use their names wrongly or pretend to be them or create accounts to make Dawn look like. No, they'd never do any such fuckery like that, I bet. Nah.
And then we made the apology video. And I'm not apologizing to her. It's not. People make it way more than it has been, and how the rumor got started with Trish. I'm not sure. The original allegations were horrific. And then won't be my nieces that are like, way younger than me. Like, they, and I don't want to really mention their names, but I already did. But they deny they even said some of these things that they flat out deny that they don't want no part of it because people have, pretended to do this and that and be people that they're not, and they've really started a pretty horrific thing. And, most all of them allegations that have to do with my first set of kids and all that are completely false. The thing that Luke said about Trish and Mary's daughter is completely false. And and Mary's daughter even she denied that she said anything like that, and it hurt. So I don't know, but it's pretty bad, and it started a really bad situation. They're still attacking. They still contact me and act like they're my friend and my wife and act like they're her friend, and then they go to Donna's show or whatever and post up and post their lives and everything or whatever, spread all their lives, and attack and act any way that they can for whatever reason. Like, we don't know why people would be like this, but they are. Pretty sad.
Yeah, I mean, it's what goes on. Yeah, it goes on social media, Don. And like I showed you earlier, what they're doing and how they're trying to attack me, and they just don't want us talking, even though most of the people probably telling you that are people that are going around and talking crap about you also. So it's just like this weird thing. We've got people that call Child Protective Services. Our friend Ben has had 33 Child Protective Services reported against him. And
oh, poor Floppy.
His wife and his trying to get
Can you believe that? Seriously? From Skeezy? He's had 33 reports made about him. He is news. But Benny's crying victim now. Poor little Benny. Are you serious? This is
Ops on you. They'll call your employers. They do background searches on all of us, and they'll try and get you fired from your jobs and everything. So
no.
When you told me all this stuff that people were spreading around, all of this stuff, trying to get you guys to stop talking to me, it's not a surprise. It's not new. But that's one thing people bring up is that, well, you used to think that they were guilty of doing something, and do the Wells know that? But you do know that, and I mean, I've texted you privately some things also, so I mean, you did know that I wasn't always on the page I'm on now, right?
It's amazing how all the creators say that, right? As they get a hold of or start revolving around Dawn, Kansas, etc., or whatever. Or any of us, really. But especially them. I was like, well, I used to, and then as soon as I get a hold of them, then, well, now I don't suddenly. Just like Cal and Christine and the farm over there did, just like the rest of them, like Lockdown and all the rest, right? And then when they're on the outs with them or a new channel has a hold of them, then all of a sudden they go back to, you're fucking guilty. Like, hold the fuck up. Like, these are the days of our lives, folks.
Yeah, a little bit. That stuff, but I'm not sure. Yeah, you told me, you weren't. First, you thought I was guilty of all this stuff because of, I don't know why, but yes, I understand.
People who have credentials and had a career in this and letting that manipulate.
Yeah, getting that. Plus, just going by like the statistics.
Yeah.
But yeah, we realized that once we got some information that
we were wrong.
Yeah, it's just not true. You have an alibi and everything, and candidly, it all lines up. So it doesn't look like anybody that we know of was involved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I know the forces, they use lies. They bring up the past because that's the first thing, evil forces will throw in your face is your past and say that you can't.
Evil forces, eh? Wow.
Not change, or will always be this way. Bring up all your mistakes, say listen, tell you, you can't change, stuff like that. I don't know. It's just a crazy world. Anyways, yeah.
So, tonight, let's just go over, because you've been doing nothing but answering questions, so I told you let's throw questions out the window this evening and just really go over what you want to go over, what you want to chat about.
I just, I've got a lot of problems, bad enough, our daughter is gone. At this point, we don't know where she's at or what she's going through. But it's bad enough, me and my wife are deeply hurt, and all this stuff going on with the psychics, whatever Facebook, and coming out on our property and getting in fights at 2 a.m. and having a little alcohol, and Mr. McDonough and all the problems that he's created, and pretty much going with all these false stuff.
Okay, so he was firmly pissed at McDonough. All the stuff come out, but come out swinging for the sisters and was like, we're still in contact. What the? It's fun.
Stories and allegations on Facebook and just running with it to make his name or whatever, he's really attacked me and made me look pretty bad, and all his people and followers that actually believe all this stuff, they're vicious. And like I said, they created all these fake accounts. They even created a fake account of me and called TBI and said and something to the fact that her body was out there on the lake, and they spent a good part of Saturday out there looking for her body. They couldn't get a hold of me because I was in church. So when I got out of church, they finally got a hold of me, and I'd had to explain that it wasn't me. That's the kind of things that these underhanded people are doing. They're attacking my family in Utah, and then they attack us here and pit us against each other and attack everybody. There should be consequences for that. They really need to stop doing that because they're destroying their lives. They're making me, I get it. When I was younger, I'd done some foolish things, and I apologize to her for that. I thought she was married, and I really worked it out. Just all these rumors have just turned everything blue.
Okay, so you talked to me and whatever you thought, and you worked it out according to the Gospel of Don Wells.
First, I made them think things that weren't true. And, just all these rumors have just turned everything blue. First, I made them think things that weren't true. And if anybody would fall into this trap, but these things. My nieces, my first kids, they're scared. They're afraid to even say anything. Fear of these people are going to attack them and their credibility, and they're going to lose their jobs and lose their kids, and all these things. I got people attacking me at my place of employment. How much longer can my employers hang on? Before they they're going to. Pretty soon, I'm wondering if I'm even going to have a job.
Well, it seemed to be going fine until late that year when you started playing bullhorn in them. And then kept messing with them, kept telling me places, and then, I don't know.
They've been really good to me. My employers have always been really good. They're all like family to me. And for people to destroy that and just, put me out to this monster that I'm really not.
But let's remember, much like the Quentin Simon Leilani case, that Bullhorn and Cher and Benny and MGL, they work together. Remember, I know memories are in here short, but
It really hurts. People, everywhere I go, they don't come out and say it. You see the looks on their faces and stuff, and they believe all these lies. It's not right.
No, it's definitely not right, Don. And to anybody watching, you need to stop with this attacking the family thing, even if you think they're guilty. This is not your damn place. Give your information to the police, let them handle it.
Did that really come out of their mouths? Wow. And then knowing the plotting, because I could hear it happening, like, as John was running on the phone, and they were all giggling behind the scenes, and all, I'm talking with all y'all, and just, holy shit. Holy shit. Tell Mallory not guilty. It's wild. It's wild. Okay. Carrying on, I guess. And knowing that at least here from what I was told, yeah, and what we could see, Candace was no fucking fan of Cher and Keys at this time. Squall was heavily involved in this era as well. Super so. Still always is around amok that one somewhere.
Going after the family privately, that is wrong. Stop doing that.
Yeah.
It's just, God, it's just disgusting. We have Sonia just popped in.
Sonia popped in, yeah. So we've got your sister here. Sonia, welcome. We are recording right now. This is not live. We are recording this, so just so you know. Thank you for calling in. And Dawn's here too. I'm sure can you see?
I can't see her.
Yeah, she's just got an icon. And Sonia, if you can hear us, you have your microphone muted. Oh, there you go.
Okay, I'm here. Okay, hey
Hi,
Sonia. Thanks for calling in. Mm-hmm. So Sonia, you and I have spoken, and I know it's been kind of weighing on you. You've been kind of wanting to keep quiet, but the more and more that you see your brother being under attack and Candace being under attack, I know you've told me it's been quite hard for you to continue to bite your tongue. Yeah, I kept hoping it would just go away. Everybody would stop saying shit, the fire wouldn't continue to grow. But yeah,
unfortunately, that's not the way it's going to work. Yeah.
Good Lord, Prairie turned into Seraphina, but a better one. And he's like, unfortunately, that's not the way it's going to go. Wow. You don't say.
What would you like to get off of your chest, Sonia? Because you've heard everything and we've talked about it. Yeah, what would you like to, where to start, right?
There's so many things being said out there. And I'm probably the only one that's been in contact with Donnie. You know, for the last 20 years or 30 years, the stepsisters haven't even talked to him. They don't even know him. And they're saying all this crap about him. And it's like, he was out here last summer for a few months. They may have seen him for 10 minutes, but not, it's been, 20 to 30 years since they've even seen him.
And I know that we kind of discussed, but we were kind of wondering, like, why are they kind of coming about this now that Summer's missing? I know we've had lots of comments, like, even from survivors of things, like, why now? Or one person left a comment.
Ugh, I hate that shit. It's disgusting. Why now? Why didn't you? Blah, blah, blah.
Why didn't they come out, like, when Summer was born or something?
But, this is a woman who made a t-shirt and a shit ton of merch, like with Monster now, where she thought it was funny to abuse her with the order protection, whatever in places. Still abusing. Even currently, still is. The other advocates over here, man. Have we told you lately?
Something then, if it was how they're saying. And this goes back to what Dawn is saying.
I know that too.
Yeah, you've got these podcast people who are meddling and making it worse, and like Dawn said, making it worse so that these channels can get views and put on shows, and that's no good.
Yeah, and they're just saying all kinds of stuff that's not true. Apparently there's something that happened between him and Jeannie when they were kids.
She hadn't gotten her new teeth and all that, and her giant wish list fulfilled 19 times over yet, right? I think this was still in the period, I don't know if she'd even done the lingerie ad placement things yet, where she was wearing them and stuff for companies while Summer was in it. It's fun.
But it's not like this is a pattern. You know, he never abused his own kids, they told me.
Yeah.
And nobody else. It's just like, so, you know, there are just all these rumors out there that they're just not true. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what I asked his son about? I asked his son about it, and he was like, "What? Where in the hell did that come from?" I said, "You haven't been watching all the stuff on there," and he hasn't, because he don't. You know, they've already attacked him. He don't want to be involved in it, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, I talked to him privately. He told me the same, that his dad, that Don barely spanked him as a kid, and that absolutely there was no inappropriate touching.
He's not a violent person. He never sexually did anything to him.
I don't get that vibe from him at all.
Could I ask, are you Don's older sister, younger, close in age?
2 years younger.
And is it all right, and you don't have to answer this, but could I ask, did he ever be inappropriate with you?
Of course not. No, not in any way.
So yeah, I'm not seeing the pattern.
No, there is no pattern here. I think he made mistakes when he was younger. He was a kid. But it's not like there's a pattern of anything here. I know he would never touch his daughter. I know that.
Sonia, we gotta mute you just for a second so we can let Don hear.
Yeah, we have audio problems, so we gotta mute you one at a time.
Mute guys in between, yeah.
All right, what do you have to say about all that, Don?
Yeah, Sonia, I hope she can hear me. Can she hear me?
She can hear you, she just can't reply.
Yeah, we was just talking about how people were making fake accounts and attacking our step family, and then they turn around and attack us and everybody else and in between, you know, and I didn't know if you would realize that. But, so they're making it into a whole lot bigger monster than it really is. But yeah, I just hope we can work it out. All this stuff, you know, like Donna is.
Let me see. Storm is doing a thing and stuff. Let me see. The stop that. We don't need it. All right. Carry on.
Stop the investigation. I just hope we can work it out and move on before you turn this for summer somehow. But all this stuff, you know, with psychics and McDonough has stopped the investigation. Ronnie Larson, I think is his name. He's pretty upset about the whole thing. I'm sure the judge and everybody over the case.
You just called him Ronnie Larson. But the psychics and whatever had stopped the whole investigation around. What the? Meanwhile, these two are playing with social media and this group from day one. Like, wait, what? And still couldn't, but he knew something from Lawson. Was even trying to play the police like they were stupid, like they didn't know he was. What's happening? What the? You know, it's fun. Here now.
Pretty upset about the whole thing. Just hope people will come out and help us stop all this. You know, it's just trying to, you know, keep it all going and attacking my wife, trying to turn my wife against me.
against this show here, and they've done nothing but try to help us. And I wish they would stop. Help the people that aren't involved in doing these things. Please help us. To just please help us. Do it, please. Yeah, that's the thing, is we need to really move past this and get back to the fact that there is a missing girl. No one seems to really care about that. It's just so weird.
Yeah, it's just so weird though. I
don't get it at all.
Can I add something?
Oh, absolutely.
Something to that? I just wanted to say that it is ridiculous what all the family feuding and how it has turned this whole investigation away from Summer, and it's such crap that, it's a shame because I really do feel like she's been abducted. Nobody's even looking at those possibilities, and I feel like whoever did this is like, I've heard that there's 15 more kids and Summer went missing. It's like a free for all. Nobody's looking for them. They're all looking at Donnie and Candace.
Yeah, there's something really bad going on down there.
And as far as the family shooting, that'll probably not be resolved. That's been going on from day one. There's always been a big split there. I just wish that would just be kept privately. It has nothing to do with Summer.
Me too, and it's unfortunate you have other channels.
Yeah.
There's a big family split there that's always been there. It's not going to be resolved. So somebody's like, can we carry the fuck on? She said it's always been there. Okay, carry on.
Other big channels that are making a big production of that specific part.
Well, I don't know what Dawn thought, but I can assure you that while the rest of us were not on social media or public yet, though these people were working on, and like Candace putting everything out day 2, the Exudo ML night 1, Dawn doxing us in this time period of sharing him digging for other neighbors, witnesses, etc., so they could all add to the shit show. Right? I can tell you that the OK Corral bullshit between the psychics or Juanita lying to the public saying she was coming there searching, or barely making an entrance, spritzing herself down, and going back out where Signal was, running her scams, all that shit, until I was like, hey dudes. Yeah, as in law enforcement, I was like, you wear like Juanita. She's saying she's working with y'all, this fucking psychic. And they're like, excuse us. And then I showed them what the hell was going on. And then they called her out of the paper and shit. And then she took her ass off out of town. So apparently, yeah, Dawn was really getting up to complaining. Because they weren't aware of it until. And what she was doing. So, but either way, she wasn't actually in there causing freak. It's like him blaming that on one of the boys for taking. Man, when the boys were taken and stuff, which we know from his first statement was because he actually had done stuff wrong. The feds or somebody pretending to be like, I'm at him thinking, even after polygraphs, multiples, that he had done something to Summer, etc., sold her, whatever. So he wouldn't act like a bad boy, and all that's what led to the boys being taken. But now the fairy tale is that they were all taken because he wanted to be, whatever. But then, well, no, that was midway, and now we're at the point where DCS has just outright kidnapped them. But anyway, yeah, like. Yeah, I can tell you what, the psychics were in there, and not even really me. Like, the cop guard had just been removed from the road. And now I asked for them to remain, but that's not what they turned out. But, so all the fuckery done, tried to blame it first, talking about all the danger of the boys from YouTubers and shit. That hadn't been happening yet. The boys were gone before any of the real super shit started up. And it was craziness after mostly the police were taken off the end of the road as guards. And then every looky-loo and every person in the country started coming in and out and all these things and all this stuff. And like even, Little and I and else going out and be screamed at and yelled at, followed, all these things. Because they'd have us mixed up with Candace and Dawn, or otherwise, hell, they didn't care what they were doing. They all thought it was funny, but, no, I can assure you, TBI, FBI, all law enforcement agencies and searchers were still in there, even by the point that Dawn's idiot self was talking in August. I don't think it stopped the investigation in summer.
I am not.
It definitely, like Ellie said, though, it definitely has played a role as a pain in the fucking ass. And I can totally understand. And it's unfortunate that any of us contribute to that. But even without us here, shit, look at what they're doing to all the other community members that aren't here speaking either. And apparently they're already, man, you don't have to be here. For them to be targeted and terrorizing and trying to fucking kidnap your elderly neighbors, all this other shit, trying to get info. You don't have to be here to be annihilated and destroyed by this group. Have y'all seen Frank or any of the rest come out here and speak? No, but look, for over 2 years, they've been absolutely just annihilated, bro. Their families, you have Donna Kids just throwing anybody out there. Those people are all eating. You have these tragedy pimps going over property records and pulling a name, a newspaper article, and just whatever, right? And it persists. You do not even have to be here speaking for them to slander, libel, put shit out about you, your children, whatever online, and destroy your fucking lives. Some of us are choosing to use a voice, though.
Ingredients with that. I actually have been in private contact with one of the channels and telling them I think it's wrong, but they just don't agree. And that's too bad. And that's why we wanted to have a safe place, because we knew, like, Don's talking. I mean, he's even being so open to let an ex-cop in his house and all that. And we're like, well, if he's going to talk, let's give him a safe place to talk where it's not going to get twisted around on him.
Yeah, God knows they love to twist everything.
Yes, me too. I can't believe it. It's the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
It's sickening. And they've actually, they come after us just for doing that.
I know,
they're spreading a rumor that I'm a bad guy, done some...
Yeah, everybody on my... Yeah, it's crazy.
It's ridiculous.
Don, I wanted to ask you, have you guys been offered any type of, like, therapy or any kind of help or anything like that?
Well, yeah, I'm probably not supposed to talk about that. Of course, I don't want therapy, but I'm willing to do whatever that they want. Whatever, I'm willing to do whatever. It's fine.
Yeah, okay. Do you think that is there any questions that you've heard that we haven't gone over, Don? Is there, anything you really want to say that we've kind of missed, or that people haven't asked you that you feel is missing?
No, not at this time. These people attacking our families on both sides of the continent would and everybody else would just please stop all this. And, you know, the FBI, anything that the public thinks of, or if they think I'm not looking for summer or whatever, why aren't you out looking for summer or whatever? Well, anything that I can think of, FBI or TBI has been there 3 times at least. You know, they've searched, you know, I don't know, they've searched 500 square miles, helicopter for a whole week straight. They fly airplanes at night looking for red, looking for any signatures whatsoever. You know, we're all stumped. We don't know where or how she disappeared, and I don't want to elaborate too much and get in trouble with the gag order. But you know, we've trying everything. We're trying to get EquiSearch, Dave Rader to come back, and right now with these psychics and everything going on and all this hate going on the internet, you know, they don't want to let anybody in at this time. And I don't know what to do except for to plead to the public, you know, please, because, you know, somehow, and that's, you know, I thought Facebook would be the best option to try to help find my daughter. I accepted all friend requests that I got, like 2,500. But it's probably the biggest mistake I ever made. So it's tore our family completely apart.
But then he acted like a full-on slideshow on Facebook. My other community members, like, yeah, it was mostly like other ones. They would message me with screenshots, like, you seen what the fuck Don's doing today over the Jesus benders and the weird shit and the rants. And then at that time, though, it looked like he was out here trying to make the tragic events, at least in public, or the public believe, with the same face he almost uses for Ansley and all them versus YouTubers. That didn't hold long, I don't guess.
And the things that people say and stuff like that, it puts you down, and it really affects you badly. You know, you feel like you're useless. There's no hope, and this and that. And when some of these rumors first started out, I've had women calling me, screaming at me, you know, did you do this? Did you do this? And I'm like, do what? You know, I did. That's before I was aware of the allegations, you know, with my nieces and everything. And I'm not even so sure that they're the ones who started this. I don't know. You know, but I know that they're scared to say anything. I think, you know, yeah, they should stand up and tell the truth. But I almost don't blame them, you know, because I know they have been attacked.
So in August of 2021, he thought they should stand up and tell the truth. This is weird. It gets weirder by the minute. But in the roadway, that's not what he was saying. You know what? It's fine. It's fine.
And like tons of people that shut down their Facebook. You know, but I'm not mad. I should be, but I'm not. I guess I don't know. What can you do?
Well, I think after going through that for a couple of months, a person would just kind of be throwing their hands up at it, because, I mean, what can you do? If you completely ghost off social media, they'll say, oh, because we were on to something. And if you keep fighting, it's like, well, why is he talking? Like, there's just no way to win. And I'm so sorry that this is happening to you, to Candace, to your family. It just at night. It's sickening.
Yeah, it is. So I really want to thank you guys for helping the way you have, and the public that does support us. There's a lot of people that do support us, and there's a lot of people that do believe in us. And I think if you sit down and you really look at all the evidence and everything. You know, a lot of people do believe us, but there's that evil entity. You know, they're just in it for the show. They're in it for the money. I'd like to know how much, you know, he makes for show. I mean, we've made some. You know, we've thought about it, but we don't know. But it's got to be tremendous just to keep all these lives going. He's making, you know, huge money.
I can show you.
Oh, wait a minute.
Like, there's just no way to win, and I'm so sorry that this is happening to you.
The fuck did I just hear? Okay. Alright, for starters, August 4th. Is when Dawn has that. The allegations are already well out. I've already told Dawn somewhere that I already believe the sisters. This comes out around August 14th. August 7th is when Dawn turned and was telling me after he'd done whatever was sharing and, you know, it was Aaron. That's what he's more concerned about is the red truck one, right? That night that was on and he really narcissist fool like. That was the 7th of August. And he was shitting on the sisters, but he very well was like, yeah, I did that, etc. La la. You know. But here he's acting like in public, so 4, 7, 14. Huh. But out in public, shit, one must. Well, that's fun. Alright. Okay. Now, what the hell was this I just heard?
To Candace, to your family, it literally keeps us both up at night.
Mm-hmm.
It's sickening.
Yeah, it is. So, really want to thank you guys for helping the way you have, and the public that does support us. There's a lot of people that do support us, and there's a lot of people that do believe in us. And, I think if you sit down and you really look at all the evidence and everything, you know, a lot of people do believe us, but there's that evil entity, you know, they're just in it for the show. They're in it for the money. I'd like to know how much, you know.
There's an evil entity. They're in it for the show. They're in it for the money. And Don is now getting curious. He wants to know how much they're making on the show. Huh. And it wasn't much longer than this that goddamn shit starts up. When did he call for Summers next? When did he fucking do that publicly? And with Cher, that's when he starts getting curious about money. Cher. The same share that just tried to start up with him and PG&LM here a few weeks back. Just a couple weeks after this, calls for the extension. Not right, but by that point they already had the P.O. box by Chase for Vigil. When did those October 14th. Extension. That's 4th. They already had the P.O. box running way prior to the 14th box. Because they ran it right at the end of her first few days of October. Shit, bro. Ain't that something? And Benny in charge of the handoffs. And then PG say nothing. Squall pissed because they took her idea.
Makes for sure. I mean, we've made some, we've thought about it, but we don't know. But it's got to be tremendous just to keep all these lives going. He's making huge money.
I can show you how to look later.
But yeah, he's got to be making tons of money destroying people's lives.
No, he didn't keep that. It just McDonough. He started as a broad statement, then pinpointed. It's like the money piqued Stone's interest, but they already had to know something. Or close to. It's floppy, My head is bitch.
Right.
Don, that actually it reminds me now because that's a lot of comments that I'm getting. Does Don know you make a few dollars on YouTube? Does he know like that you've gotten subscribers from having him on your channel? And I tell them, yes, you do, and I let them know that you actually wished my channel well. Do you want? I mean, do you want? I mean, you do know that, right? And I've kind of told you. I mean, I make a little bit of a lot.
Yeah, we all got to make a living somehow.
And I'm pretty sure by this point, but I thought it was by people just sending it to them and stuff or something. Or to the command post where they said that they were getting stuff here and there, but I didn't pay no attention to it. You know, in hindsight.
And I wish I could do what y'all are doing or something, that would be awesome. So that's great. At least you guys are sticking to what's right. So you have to be
So Dawn, after she mentions making money on her channel, using him for clicks and views, like, oh, that's great. I wish I could do what you all do. And what, make money on YouTube? This is fucking wild, bro.
for that. And that's extremely important. And it's like you said, you could go out there and make a Jerry Springer show out of everything and make big dollars if you wanted to, but you choose to do the right thing. And so I want to thank you for that. And this really helped me straighten out a lot of this stuff, and maybe some other people will come forward. I hope and pray, and hope and pray, some we can concentrate on her instead of trying to concentrate on defending ourselves constantly. It's bad, go through all this horrific stuff day after day, and then in the end of the day, finally being able to think about summer and pray and beg God to please bring her back home somehow. It's definitely going to take a miracle. The police, FBI, all 106 different agencies I've heard here, they can't find her. Only God knows where she's at, and only God.
She didn't have a search tray, didn't have the amount of agency. Got it.
And help us. I just keep praying for all you guys that support us and believe it in us. Please keep praying, Summer, she's a little girl, and we surely miss her very much.
Yeah, that's one thing I want to stress to everyone. Regardless of what you think happened, who did what, please pray for Summer. The more we pray, just the better the chances. It can't hurt. So take a few minutes and throw up prayers for Summer, please.
Instead of the hate comments, just hashtag bring Summer home. Don, that brings me to a question that you actually sent me a link to him. He's another big supporter, one of our newer friends.
Boy, how she stuck to that motto, silver tongue.
And helping kind of rally behind you guys, Benny, Blood Money Ben. He was wondering how you're feeling now. What do you think the next 6 months look like? If Summer's still missing, what do the next 6 months look like? You already said that you're worried about losing your job. Candace, I mean, we've seen her on video chats with you guys and seen how she's a wreck. She's an emotional wreck, and then she's got all these people. You should hate share for this, blah blah blah, and you should do this. So she's really got a lot on her. So I understand, but what?
So, don't get scared. P.O. Box. Vigil shit's running. That's October as well. Then Bullhorn and them come in after Dalton's so worried in the middle of August about losing his job. It's precarious. And he placed them behind the scenes. They end up at his job. The first story is that he's just told, go home for the day or two, but then it's like, oh no, it's fired, whatever. Oddly enough, is that reward for him. And everything finishes. And Then he gets the DUI, which that's set up abducting on him. He gets released the 31st. Okay, carrying on.
What do you think the next 6 months looks like going from?
Yeah, we don't know for sure. If it was up to Mr. McDonough and his crew that are doing all this attacking, they don't care about the evidence. They'd lock it if he could. I believe he put the cuffs on me and lock me up for the rest of my life, no problem. He ain't got a problem with locking up innocent people. His record shows that. I don't want to attack. But I mean, the truth there, people know that. I don't have to say no more. I don't know if the next 6 months, I hope it involves summer and home. Because it is, people say it's just that it can't happen, that she can't just disappear. Well, there's 250 kids, like you mentioned the other day, missing from the Eastern Tennessee area since 2020. Where did they go? If the kids can't just disappear, then where are the other 250? I don't know. I was telling someone earlier today, I can go down that dog trail. If I was in a hurry, I bet you I could make it down there in less than 25 seconds at the most. I could be down that dog trail to the road and gone. No problem. I don't know.
He's really been trying to go with that shit this long. But until lately, when he finally changed that again. The hell?
It's just.
Even the shit, you know what? Fuck it. Even they were like driveway to road. Don's still trying to stick with the dog. That's where he. But he seen it, didn't. First he heard it, he overheard it. Then they told him. Then he seen it himself. But Wilson says driveway to road. And then lately he's like, no. It's not the dog trail either. Okay.
So hard to go day by day without summer. I'm always on my mind. But yeah, these hate groups, I'm sure, like I mentioned, the crew, they're trying to infiltrate with my wife, telling her things.
Yeah, that's the thing, and we never did. Like, really, we talked about all kinds of shit, but, like, never did go into, hey, well, what the fuck do you think, you know what I mean? What do you think happened? What this, and I didn't even want to broach that subject, honestly, and then it's like, hey, obviously when you hear an asshole, kind of knew what their thing was from day one, but it was mostly just watching him throw shit at everybody. You didn't trust a damn.
And sending her things up. They're trying to turn her again. They're trying to, still play this game. It's against each other in every way, and it's not right. I don't know. Like you said, she is really tore up, and she don't know which way to turn. She don't know who to trust anymore. It's sad. It's real sad. They're tearing her up. She's at a breaking point. She's at a point that's it's not good. I've never.
was the day of that? No. The hell?
I've seen her like this. It's not good at all. People are preying on her. It's not right. Wish they'd stop. All you good friends out there that do know her, whoever, please support her. She is tore up. People are pretending to be her friend and all this and that. You're still playing this evil game. I don't know what else to say. Y'all just pretty bad. It's not right what y'all are doing.
Yeah, I agree. And there's no way for us to prove to Candace or to you for that matter that we're above board and we're not going to somehow use everything to turn on you other than, you can see what we have done.
Yeah.
But
that's what I was saying.
Either way, I mean, we feel for you, Candace, and we're hoping for the best in all this, and we just want you all to have peace. And we don't want to be causing any pain or anything like that.
Meanwhile, behind the scenes.
Like that. If we are inadvertently, I'm so sorry. That's not our intention at all.
I appreciate you guys, like I'm saying. I wish we could focus on finding Summer. We haven't now with you since all this craziness and our family apart. So I wish we could focus on looking for Summer. I don't know. It's been over 2 months. She could be anywhere by now. But I just want to thank y'all. Probably head back towards the house.
Can I say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, what would you like to say before we end this here, Sonia?
I wish people would stop all these rumors too, so that they could focus on Summer, not having to defend themselves to the world. I really don't even understand why people aren't looking at other options, because they seem perfectly clear to me that she definitely could have been abducted. I wanted to say something about the dogs. People are always talking about the dogs out there. When my mom...
And this right here is the moment I heard the other night that I was like...
I lived out there because they seem perfectly clear to me that she definitely could have been abducted. I wanted to say something about the dogs. People are always talking about the dogs out there. When my mom lived out there, I remember her telling me that dogs would come on her property and for days chasing coons or whatever they do, and they would just be, the dogs would just wore out. They'd just lay there and rest for a day. She'd feed them and water them, and they'd rest and they would go. And so I know that dogs run out their powers, and these dogs are all strays. So something goes running in the woods, it just makes perfect sense to me that dogs aren't there all the time. If, something happens, they weren't there. It just I get that they weren't there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, lots of people don't understand that because they think they have a dog, but the dog it's a house dog. It's in their house a lot of the time.
Some dogs don't
so it's not going to leave.
Mm-hmm.
But outside dogs, they'll wander all over the place.
Yeah.
That is
stray dogs
legit.
In the country, they hang where they want to.
Yeah.
Among other things. Yeah, dogs will vanish all the damn time. Suppose even dogs that don't normally. Like, at least like mine, they vanish and never vanish for right at the peeping Tom instance. Conveniently enough, all of theirs were also gone. Mine were with me though, but theirs were gone when summer vanished. Sonia and Dawn found nothing weird about this, even by August, and the dogs come and go. They've run off for days. Nothing weird about the dogs not being there anymore.
It would be hard to make friends with. Somebody, they said they saw somebody on the property before hanging out on the property. Feed the dogs a couple times, they're not going to bark. It doesn't make sense that nobody gets the dogs.
Sonia, people are going to wonder, I remember because I have a very bad memory, but people are going to wonder your exact relation.
It's a house dog. It's in their house a lot of the time.
Some dogs don't leave strays, so something goes, you lay there and rest for a day.
So weird, man.
They could have been abducted. I wanted to say something about the dogs. People are always talking about the dogs out there. When my mom lived out there, I remember her telling me that dogs would come on her property after running for days, chasing coons or whatever they do, and they would just be, the dogs would just wore out. They'd lay there and rest for a day. She'd feed them and water them, and they'd rest, and they would go. And so I know that dogs run out their powers, and these dogs are all strays. So something goes running in the woods, it just makes perfect sense to me that dogs aren't there all the time. If, something happens, they weren't there. It just I get that they weren't there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, lots of people don't understand that because they think they have a dog, but the dog it's a house dog. It's in their house a lot of the time.
Some dogs don't
so it's not going to leave.
Mm-hmm.
But outside dogs, they'll wander all over the place.
Yeah.
That is
stray dogs
legit.
In the country, they hang where they want to.
Yep.
And they would be hard to make friends with. Somebody, they said they saw somebody on the property before hanging out on the property. Feed the dogs a couple times, they're not going to bark. It doesn't make sense that nobody gets the dogs.
Sonia, people are going to wonder, I remember because I have a very bad memory, but people are going to wonder your...
Weird, huh? That's also... The dogs have now taken a different path. It's fine. Just ignore it.
Your exact relation to Dawn.
I'm his biological sister.
And a full-blooded sister, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
The only one that's really stayed in touch with them all these years is another biological sister she's, sometimes I have contact with her, sometimes I don't. But my stepsisters, they have not had contact with them for 20 plus years.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, we really appreciate you calling in, Sonia. I know that you didn't really want to get involved, but I know that also it's been weighing on you because...
Wait, what about all the stuff you talking? The party he was attending with his sister when he got the call for Jose, but it wasn't a party, it was just lunch. Wait, hold on. Back up and wait, what about that time Dawn came in raising hell because the sisters were there? And yeah, it's fine.
You can't stand watching what Dawn and Candace are going through. And so I really appreciate you for calling in and being willing to say a little something for people to hear and see another side. So thank you.
You're welcome. No problem. Thank you guys for doing for having a place where he could say something without everything being twisted.
Absolutely, it's the least that we can do.
Like, we can't really, I would love to come down there and just, I'd walk in the woods for as much as I could, but, you know, we can't get down there, so we'll do what we can from up here, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
I appreciate
Don,
it.
I just want to thank you again because, as you said, so many people have tricked you, manipulated, and
Yeah, they couldn't go down here because Cher just newly skipped and went over borders and left all her kids behind and things. So anyway.
I just want to thank you again. And I'm sorry that you guys are under attack just because of us, and that's not what you need. But I do really, I just want to thank you and Candace. Thank Candace for the time that you take away to do this and answer questions, and for trusting us not to be like other channels that have been out there and what they're doing. So thanks, Don. We do appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks to you all, 'cause I know you guys have been taking a lot of heat, and it's like everybody I know, people attack everybody I know all that they can, and it's part of the crew that we was talking about earlier. But just thank y'all, and I just would like to say, love and prayers to everybody. And I'm sure Summer, she would say the same thing. She was always breaking up arguments and stuff. Me and Candace was having a little argument, whatever. She would always say stop, and be nice and be good. We love her and we miss her with all our hearts. And everything we got, we love her. We just hope and pray that she's safe. But yeah, love and prayers to everybody, and thanks y'all very much. Okay?
You too. Thank you. Get back home to your wife.
Same thing. Everybody I know.
Now, mind you, this was supposed to be some sort of explanation as to Dawn having an alleged 17-year-old girlfriend at that time or something, but I don't think they ever really touched on that topic, or hell, I don't. Anyway. I think this was
all this coming out when it's not true. Okay. And then I did ask her if there was any paperwork or any kind of investigation filed against her father at that point, and I do believe she said that she doesn't remember, but then again, she was also 3 at the time, which she's about 23, 24-ish now. Okay. So she's just now talking about it, and she said that she'd never told her dad until just recently about what had happened to her. Also, she says that her dad pretty much lived with them or close to them for most of her life. And he was just always just a great dad. I mean, at the end of the interview, she actually describes him as like everything, and he's funny, happy-go-lucky. You just don't want him to cook for you because he's going to destroy his food, So she has nothing but really like, it makes you laugh and smile because you just think of like a really normal, happy, like even your dad, like the things that your dad may have done with you, or things my dad may have done. And I said that, I'm like, minus the drug issue, my dad's sounds just like yours. He was happy to be involved. Have us all there. When I say us, I mean myself and all my friends, because we.
It was about Margie. That was Damaged Goods and Lockdown explaining it to TM. Right? Did y'all know there was a Donald Wells that died in Virginia 4 days ago? No shit. Just popped up in Google. Okay. And it gets even weirder. He has a daughter named Margaret. Alright. And there was another Donald Wells that died. He was from... Okay. And that was July 23rd. Damn, he's been going around spelling Margie's name wrong. I watched it in chat early and shit. He was spelling it with a Y. It's spelled with an I-E. Good lord. I did. I watched one of the earliest chats and the others. He's spelling it wrong during this period 6 months ago. He's spelling it with a Y. What the fuck? Never mind. Don't answer that. That was rhetorical. Good lord. This newspaper sucks. Oh, wait. It's Fox. Never mind. My bad. That was when Pam talked to him, but Donna and them would not. Even though it's been very short time. It's fun. Okay. Interesting. That one. Not that concerned about that either. Anyway. I'm gonna touch the cow pie patio, bro. Or J-Force.
This Black Forest Juicy Burst is made with real fruit juice. Black Forest, real juicy, real good.
My daughters, my wife are not good people themselves to be saying things like that.
They need help. They need to go to church. You need to change the way you're thinking. You need to be surround yourself. I mean, what's he thinking in his mind? I don't know. He's always going after innocent.
Of course, 24 hours or so before that, you know. Hold on. I think this one.
He threatened her. There you are, buddy. Facts aren't disputed. That's
day before cow patio and Don's big thing. You have this.
what happened. He did it. You've already done enough damage. Says here, wait, Mary was threatened by Dawn. Yes, she was. And those facts aren't disputed. That's what happened. He did it. There you go. So Dawn, there you are, buddy. I just wanted to make that, and you know, we can talk more about it later. But that's what happened. He threatened her. Dirty. It's just rotten. Okay, it's rotten. But she said bad things. What? So Dawn's allowed to talk insanely crazy about people. Insanely crazy about people. He's allowed to do that, and everybody's okay with it. But I'm sure at some point somebody's going to say to me, "Hey, Josh, what are you doing? What about, Mary? Are you not protecting Mary?" Protecting Mary? Of course. That's why I'm telling everybody right now that Dawn threatened her. And I wouldn't take a threat from Dawn lightly. That's just my opinion. Mary has every right to speak and go where she wants. She absolutely does. And Dawn's more concerned about what these victims that can talk are saying, and than the ones that can't. All right, he's got a problem there. So Kathy K was through text message. Look, it's being taken.
Yeah, it's not often monsters and their little minions and little monster helpers enjoy it when their victims can speak or don't, go shake in a corner or refuse to go silent again. They don't like the masks coming off. They don't like, I don't know, man. They don't like it when we're alive, really. And shit. They don't like anything about it. They don't, you know, and they want to. But boy, they do like a crowd trying to help silence. Now there's going mighty, you know, why this, why that, blah blah blah, turning tables, re-victimizing and shit like that. I get up on it. And if they can try to discredit and call everybody they're victimizing liars and shit, they goddamn will. Those who know much truth, whatever, and they'll always be the victim. It's just monster. Care of, and it's being, you know, I don't want to get into all that, and I don't really want to get into exactly what it said, but rest assured that it was a threat. There's no doubt in my mind. And Dawn, by the way, I was just wondering if Dawn, if you're here, I am very curious as to why you would do that. Why do you think that would be okay? Nobody was contacting you. We weren't doing anything other than letting them speak on how they felt. And then you thought it'd be a good idea. By the way, Rhonda talking to us was not Mary's idea. And it's not Mary's fault, Dawn, that your own dad, dementia or not, thinks that you had something to do with Summer going missing. How's that Mary's fault? Because she told everybody? Okay, fine. Be mad at her for that. Fair enough. But be mad at your own dad, who told the FBI that you had been telling people that Candace had did something with Summer, so your daddy would be okay with you just in case he needed to wire you a little bit of money. Okay, daddy's little boy. That's what that is, okay? It's not Mary's fault that your own father, the apple of his eye, he thinks that you did something to Summer. How's that Mary's fault? How is that Mary's fault? And Tim, I'm coming back to you here in a second. But Dawn goes on, and all Dawn wants to do is blame victims. That's all he wants. He admitted what he did. She was, by the way, when Rhonda spoke with us, Rhonda was 12. Dawn was 19. Now, Dawn may not remember it. I don't know if he does or not. Just because he doesn't remember it, that's not a defense. That's just not a defense. And I just, I loathe you. You're a coward who ducks every real question. You had no interest, Dawn, in ever finding your daughter. I don't care what you say. And I don't know why. I really don't know why. But also the fact of the matter is, from eyewitnesses at the scene when it happened, that you and Candace both had your phone so far up your ass, chatting on it, while the boys were off doing something else. You weren't comforting your children. You weren't hugging your wife. You weren't telling everybody everything's going to be okay. We're going to find her. You were walking around with your head down in your phone, Candace playing with her hat, not wanting to talk to the police. And that's the truth. And that's just how it is. I can't help that. That's what happened, but it is. There was no comforting. There was no panic, no fear, no bawling. There was nothing. There was nothing like that. How is that possible? I have no idea.
But it's so weird. Just, what are you doing? Walking around with your phone. Your phone. You're not next to your wife. You're not holding your kids. Why weren't the kids terrified? There's somebody out there stealing children from your home, and you're not comforting your children who are still there. You're walking around with your phone, texting who knows who about what. God knows what. Okay.
Something just occurred to me. And the closest statement ever made to it is Candace. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna let this play just a second.
And I've heard you talk lately, and you sound like you're on the edge, and I don't care. I really don't, because now you're threatening people that you have victimized. And whether there are people out there that don't believe that you victimized people or not, well, he has. There's police reports to prove it. I believe you've also, and let's just talk facts. I believe that you failed your polygraph test at least twice. I know you failed your piss test.
Mm-hmm.
I know you did. And I know you failed the polygraphs. Not that that matters, but you did fail them.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't pass anything. That's what he thinks. So, Don, explain to me, or just the world. How about the world? Not even me. You don't owe me anything. You know that. You know you don't have to tell me a thing. Ever. I'm nobody. I'm a nobody, okay? But why don't you tell the world why your wife waited 13 days, almost 2 weeks, to give her eulogy? Why? How? Why did she wait that long? I don't think that we'll ever have a good answer for that. We'll have a bad answer for it and an answer that we'll understand, but it's not going to be a good one. Sorry, he says, tell us about Mullen like only you can, Josh. Well, don't worry, we'll get back to him. Donnie looked creepy even as a kid. Yeah, I mean, I think that has more to do with we kind of know who he is. And so Rap Track Gangsta 222. I love the laugh. Thank you, Josh. Thank you guys for your continued support of this channel. Lori says, no one gives polys 2 or 3 times just for them to try and beat it. No, but if they're under the influence or suspected to be under the influence or possibly too much stress, then they will. They would. That. So anyway, he threatens Mary by text or whatever, saying that I believe it is true. But you know, more than that, nothing less either. It's a serious. What you did was it is a crime. It is a crime. You can't threaten people, especially somebody who has filed police reports on you for doing things that he's no alcohol, not even caffeine for a Polly. That he could have said, the best thing that he could have said was, look, it's just dangerous in my house. Dangerous in my house. I can't. Came up with and I give him credit. This was the best thing that he could have. And guess what? I have it on good authority that you failed your drug test, which is part of the reason why the kids were taken, but not the whole reason. But once again, Don came up with and I give him credit. This was the best thing that he could have said. The best thing that he could have said was, look, it's just dangerous in my house. It's so dangerous in my house. I can't have my children here. The only reason it's dangerous at your house is because of you psycho. I've read the police reports. I've read almost every police report that's ever been filled out against you. You have a handed jerk off. That really gets to me. I find this one is proof to show you. But here's where it comes in. And now this right here is from SaveTheChildren.com. He's very aware of that it's okay for him to speculate. He thinks it's okay for him to speculate on the Find Summer Wells Facebook official page. There's this or that, I don't know. But a child could be trapped. And then if you think about this, even while being trafficked at home. And Don and Candace are fine with Tim. Is total. They went on TV and they didn't care. And, we'll talk about this clear. Dawn made it very clear that she will be sorry for trying to tear their family apart even more. That's what he said. So, great. So go through it once again. Weird pattern in the past week or two, right? You have Rhonda coming out. You have then Tim putting up all the posts supposedly to, compare photos and stuff of Summer and Dawn. It's nonsensical at best. You have this whole, oh my gosh, over the who got Summer next, Freddy Krueger looking shadow picture. A TM puts that up to get attention on it. Dawn visits lockdown. And share, oh my gosh, and about it too. It gets eyes on Tim. And like I said, it's real weird that all those photos were the same age that Dawn was doing it to his sisters. Then Mary the other night speaks, talks about Dawn's dad, the septic tank thing, and whatever, right? Then Dawn, 2 nights ago, allegedly threatens Mary. Then the next day, you have Dawn coming out on the Gal Pies channel. Right. Yesterday, I guess. Whatever. I don't know, it looks like a hell of a rotation in here these days, doesn't it?
odd. In the middle of that, you have Smiley with her horse shit. Nah, you know, each time they do something, it's got to be something to also target us right in the middle of it. You also have a couple weeks around all this to where they've been going after Little again, obviously in a group effort. I don't know. The math on all this, dude, it looks like a whole lot of money circulating. But anyway, carrying on. Because what I was going to do next was visit the cow pies. But here's where I was like, wait a minute. Hold up. This is odd. Let me see if this is the one. Oh, is this it? Alright. Let's see. Maybe. Hello. They always cut them in pieces.
Inflammation in the eye might. First at 5 o'clock, more legal troubles wasn't the plan, leaving Hollywood after filming that Dr. Phil show you just saw here on News Channel 11. But not long after their return to Northeast Tennessee, missing 5-year-old Summerwell's father was arrested on suspicion for DUI.
Then again in court the following Monday for...
Oh yeah, not long after filming and things and all that. Coming back here and then wanting me to change my story and such, because yeah, wink, hint, money, Dr. Phil, new eyes on YouTube. However, it's weird. They didn't go contact Allie. They didn't go contact all the other people who had said the same thing about the shower thing. Did Candace, she wanted to tell Dawn to have all the channels erase their bit where he'd already admitted to not just sharing with Summer, but all of the children at once? But for some reason, my voice seems to matter, and I always get super attacked for having the same knowledge that everybody else has that's a little too close to them or witness shit. Jody Sue gets super attacked. But anyway, yeah, that's when weird shit starts going down, and it's near the fucking shit too, and the marathon, you know, it's fun. Carrying on.
For that being a violation of his probation. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel was able to ask him how the ongoing attention will help find his daughter. She's live in the studio tonight. Ansley?
Josh and Sarah. It's been dangerous.
It's clear how many think
It's been dangerous and
appearance of his daughter. And that's not all.
you know, we've had problems with threats and violence and all kind of things like that. It's been dangerous.
It's clear how many think of him.
It's been dangerous not only for us, but for everybody that we're involved with.
Summer's older brothers were taken by Child Protective Services back in July, a deeper strain now on their parents' marriage.
Me and her have had a lot of problems because of this. We're both just down and miss our kids. Don't exactly know how to deal with all that.
But they stand together in what they think happened to their only daughter.
Me and Candace know for a fact that Summer was abducted. We know that. But
Can you share with me why you know for a fact or how you know?
well, the reason that I know is because I know my wife, and I know what kind of emotions and the heartbreak that she's been going through, and the way everything happened.
Emotions and heartbreaks, you told me in person you refused to let her experience or express because it took away from you and it made you feel all kinds of ways. But you know her heart. I'm so fucking confused, man.
And when she called me,
Have police given you any information on that or anything pointing to that?
no, that's unheard of.
Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson says that they have found no evidence Summer was abducted.
Why is it our property is any different than any other property where kids are?
But it's like even Don wouldn't listen. Did he not watch any more than a YouTube clip? if you watch all the collective news pieces in one day instead of picking and choosing what the fuck you want out of them, it makes Salacious Cherry Springer bullshit. They all do say nothing's off the table. They still do look at abduction as a possibility or whatever. And that they found no signs, it still is on the table. But it depends on which clip you want to pick and what narrative you want to go with. Now, for me, I'm not, nor have I ever really been total like strange or anything, but I think there's a higher percentage of that because all the perfect storms. For me, it's definitely some mixture of foul play or controlled or something. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, I'm looking for the piece where Dawn tells.
Why? What makes them think, oh, there's no way an abduction can happen here, but everybody else is probable, but not this property?
Don Wells told us he could not speak about his recent charges based on the advice of his attorney. And just a reminder, though, there has been a gag order placed on the case involving the Child Protective Services that have their older sons.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we also print that, and that, and that, and that too? Can't forget about that, or that either. New customers get 25% off their first order at Vistaprint.com. Treadwell matches customers with the right tires. The same extra advice you get from people in the stores like me. I don't know, I guess I'm just feeling a little...
Oh, sorry. I was buying some tires using this Treadwell guide.
Okay, let me see. Here.
County Jail for pleading guilty to a DUI charge.
One of the guards gave me a copy of the New Living Translation Bible, so I found that to be not the best book there was. So I read, so I read it several times because that's all there really was to do. I was in 23-hour lockdown.
Can y'all hear this?
So, for my safety, they say.
And since he was released from jail, Wells says it's been a challenge to gain custody back.
They're doing nothing to help us. In fact, they're making us jump through all kinds of hoops, which is almost impossible to jump through all of them and hold a job and do all these things. They're making it real tough on us.
Wells told us he has been in touch with investigators over Summer's case.
There's not one shred of evidence. There's nothing. As much as they've looked, as much work of this they've done, they haven't been able to come up with anything at all.
His wife, Summer's mother, Candace, has also been in and out of the hospital.
Candace has been in the emergency room 4 times for heart problems. We're looking at eventually doing a major surgery, hopefully to correct the problem with her heart.
What happened to the stroke?
She's doing better, I think.
This was during that time too.
But all the stress and stuff, it's not helping at all, I don't think, for sure.
This weekend marks Summer's 7th birthday.
It's just another day without her. I mean, I don't really want to celebrate her birthday without her.
A time where he will wonder what she would be like as a step.
You know, we could always hope for a good scenario, but you know, it can't be good because
everyone,
no matter what situation she's in, she's lost her freedom. Even if she's alive, she's lost her freedom. She can't be.
And notice he complains in those pieces about how he was in lockdown for his own safety, whatever. And then when thoughts couldn't, he then is like, oh well, Summer was probably locked up, can't enjoy her freedom. The only way he can think about empty is whatever is happening to Dawn. Right? He didn't like being in lockdown. And then when they ask him about Summer, he's like, ah, well, she can't enjoy her freedom. Right after he bitches about being in lockdown. I think that might come up in a minute, but anyway, it's featured in the same piece. So whatever's happening to Don, he attributes to Summer, or whatever's on his mind at the time that's Don not reading. That's why certain things that pop out of his mouth are real concerning. When they're not parroting. Lately, he's changed this to, they didn't take her to Disneyland. It's like, bro. Okay.
Be seen in public.
About a month after she was reported missing,
Y'all notice he's starting to use the word tragedy pimps too. It's weird.
her 3 older brothers were placed into DCS custody.
We really want our boys back home. If Summer was to be found today, we wouldn't be able to see her or talk to her. And we can't talk to our boys.
Were they in touch with Candace when you were in jail?
Yes. Yeah.
But did something change when you got out of jail?
The only thing that changed is suddenly we weren't allowed to contact them.
Suddenly, we, did you hear it? Oh, that.
At all.
Wells spent a little more than 8 months in the Hawkins County Jail.
We weren't allowed to. The only thing that changed is suddenly we weren't allowed to contact them at all.
We weren't allowed to contact him at all. Right? Yeah.
Don, good job. It's a threat, and that's what you did. You did it. I saw it. Now I'm sure that Don Wells defenders will be like, but he this, or he that, or he this. And I'm telling you right now, Don, you're on notice. Do not contact Mary. Don't contact her. Don't threaten her. Don't do anything. Leave her alone. You're a 2-time loser and you're threatening somebody. Don't contact Don Wells defend. Good job. Start trying to tear their, and when she wouldn't respond, finally she responded via text, and Don made it very clear that Mary to Don learned about what people were going to think about her. Right? I mean, that's not up for. Says the other being something to do.
I'm looking for the one. We all know the story, right? Do I have to really find a page? There's a page around here where, Don's story eventually goes from this, which is about as close to the truth as you'll get.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not with
6.5 thousand subscribers, and her interview with Don Wells from Saturday has been.
Now, of course, he refused really to talk to Bobo, a real reporter, about all this, right? But then jumped right on YouTube with J is 4, right? And told her all about it.
Viewed more than 41,000 times. But Youngblood says she isn't interested in this 10-minute phone interview. Wells explained how the theories and speculation about what happened to his daughter are affecting him.
They come at me and said I had somebody, either posing or said they had the inside scoop of CBI and that they knew that I sold my daughter for drugs. And I flipped out. I believed that stuff. I believed it. And I flipped out. I started drinking and everything else. That's why I took our kids.
Her YouTube channel has 46.5.
Huh. So, even after polygraphs and after him crowing about passing those eventually and stuff, And like even in the roadways, like well, Candace filled hers for the reasons, but he fell asleep in his later on. You hear him change it for both of them that they were both falling asleep because of exhaustion during their photographs. But what was told us in the road was one of the stories you'll hear from Dawn, which is that Candace was screamed at and by this female agent, slammed into the car, accused of doing something to Summer, whatever. By the time they get her there, she's so nervous she can't take the test. Then eventually he changes that to no. And she was falling asleep too, blah blah, etc. But you can see her run her ass down to Hunter and Allie and them, wondering why she failed shit, right? So I don't know about sleeping and failing or nervous. It's fine. But what Don's story, after he semi-owns what the real reasons are here for the boys being removed.
And said I had somebody, either posing or said they had the inside scoop of TBI and that they knew that I sold my daughter for drugs. And I flipped out. I believed that stuff. Like I believed it. Then I flipped out. I started drinking and everything else. And that's why we took our kids.
Her YouTube.
So he was drinking, he was doing whatever, he flipped out. That's why they took their kids. Alright, no mention of the big bad YouTubers or the threat to my children less than 3 weeks after their sister vanished. While cop guards are still on the road was still full of FBI, TBI, every agency known to man, search crews every day. Yeah, there was no big bad YouTubers in there yet, terrorizing the absolute fuck out of us that super close, okay? Just wasn't happening. Alright. So, yeah, but his story later on, as we all know, becomes that big YouTubers. So he asked for them because it was safer away from there because the big bad people off social media were a danger risk. So they asked for DCS, whatever, to take the boys for their safety. Now it's that they've been kidnapped by DCS. But Don's always stuck by the house social media. Is the reason why. And even in person, he tried to sell me that shit. And Candace gave him a look like she could kill him. When he said, he's like, yeah, it's so not safe here right now. And I'm like, bitch, please. Now, the first of the morning when they were both leaving out and she was going to work with him, it was a little different. By the evening, whatever, it had changed. And then next few days, but I knew before what had already been done. I'm like, but anyway, the point is, alright, Don has always said the YouTubers were the danger to the boys, and so he's like, oh, whatever, right? Although that was not really it wasn't social media, whatever. Same social media, I guess they're playing with ours, right? Within hours of Summer vanishing and using and doing whatever and yada yada. But he's always said that. Well, since he finally fairy tailed the fuck out of it and came up with the final version ish, we'll see. But that's all he says is social media, and those people are the danger to the boys, right? So that's why they told DCS to take for their safety. Now it's they were kidnapped, although I can show you, and I've shown the receipts, they were planning that whole thing. As soon as the boys were taken, they were like, yeah. And I mean, I literally have proof of their own shit that that's what they were doing. They were planning on eventually accusing DCS or somebody of kidnapping or trafficking the children. And eventually, once everything comes in the pipeline here past you, exactly what they've done. Anyway, Don's story is that it was for their own safety. They agreed to it because of the social media shit. Right? People in there, the psychics, the whatever. what's weird, let's
Because my leg was messing up on me. We were
Candace and I got up that morning. She came out and took me to into the ER because my leg was messing up on me. And we were afraid something was wrong with my knee. I have a knee replacement. And she was worried that there was something wrong with it. And she took me into the hospital. And I ended up getting a shot for it to get rid of the pain. And they prescribed me medication to take to get the swelling down out of my knee and around my knee because it was inflamed. And then we waited around for my prescription. Summer went swimming that day at the horse stables, I believe it was. And then we come back and I went in my camper, and after we brought my groceries in for me, and the boys helped with that, and of course Summer. And I laid down and went to sleep, and I got up and I was sitting in my doorway, and we come out, and Candace asked me what I was doing. I said, well, we got to transplant these little cactuses into bigger pots. And we did that, and then Summer come in and had a piece of peppermint, which is her favorite, and then she went in. She said, Mama, I want to go play with the boys. Candy walked her back to the house, and she asked the boys to keep an eye on her, and that's the last time I seen her.
Tell me when you first realized that Summer was missing, what was going through your mind, and what was it like here?
To be blunt, it was hell. I mean, and I apologize, I'm blunt. As everybody knows, I have a missing daughter. She's been gone for 12 years. And all I could say is, oh God, not again. And I couldn't do nothing but cry. And we yelled for her, and we yelled for her, and yelled for her. And we could not find her. Candy was in hysterics. And we never did find her. She called 911, and she called Donnie, and we sent the boys down over the hill, and I stood in front of over by the edge there and watched them. And was praying to God every minute that nobody would take them. And
now, despite the rest of the fuckery around that statement, and I was very much present at the bottom and trying to let them know I was looking for and whatever. And I heard the boys go on the left side. She says they send the boys down, look for and praying nobody would take them too. Candace is the only one that says it. It's fear of somebody returning, somebody else taking it. Not big bad YouTubers, not this, not that, not the other, right? Never once have I heard Candace or Dawn ever say what they feared was a return of whoever took Summer, possibly harming boys, right? To take them to anything like that. Now I know for the rest of the community and myself, and I know you all have heard me say it many times, as I was walking those banks or up at night, protecting Monster's dumbass and my own children, and wondering, especially after the freak show next door was revealed, and the sister thing and all this, whatever, right? And feeling like we did prior to Utah and after, and all the work, and even with that guard on the road, man, the cop, it's a cop at intent. I still every night sit out there wondering if some predator that wasn't Don fucking Wells, if someone was responsible, that they would make a return in, because that's what predators of that caliber do. I'd been assured of that, and that my thoughts were correct by Card Team and others, and feds and locals. I mean, predators of that variety, if someone is taking that type of risk, they come back to watch scenes, they watch, the shit. I knew this. Like, I'm not a dumbass, right? But I verified that with Ellie and them. I'm like, man, and it had me like, okay, so who the fuck's responsible if it's not them, if it's somebody else? Is it somebody in here? Is it somebody in the community? Somebody can come behind us on the ridge lines where there's no cop. Could it be? You don't know. So I was terrified for my own daughter, my son, and their kids next door. Like, I swear to God, the night he was shooting, it was 4 gunshots. Turned out that went into the fridge over there, but I kept waiting on the 5th. I was like, oh shit. And I even woke Monster up, which I knew was not a wise idea. I'm gonna get my ass chewed, get me hurt some more. But I was like, man, I'm afraid Dawn has just like killed the kids and Candace. Andy, wake up. I'm out here, been waiting for a few minutes to see if he like suicides himself, and a 5th shot rings out. But that one never came, turns out, later on. I had shut the fridge. Either way, every night, not only was I listening for Summer's voice, or because during the day when they're flying the super heavy equipment, you couldn't hear a lot, or when searchers is there, you couldn't hear the little sounds, right? And it would change movements of scavengers and coyotes, So at night, I would try to listen to see if I heard any scavenger movement. The coyotes go to different spots in case. I know you know what I mean. Okay. I know y'all get it without me having to explain it. I was listening for a great minute. And so, and I was watching. And I know other neighbors where they were on. I could hear them come out of their doors down the road. I'd hear them walking their porches. I'd hear the dads and grandfathers sitting out on porches all night, keeping an eye and watch over the families. And I was doing the same, but I was also worried about the kids next door, even when the cop on the road this there. And the return of a predator, in case it was somebody in and around, or yeah, even if it wasn't, right? Them sneaking back in to get it, you know what I'm saying? And since the siblings all look like, you know what I mean? And you never know what somebody of that caliber is going to do if they take that type of risk to go all the way up the hill to get her. And broad daylight in this area, that's a hell of a risk, even if it's in the middle of nowhere. Either way, I know I and other neighbors discussed that possibility. We all knew it was. But yet Don picks his story as, well, we asked for them to take them because it was dangerous at our house because of all the social media stuff. Almost as if the threat of a predator returning for siblings that might look the same, or a predator on the loose in the area, or by this point, I mean, he's known for, and this is what gets me. Don and Candace are well aware of the Peeping Tom stuff for all those years, right? Well aware of it. Don never flipped out about it. Neither of them ever really, like, oh my god. But Don was always going on about weird shit, and like, he supposedly allegedly called around Hunter that day and was like, there's some weird guy on the property touching little kids or whatever, yeah. And whatever, but man, if I knew there was a Peeping Tom next door and dogs disappearing, and then I had a daughter next door, but then or any child, it just hit me that they never really worried about that. Dawn of the super paranoid of the teaching Margie and his daughters how, to protect themselves, but also to be good girls and suck it up if anything did, I guess. Take it like a champ and don't report that fella. So proud of him. Anyway, right? But he taught him about safety and how creeps were always out there in this area, but he wouldn't flip it out. I never heard them be like, man, you see signs of, can we help you figure out or catch this Peeping Tom all these years? No. Not fucking once. No concern even. I was like, dude, that motherfucker was back last night. No, okay. Alright. Hyper-vigilant. Weirdo always worried about people doing something or taking kids. What the fuck? But they were not worried about the return of a predator. Whoever took Summer. Never once have I ever heard any of them say similar. Like, I've been pissed from the get-go because so many YouTubers, looky-loos, pick-me's, people around the world thought it appropriate to come inside of Ben Hill and inside of Beach Creek because it's made it so difficult. If there's someone out there that took Summer and at that risk, they probably would have revisited, but you could not have told who the fuck they were thanks to all these crazies running amok in there, right? They would have blended right on in. It's pissed me off since forever. I've repeated it, it's not anything new I've said, but I've never heard Dawn and Candace ever say that. That would be a problem for like, man, if these people would stay out of here, maybe we could catch somebody coming and going again, or on the look for whatever. No! Never been worried about that. They weren't worried for the kids' safety by being there looking so similar to Summer. Predator on the loose. Kidnapper. Like you said, Grandis only comes up with it because you remember that was during the phase where they invented the walkie-talkies and the knives to go outside bullshit, which is garbage. Okay? It's garbage. Look, they didn't teach any of these kids safety of any kind. They taught them terror, to be afraid of their environment as an automatic babysitter. But I'll tell you, Mr. Mechanic Daddy, Tim the Toolman here, I don't care what he was doing, Marge, but I'll tell you what, with dirt bikes and shit, other men, all of us, we'd have to, I mean, it was scary sometimes hearing the boys connect because they weren't replacing the brakes and stuff, but man, they were not down there supervising, and the boys would ride them on the road and about hit cars. I think at one point you even hear Fred talk about that, right? They'd be riding the dirt, and they really had no give a fucks. They didn't pay attention going around the curves or at the little top of the hill. Nothing, dude. No matter how many times they got hit or anything else on them. And they never supervised them or told them to stay on one side of the road or any of that shit. But either way, and so Don and his whole, they were always riding on the dog trail and the top house. It's horseshit. They mostly went down the driveway after they creeped down if the brakes worked, and then went in and out of the road, whatever. But none of them have ever had the fear of a predator returning, or I guess the thought process to think somebody that would have taken that much risk would be back. 3 or 4 weeks in, even, Don's best excuse he'd come up with is, oh, the YouTubers who were not at risk at that time are the risk, and so we told them to take the boys. The fuck? But that was, of course, after his first oopsies and almost the truth, which is he and his bullshittery and drug use and drinking are the reason they took the boys. He had to fancy it up. But they even tried to sell it shit to me in person. Not one time have any of these three been worried about a predator coming back. I've never even heard them worry about the other neighbors or community members. Like, y'all heard me be like, man, you can't tell if the predator's revisiting or who the fuck they are for all the YouTubers still in there to this day and all the crazies going in there. You couldn't pinpoint somebody revisiting certain locations. They may have had somewhere. As like memorials, you couldn't pinpoint, I mean, because a lot of times predators like that will go back to important, wherever they went that day, or wherever they took the children, or wherever local, but you couldn't tell it even over 2 years later because of all the fuck sticks still in there and going back and forth. If that community was left alone, any strange vehicle or the revisiting of a predator would probably be noticed. Because of the isolation, it would be noticed, especially with as high alert as everybody is. But nobody can leave the fucking community alone long enough to let that happen. However, something the people closest to Summer never once said anything like that or been worried about that. They've brought more YouTubers into the community. Keep them in there. And 3 weeks in the impossible, Don's best excuse, after he starts fancying it up, is that they let DCS take him because of the danger from social media. But not a thought one to, well, we don't know who's done this, the boys looking up like, we don't know if there's no them worrying over the other neighbors or community members and going, man, we've got a predator on the loose, we're afraid for our neighbors, their children, their grandchildren. Y'all can we keep it? The YouTubers are the police, so maybe if somebody comes back and revisits the scene or cat or anything, that they'll be noticed and caught so we can get justice for sure. Hell no. That struck the rest of us in the community. I know we talk about it. We have since very early on. We've all been out. You think I was the only one out on bikes? Out keeping it on, ears open at night? Hell no, I was not. Entire fucking main road and all the daddies, aunties, uncles, people sitting on the porches and in the dark with guns and ears open. Oh, but Jody Sue saw us right. Fuck all that jazz. I could hear the others. And we talked about it. These have never said any such thing. They've never been worried about the return or revisiting or the danger to their neighbors of a predator on the loose. Is that not odd? Not even 3 weeks in, when the boys get taken, and the biggest threat you can think of to start fairy telling how you and your crack are actually what got the boys taken. You start fairy telling it, and the biggest thought of danger to you that you can come up with to fairy tell it for the public is big bad social media YouTubers and psychics being a risk or danger to your other children. And so you let DCS, you asked them to take the boys because big bad social media, but you're clearly playing with from day one anyway and bringing into the damn mix. But it wasn't even possible for them to have been a danger to those boys at that time. There was a fucking cop and a 10 on the road 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So the YouTube shit for the boys has always been bullshit. And like you hear, Don, closest to the truth there is that someone posing as FBI, which we know is a thing around here on YouTube, thanks to Penny and the rest, whatnot, right? But it was used against, us and set up shit. Anyway, that whole thing. But, someone posing as, or someone with the inside scoop with the TBI or FBI, or the actual FBI, he's not real sure, made him believe that he had done something with his daughter, sold her for dope. Even after polygraphs he eventually passed, he somehow was made to believe that, he acted like a bad boy, went and smoked crack, did all these things. And that's why they took his kids. Fairy tales up. The worst threat within 3 weeks of his daughter being taken. The worst threat in his mind is social media that at that point could not be accessing in a way that would have been super threats. So, yeah, we have people just thinking, yeah, they're more on the main side, obviously, but there's a fucking cop right there in a tent, bitches. There's still shit flying. Search groups all day. There's FBI, TBI, detectives, state, local agencies out the ass in there. You know clearly in 3 weeks, the feds ain't got eyes off of them either. There's nobody got, you know what I mean? But the worst threat he could think of was YouTube and social media. To be like, oh yeah, that was the danger to the boys. Not a return, not a visit, not a predator on the loose in the community somewhere. And do keep in mind, from the beginning, what was his thing? Oh, it's when his hillbilly meth heads and, oh, a big bad neighbor, which then eventually became bad neighbors, right? So he was thinking it was somebody close, right? Which was him slinging mud at Fred. So he thinks Fred's in the fucking hollow the whole time. Whatever, etc. Meanwhile, Fred and Laura are freaking out. They're still hanging out outside the damn road. Noses and YouTube out here. As I guess they're watching and studying Dawn and Candace and shit show online, where everybody else is in there doing what was fucking right. Point is, he think, or at least, and make that make sense. If he really thought Fred had done that, or had part in, or he thought whatever, or I'm one of the big bad hillbilly meth head neighbors, big bad neighbors, well, they were all still there when the boys were removed at 3 weeks in. Would they have posed a risk to Dawn and Candace and the boys if they were out for vengeance or whatever the hell it is, the reason is? Nope. Still the worst threat in his head to his children, and he came up with the fairy tale shit for the public, social media. And even when they were aiming at Fred and the big bad meth head hillbilly, whatever neighbors and everywhere else, right? Some hillbilly junkies come up here and got her. That's implying inside that community somewhere. You never once hear mentioned either. None of them. Well, this big bad hillbilly junkie somewhere around here snuck up here and got some are still in here and needs to be caught before they can do any more damage. Take other children, do ya? But they're, our children, our three boys are still in here. We need this person caught. They're posing a risk, even still, if there's some sort of whatever. They're still in the community, la la. They're posing a risk to our other children. Nope. They're posing a risk to the rest of the community. The other children, grandchildren. Nope. Social media. And I've never heard them in 2+ years where they're still a predator. Almost now, in the past couple days, I did hear something from Dawn talking about there could be a predator out there still. Seems a little parody to me all of a sudden, but y'all go ahead and carry on. I was like, what the fuck? I don't even know where I heard that at the past 2 or 3 days, because I assure you it has been the past 2 or 3 days. That I was like, what the hell? And it may just be that I'm not watching. And I try not to go to the newer garbage with them ever, and obviously not even much of old shit either. But and original shit. I usually stick with news pieces and stuff. As in the past couple months, I've started going back, but so in the past couple days, I've heard of it, and I was like, damn! Now it's Tragedy Pimp, Disney World, and it could still be out here. Yeah, no shit, Dipstick. Anybody else knows way back, right? When I started giving hints and shit, but I was like, yeah, the person or persons responsible could be out here. Dawn took exception to that and then started like when I was somewhere when he knew I was in the room, and then it was a hit at me. It's like, hey, fuck you, motherfucker. But he did it in a very pointed manner to let me know that he was parroting on purpose, he was doing whatever on purpose, and that it was pointedly at me, and I'm like, fuck you, dude. But yeah, I don't know. Cause fucking weird. Fucking monster, man. Either way, I don't care, right? It's much like my own monster over here wearing shirts thinking it's funny, the world thinking the shirt shit's funny. The judge didn't think it was fucking funny. All the services around here, the therapists and shit, they didn't think it's funny. Branch House, all other places for duty, they didn't think it's fucking funny either. They often do shit like that, right? But they've never been worried about the return of predator. Someone through in the worst threat he can think of to fairy tale the fuck out of he smoked crack and got drunk, and that's the reason the boys were taken, like he admitted at first. It was big bad social media, though that wasn't even really possible because of the cop community and the search crews and all the agencies still in there, very much so. And I can prove it. It's calling me a fucking liar about that. I got pictures of all of them coming and going all day, every day at that point. Yeah, diagnosis. I mean, I even made sure of my own thoughts, what I knew to be true of criminals, especially that variety, and those who take great risk. They always escalate. And if you take that much risk doing something like that, each crime they have to do more, and it has to be riskier and riskier in order to get off on it or whatever the fuck, right? And they also, if they're at that stage, they'll revisit, they'll come back in, they'll watch. They enjoy watching the chaos they've caused too, by the way. And that's why you'll often see a few throughout history, they pop up at news interviews or where everything's taped off and reporters are. Yeah, how like they catch these criminals way down the road and then they look back and there they are watching right outside the yellow tape. right? And I asked about this, and Card told me, like, he ain't wrong. And I was like, so chances are, if this is a random, they're gonna escalate. The next crime's gonna be worse, and if they took this much risk, that probably means this would not have been their first crime or child either. Summer probably would not have been their first. And if there is indeed a predator on the loose, they will do it again. And they will get riskier and riskier and commit more violent and heinous crimes, and they will be the types to revisit this. That is not just me, my thinking. That was pretty well heard. Considering I am specialists about it. So, either way, Don and Candace never worked. Not once. It's odd. He didn't worry about the peeping Tom in there either. But the rest of the time, the Fruit Loop, all these other, it has always been on this, predators everywhere. But yet, he knows there's a peeping Tom next door. He's not worried about that. They never really bring it up. Kids is running free all those years. No extra security measures taken. They still live free willing, even knowing there's a peeping Tom next door for fact. I know their community members worried about that. Don isn't. The king is worried about creepers. And he wasn't worried, and they aren't worried about the return. The predator was or keeping the community calm so one could have ever been seen, or getting them out of there so there's no more risk to the neighbors, community members, or children. No, just social media, but that doesn't make much sense when you know Candace and Dawn are on the phone behind the scenes all goddamn day and night, whether they're out here in public or not. They're on the phone day and night, these creators and fuckers around it, actually being the ones to bring more chaos and to target everybody around Summer's case. Also, shit. And bringing social media into there to where a predator may still be going unnoticed, or unknown, or unseen if that community was left be and went silent and quiet. Wouldn't that be a good way to try to pinpoint somebody or the person responsible? Maybe? For Summer vanishing? To help find your daughter? Or is it to continue to bring the big bad social media in that pose such a risk yet? Ask for the boys to be taken to their safety. So that was nonsense. The big bad social media people who pose so much of a risk to your own children that you supposedly said, hey, they're a risk to our children's safety. Can you take them, please? But yet, the big bad social media folks you keep bringing into the community aren't risks to your neighbor's children or grandchildren or anything. Huh. That math don't work out, bro. That don't work out. And yeah, social media crazies, the woo-woos, the dingbats, the super latched on crime junkies, yeah, they are dangerous. And these YouTubers and what they do to us in real life, and I'll even say that Candace Non is atrocious. But when you have these two playing in it, helping it along and using it, takes on a different thing altogether. Yeah, we're all mad here. And I asked him please not take the police officer off the end of the road. Because when I realized he was going, I was like, wait, where the fuck is he? It's midday. Yeah, right. And, which I changed him out, but they're like, I think we're going to do that. I was like, please not yet. And then they kept him on for a couple more days, and then eventually it started tapering him out, but and the chaos really ensued, but still had search groups, all the feds, law enforcement, agencies everywhere, detectives running in and out all day long. All this stuff still occurring, so even with some of the weirdos coming in, it wasn't that astronomically like at first. Now, when we finally started our last days, it was atrocious. And as you can see, that's not stopped since, thanks to this well-organized group online doing shit on purpose for folks, and otherwise, including themselves. I was gonna go through this to where I was gonna touch the cow pasture, right? And go through what everybody else says, right? Sort of, because I did see a piece of J4 yesterday, but and I've not watched all the cow pie Dawn feature, but but I was going to point out, like everybody else, it's weird when he describes, the TITs on his sister and how he's like talking crazy and whatever, right? I think it's all disgusting. Trying to talk about his mom going, she wanted to be in the skinny bitch club. All of a sudden, he does revisionist history all the way across the board with the family dynamics. He takes exception. Suddenly, his dad is talking shit about how he treated his mom and all that. What? Wait. All the weirdness there. I was going to talk about it. But also, once again, point out how, like I have earlier in the video with the Margie piece, that this too, like a lot of things with Dawn, is not new, right? He'd already dropped those names, and so had, I think, Lisa Kay, Margie, 6 months ago did for Dawn, when it was time to attack the sisters again. The only thing really new was, I think, him threatening to out Mary's son. It was all this sort of stuff. He's even been down the avenue before where he attacked, Jeannie and her first pregnancy or getting married, 1840, I don't know. But that all came on the heels 24 hours after he supposedly messaged. There's a pattern here, and there was a build up to all this. And like I said, I still think the pics posted by Mullen the other day have to do with Dawn being that age that he started doing things to his sisters. And they hit me, how I'm a boy, I'd love to go back to that time and the backdoor stuff, honestly. And then all these things, I don't find it coincidental at all. And then TM advertising for it, Dawn making sure it was just, oh gosh, Tim is, I wanted to remove this picture, but he's not on shares, and and then having lockdown advertised for it to get those on, I just find the math and the workings a little funny. It built up eyes and weirdness for this hit job here. This is my guess. Anyway, but I think, I'm going to leave it here instead of doing all that, because I think you all can figure out from the Margie interview yourself that, and other things said, that what really happened in the threat was not new news. He had already, those names have been out there. He's already said that, so several others. Margie did it 6 months ago with those names to hit out at Mary. There's only so many new bits in there, at least as far as I know, because I've only watched so much of it. However, what I find weird as hell,
What's he thinking in his mind? I don't know. He's always going after innocent boys. What is his deal? I don't know.
I wonder why he just continues on bringing.
Now, that is one thing I would like to point out. Dawn mentions over and over again how McDonough's after 14-year-old boys. I did notice it. I think he mentioned the age again. He's always after 14-year-old boys this year. It's almost like he's still thinking of himself as a boy at that age, and McDonough's going after him, and he's equating himself to the boys. McDonough got wrongly imprisoned and whatever, right? We all know the story there, but he's in his head, somehow he's correlating. McDonough's trying to falsely locked up McDonough this, but he's still stuck. And he's trying to equate his almost 60-year-old self to the 14-year-old boy that he was. And he was doing it just near the ages of the same ones McDonough's notorious for around. Weird, eh? Anyway, this. Everybody's talking, they're like an hour in, and then Christine suddenly appears. Just pops up on panel. And then
all kinds of memes and stuff. But it's okay. Yeah. I'll just turn it off.
All the haters are gonna hate. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Christine, what are you doing, honey?
Hey.
Hey.
Hi, Christine. Long time no talk to.
I know. You changed the number.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I had to change my number. Once it gets in the wrong hands, it just goes everywhere.
I feel like you need to come up here and let a lot of this off your chest, because it's been on your shoulders for a long time.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey,
it
now Don,
happened.
can you
Yeah.
answer a question?
Yeah, as
Now,
long as they're not from. Yeah, go ahead. I'm not
just
gonna.
follow me. Just follow with me. There's a purpose. I'm saying this. I'm asking you this question. So when all of these allegations came out, right? And I believe, people believe that, when you went to jail for your DUI, that you were going to be extradited. Were you ever extradited over there for any of these allegations?
No.
Okay. Were any charges ever brought up against you?
No, nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
Nothing.
So,
No.
now, I don't know if you want to, to me, I would think that if there were circumstantial evidence that, what happened, you would be charged, right?
I don't know about that. But that's just like, Russell Hartman or Mary's husband, raping my sister at 11 years old or whatever. I mean, I don't know.
But
Can he still be charged? I don't know.
Yeah.
They say, I will say this, and I will say this. On rape, there's no limits to the law. You can go after a rape for life.
Oh, and like molestation of your sisters. Weird you know that in Utah and laws, huh? Anyway, carrying on.
Right.
There's no limits. So basically, her husband could be charged with rape. Let's just talk about Mary in their case. I don't want to talk about me no more. We've been talking about me for 2 years.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Russell Hartman could be charged with rape. Wow, that's interesting.
Very much so. And
well, doesn't Rhonda fall under that though too? She wouldn't fall under molestation. She would fall under the R, right? Anyway,
like that's horrible. 11 years old, 23-year-old.
Yeah, she trusted him to, to hang out with him or whatever. He got her in a corner. All I know is I was like, "Where's my sister?" And I walked. We was at some friend's house, doing what we did back then, listening to music, maybe smoke a little weed or whatever, But I was wondering where my sister was in the back room, and he was on top of her having sex with her, and I didn't know. She didn't scream. I mean, I don't know, but I witnessed it firsthand, But anyway, and then I told you the rest of the story. But yeah, why ain't she concerned about that? That's my question. Why does she not care about my sisters or me or anything? And she's so gung ho on spreading lies and trying everything in the world to destroy our side of the family. Why? Why are they doing this? I mean,
now I don't think it right that he told one of his, it seems like his full siblings, stories for them after them asking him not to, but obviously last year and this year they've definitely dropped the names and done whatever, but again, this is whatever.
I really don't want my dad's house. I mean, if that's what it's about, I mean, I don't know.
It could be. But you've been trying to get to Utah. You're still trying to get to Utah. PG's panel a couple weeks ago proves you're still trying to get to Utah and run a commune.
Well, my dad, when my dad found out that my daughter was kidnapped, he told everybody that he wanted me to have his house and get my boys the hell out of hillbilly country. And they probably all heard it. And this is one of the other things that started this up. This is my dad wanted me to have his property.
Right.
I think that really, yeah. Yeah, I think that's one of the other things that really pissed him off too. Because
what pisses me off is this dude keeps saying hillbilly. Like it's big bad hillbilly, whatever, right? But I have never seen even the worst of the tweaker ass hillbillies I know act a fool like these fucking two have not raised right, ain't even trying to raise their babies right. Also, like a mutt from all over the place, and a mutt from all over the place here acting like this shit. But then they're calling everybody else hillbillies. Like, we're the. Hey, break, bro.
Honestly, Chris McDonough talks about Jeannie, how she raised such a beautiful family, blah, blah, blah. Well, the truth of the matter is Jeannie didn't raise her kids. She would take them and dump them off at my dad's, and my stepmom raised her kids. She didn't.
Don raised none of his kids, period. What? What? What is happening here? You make it make sense.
Raise them. She done whatever the hell she wanted to do while her husband was out trucking and doing whatever. And so Jeannie's mother.
So like Candace did when you weren't home, and you did even when Candace and your kids were home, you run off for crack weekends, and you did whatever, and Candace did whatever she wanted when you weren't home. That's okay. All right.
Raised her kids, not Jeannie.
What about Mary? Did she raise her children?
Well, I mean, yeah, she raised her children as far as I know, but yeah, I mean, hell, we could bring up her kids too. We could bring up all kinds of stuff on Mary's kids if we wanted to, but I'm trying not to go do all this crazy shit.
Yeah.
Mary just really, and always, I'm sure Chris McDonough's just loving this right now. You think he really cares about Mary? I don't think so. I don't think he gives a damn about Mary.
His obsession with the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what has Chris even put out a billboard or anything for summer with the money?
As far as I know, he's taken a lot of money.
Daisy, you couldn't even be bothered to have balloons in your possession at her vigil without taking up cash apps to write names on them. That's all I'm gonna say. But
he's made.
Well, I think as you're walking through cussing Robin and talking shit about her, telling y'all what to do and getting the giggles over Justin being parked over and starstruck, and as you and the sister were fighting and being fucking embarrassments at your age, and then you realized you couldn't let off the balloons in a state park, all the other fuckery, you were talking about how this little baby's probably dead because, they did it. Yeah, all that shit. It's totally fine though, right, Daisy? Yeah.
Off of Summer's back and put it in his damn pocket. That's what Chris McDonough's done. He ain't done shit.
I know he's done a lot for the Monkey Bond case, but I don't know what he's doing.
What has he done? What has he done?
Well, I know he's done a lot for the Monkey Vaughn case. Don goes, well, what has he done?
For the Monkey Vaughn case.
Well, I don't know for sure. I know he went there.
Well, I don't know, but he went there. Oh, okay. Okay.
See, Brandy
stirred up trouble.
Else. But I really don't know what he has actually done for the Summer Wells case other than...
Yeah, I mean, I know he gets on his YouTube channel and talks like he's the...
So you don't know what he did for Monkey Vaughn, but you know it. Well, he did a lot for that one, but in Summers it's different, but he's actually been more present in Summers than Monkeys. Cow math?
Biggest, greatest cop that ever walked the earth, and he does all this stuff, but as far as I can tell, all I've ever seen him do is collect money off of...
I'm not a big fan of the dude either, but Jesus.
That's...
Quit being that fucking obsessed, bro. It's a bad look. God damn, get off of it already.
And we've talked about it, Daisy. When you turn...
Yeah.
That,
Doug's got issues. Could hide her. I would not let anybody know where my children.
I would never. You'll never hear from me again. If I was, that's crazy. And but they're obsessed with the hate, though. They're not obsessed with the right thing, the love, and there's sometimes.
That's how something fell out of his mouth, ain't it? They're all obsessed with the hate, not obsessed with the love. Huh?
I wonder, we were all vulnerable to probably by their sister's husband. You're just following along. You're up on YouTube or off of YouTube. Is a
So don't come out with it. You didn't.
the last time I seen him, I came back and forth with this Hay house. And
You never met Summer, right?
they've never met Summer.
Okay.
No.
But still, I can see the couch
And we were all about our boys.
head of her and Summer was all over.
I don't remember up in the YouTube. You got
There is so many.
long. It's long. I don't know.
And her cry. She said,
Why do people hate? Is hate all day long? How in the hell does Justice for All even help foster kids if he's that hateful? And, how in the hell is he going to raise foster kids? Is that what he's teaching these foster kids? Is to hate? I don't think he should have foster kids.
I think people are just.
If that's what he's about, some gay dude that's all about hate and got serious psychological problems. How is it that he has foster kids? So the welfare is going to take our loving children from us, which I understand there was a lot of danger here at first because of these lies that they created. It was very dangerous, in my opinion. Nobody's come up here and shot guns yet or shot at their house, but it was very dangerous thanks to all these lies and the YouTube creators that drug it on and on and on. Shame on all of you.
But not the predator on beliefs. See, I told you.
Shame. How shameful that you're going to destroy a loving family, a loving mother, and a loving father. You're going to make it your number one priority to destroy us like that? Wow.
Well,
You mean the loving father the boys were trying to get rid of right before Summer vanished? That one, asshole?
Some of the stuff there, Don, is from, one of your neighbors.
My bad. My bad. That came out loud, didn't it? Well, shit. My bad.
Destroy us like that?
Now look, Christine has been up here since the 1 hour and 1 minute mark. It is now 1 hour and 17-minute mark. She's not spoken that much. Watch.
Wow.
Well, I know some of the stuff there, Don, is from, one of your neighbors that said a lot of things.
One of my neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jody Sue Brown? Yeah, but she's just a nutcase. You got to overlook her, man. You can't. She's just a straight nutcase, and if anybody believes anything she says, that's their problem. I'm not going to, she's a straight nutcase.
She's told so many stories.
Yeah. She's disproved herself. She's pretty much done herself in with all the stories. And that's what, it's so weird that people do this. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Is that what Americans do now? They just, when they can't get along with somebody, they start telling stories and put them on YouTube about them? I mean, is that what we've become as a nation? Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty much, because it's just, here it is. I'm going to show you this video of Candace.
Oh, right.
I found it in my live stream. I've been looking for it where I've been, so here it is. I'll be back. Okay.
And there goes Christine. Drops off after the Jody Sue thing. Oh, Don, one of your neighbors. She really asks him about, have you been extradited? Is there whatever? And then waits and waits. And then at the end goes, what about your neighbor? And Don goes, oh, yeah, you heard him. And then she drops off. I don't know, man. So that, and I'd say this walk through Jurassic Park time. It shows who has all the stories. Who's more, Yeah. Yeah, what? Do I need to say anything, really? Do I? Yeah, don't worry about me. I'm just unfounded. I'm crazy. I don't know shit, man. Hey, get this. I know my daughter's birthday, my son's birthday, and your daughter's birthday. And I know how many acres and stuff were searched. I know, but you know what? It's fine. I know there's evidence too. I, I really did watch the real dogs. Well, it's fine though. Yeah. I've been discredited. I've done myself in with all my stories. No, Don thinks he's done and everything around summer and discredited everyone with it. Oh, I don't know, this well-organized group online and tampered with his daughters. Yeah, it's fine. It's going to leave it there. He wants everybody. I don't know. Much like Jeannie and everybody else. Man, you're on that dude's shit list and you're just a liar and you're crazy and you're a psycho woman and you're whatever else. Yes. And goddamn, they just want you to shut up at all costs, don't they? That mask. Ouch. 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 It hurts. Don't pull the mask off. Ah, well. Anyway, so you know what, guys? I was going to go through all the rest of it, but I think I've made a point here. Also, in his anger and rage, you can't see best in his targeting of his victims and survivors and all of that. All he keeps doing is showing a bigger mess of rotten trees that all combine with rotten branches and rotten fruit on every single goddamn one of them, weirdly enough. From Pam's step-husband to all these other families and step-families and his own and everywhere else, and even sees that posed a very giant risk to, and that his son is also on a list. I don't know, it seems like a generational thing, makes it more likely to maybe been occurring to, I mean, apples and trees, they so far apart when the apple falls, generally. The ground's just right there, and then another falls, and another falls. All he's doing is showing that there is an extraordinarily giant hive in a manner that I have never seen before, that surrounded all of their families, step-families, and his children. And it would make it more likely for something to happen somehow. But he's too stupid to figure that out past his anger, so all he's doing is showing the world why Summer and her siblings were probably in extreme danger, and at an extraordinarily high statistical probability of something happening to them wayward-wise at his hands, or really any of the other direct members there on the hill, because of how much that shit's in their sides of families as well. Hey, but don't believe the sisters, don't believe it, doesn't matter. Don't pay attention. Now, whether something was happening Summer, don't know. Right? Could it have been? Experts have told you so very early on. Peter Height, I guess, went through that piece yesterday. But, it says it was a big possibility, and that was even him just reading language statements. That was probably not him having full awareness of all the families and step-families and all of that yet, because it was extraordinary early on when Peter Height did that assessment. Now think about what dawns out at and all these family trees that intersect and the friends they keep that they flock together years, any issues, all the other things, him running off for hookers, him and Candace seemingly maybe working certain ways throughout the years around certain things when necessary, or for funsies and then necessities, and I don't know, trying to keep things from being said or silenced. I'm not sure, but thing is, and all those people always the same cookie stamp. Curve of the road, the tile, the dog trail, something precious getting gone from the top in a very short and convenient period when Candace was gone. Never made sense. Makes no sense still. Always a setup at work, throwing others on the bus. Still don't feel right. It's something ain't right. And the picture ain't looking pretty these days. That's where I'm going. But either way, does all of this rotten tree group have anything to do with summer vanishing? I don't know. But I do know what the experts like Peter Height said in the very beginning before they even, I'm positive, had any of the full information. I would be very curious to see what they say now. I really would. But would that mean that's what happened on June 15th? And why Summer went missing, or why she's still missing? Don't know. Could very well be two separate things. It could be that nothing was actually occurring on that type of thing, but that Summer did vanish. But she was still surrounded by a whole hell of a lot of rotten fruit and rotten trees, and ain't nobody can deny that, because, well, boy, this motherfucker cannot walk back 2+ years of targeting the hell out of his sisters and everybody else with all the rotten tree and rotten fruit shit. Now, can he? Can't walk that back. He can't walk back how he himself visited places and was at places where they sold children and all that. He can't walk none of that back. But he can't think logically. The rage and wanting to get back at McDonough and victims and silence. And to silence those most credible around Summer. Those who know too much around his life, Candace's, anybody else's. They're not really true suspects. It's just real hard to keep a mask on and in a comfortable position when you got voices that ring. Anyway, it's been a really long walk at Jurassic Park tonight, so I'm gonna let you guys go. Alright, I'm sure I had a few more points in there to make. I know I did in different vids and stuff, but I'll just leave it there. Right. Anyway, you all, as always, please do share out the DV/Universal Hand Signal for Help It Can and Does Save Lives. And in many situations, not just domestic violence or kidnappings, but nonverbal folks, the elderly, stroke patients, medical issues, choking, you name it, across the board, it can save lives, okay, guys? It is very important and a tangible way to save life. It can and does, okay? And as always, please do share out Summer's picture, information, and color by her name. And by information, I don't mean YouTube, I mean law enforcement, local investigative journalists, not tragedy pimp news like internet, please just don't. Warn people about this place. If you want change and you really want to help victims, survivors, fighters, their families, law enforcement, their cases, and you want to go back to getting real information on real cases in real time, from law enforcement to families, witnesses, neighbors, and communities. Well, start asking for precision-based laws so we can get back to that instead of terror rain down on everyone in communities and everyone around everything decimated and terrified to even come out seeking help for their loved ones and victims and missing and murdered because of this exact group online, okay? Very precision-based laws, or you're going to end up with the shit like lockdown and Bullhorn and MGL created in Florida, where DeSantis took it from the citizens who very much wanted to stop the MGLs, lockdowns, Bullhorns in their state, like they've done around Petito, and they wanted them stopped, and DeSantis took it and took, well, all of Floridians' rights away. So, be very cautious and make sure precision-based laws are made. Also, keep hammering it on platforms for even small changes. They could make a drastic difference on the amount of crime, laundering, and where you have this mass amount of money, you do have it indeed rubbing elbows with real cartel shit, real laundering, real sex trafficking, the worst of the worst shit. Hammering on these platforms for little changes. It can stop crimes and manipulations and all these games they play, even with subs, chats, members, up to victims, families, survivors, fighters, law enforcement cases, and the rest of surrounding communities around these things. Alright? But anyway, do share Summer's picture information and call her by name. It can find her, bring her back to her community and her brothers. And it can, weirdly enough, even help find the person or persons responsible for June 15th and every day since. Because till she's brought back, it's still ongoing. Share it until she's back with her community and her brothers, and her voice and her light can speak and shine for itself or through law enforcement and courts. And y'all, whenever and wherever you can, spread a good spark, light up a little bit of darkness. For yourself or somebody else, doesn't matter. May not seem like a lot. Those sparks can change everything. They can create raging infernos. Even just a single one from a single person. Be a good pebble. The ripples become tsunamis somewhere. A smile here can save a life there. It's little things, and they matter a hell of a lot. Share and speak and burn until the ground shakes. Skies are on fire, and the waves are crashing ashore, guys. Much love to all of y'all. Good night, guys.